happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention, God bless you, getting no relief. It's never listen. I guess I'm what I'm saying is the way faggots paying attention, God bless you, getting no relief. It's never listen. I guess I'm what. Come on, get relaxed, take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed, take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the
I keep getting mentioned up over here. I don't know what's going on.
really numbered shit. I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up, but I made up. I suggested you just keep a zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget. I take myself.
By the way,
trip down.
I've been working on today on a voice command to start the stream, which is amazing.
Got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me.
Nah, let me share this right quick.
Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together.
It seems like Scott can't keep my name out of his mouth, and Charlie Ward can't keep M's name out of his mouth. It's a weird situation we're in. It's like a love triangle or some shit.
Fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you. Concerned with just the
We got some more Bradley stuff. He's all over the place talking about his ministry and the one thing important in life to him. The one meaning of life. I'll give you a hint. It's not Jesus Christ, his Lord and Savior. That's not the one good thing. Thank you for joining us. Give us a couple more minutes to share everything. We'll be getting started. That's why I put a timer on. Everybody knows it's going to start in 5 minutes. We'll be right there. I can't actually say what you just put in the chat because that is my code word that starts the stream.
Yeah. I've been through a lot of shit. Seems like I got a new outlook. I said, fuck it. Fuck everybody.
Evergreen is floating. Uh-oh. Where are all the kids?
Pressure on my chest, constant 7 days a week.
Were they able to save all the kids?
Afraid to go to sleep. I fear death.
And the nuclear weapons? Nuclear weapons and the Therminonite-covered kids?
The past is not just to bring no need to press rewind. And sometimes I wonder if heaven reserved a place for me. And if
Scott did take a shot at me today because he said these people that don't have purple hearts for whatever reason, I don't know. Like I did something wrong to not get a purple heart.
about to feel the red. A brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck 'cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got a brand
The dove of oneness. That's right. That's right. We are.
Still don't give a fuck 'cause my heart's grown.
What do we call the centrist pill? Bringing people back to reality. The reality pill. We're not red pilling. We're not blue pilling. We're meat pilling. We're giving them the meat pill. Everybody knows the meat pill tastes better.
Yeah, I used to read comic books and mind tripping fantasy. Know the open door, just an exit from reality. Sitting on the sidelines.
Let me make sure the voice macro is listening because I'm going to start the show by voice command today. Should be pretty interesting.
For this life since 1985. So fuck a vacation. I just wanna feel alive. Got a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck 'cause my heart's grown cold. My soul's got a lot to see. I got
Back slapping.
got a brand new rhythm, a brand new flow. Still don't give a fuck.
I don't really care if you're left or right. That's your personal decision. But we have to base something on reality. We have to at least be somewhere close to the middle. Everybody keeps going further and further and further and further. I'm personally lean right. If you lean left, cool. But if you're at the end of either side, we can't speak to each other. It's ridiculous. Welcome, everybody. Just getting ready to get started. It's almost time to drop that certain tissue-based instrument. Yeah, the frogmen were cutting cables underneath the container ship. All right. Less than 2 minutes. Let's start the main music track. Ah, man, I hit the timer button. That's okay. We know we're fixing to start.
You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down.
I coded it in this. Enjoy.
On his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got
all right. Now everybody needs to pay attention right here, okay? These next words I'm going to show are actively. I'm hands-free. I promise I'm not touching a keyboard whatsoever. These next words that I'm going to say are going to start the show. Are you ready?
With all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird, motherfuckers, I hear riffs.
Meat Hammer.
Piss them off, it's about to get you better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet.
I swear on my life, all I did was say those words and it started the freaking show. This is the coolest thing I've ever done in my life. It took me 3 hours to figure it out, but now I can start the show by voice command by saying that phrase. It was all worth it. Thank you for joining us tonight. I am Will Bird. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. Some people call me the masked cold beer villain, but it's just a pair of sunglasses. See, this is my face. I'm Will Bird. I give my name every show. I'm not missing. I'm not masked. I'm not in disguise. That's why I say my name at the beginning of every show. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate it. If you want to support the show, make sure that you just like and share. Watch the whole show. All that stuff helps the algorithm. You can also subscribe. This is our backup channel if you're watching on YouTube. This is our main channel on DLive and Facebook, so make sure you follow. I think you can follow on both Facebook and DLive. Subscribe on YouTube. If you want to go above and beyond that, you can go to a website, KULTKLUB.com, KULTKLUB, KULTKLUB.com, where you will be given the option to donate. You can also do that at buymeacoffee.com/cold beer. Both those links are in the chat if that's something that you want to do. But the show's free. You can just hang out and watch it. If you want to buy a sticker, we do sell stickers. That's the only merch we have right now. We're working on t-shirts, but the only merch we have right now is are these stickers right here. If you want to buy a sticker, you can get those at KULTKLUB.com/merch, MERCH, KULTKLUB.com, KULTKLUB/merch. They're $4 shipped anywhere. $4 even. That includes taxes and everything. I just made it simple. Check it out. Other than that, it's time to start the show. Now, I had a different show planned, but right before we get ready to go live, this dude can't get my name out of his mouth. Well, not my actual name. He's afraid people will come see what a piece of shit he is on my channel. But he would just allude to my name and then say, I'm not even going to say his channel, Dime Store douchebag. Like usual. You know, he's a little bitch. But here we are. Let's see what happened during this show today. By the way, some of you guys were over there. I saw some of you guys in the chat. He was not happy that he was being harassed on his own channel. He took some swings at you guys too, so let's check it out. The link for what, buddy?
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from consent.
This is his horrible sounding intro. Dude, put that shit on your computer and play it.
They're more disposed to suffer while even a long train of abuse their future security. I think it might have been a Sheriff Mack video. Yeah, that was really threatening. Might have been harassment, cyberbullying, who knows.
Okay, here we go.
On that, but it's always kind of funny when that stuff happens. We fully expect it, but the good news is in the meantime, that when we had Patriot Street Fighter 8 as the backup channel, what did you guys do? You fork and crush.
Oh, I got you.
I think you guys have that up to almost 60,000 people. And this one's a little over 73. And we walked away from it 10 days ago, I guess. But to come back, and I mean, look, folks, fact of the matter is, and I don't know anything about YouTube numbers. I haven't followed this kind of stuff ever. I look at it now because we have channels coming down all the time and new ones going up, following how many subscribers. And Ron was telling me, he says, "Guy, you don't understand. To get back to like 75, 100,000, last week got to 128,000 in about 3 weeks." He goes, "It takes years for that to happen." Years for people to get their channels back up. That's not true. That's the tough thing is I'm back to 4,000 emails buried. And I know I got to reach out to my friend Deputy, jump in there and get this stuff cleaned up. And we're going to. Anyways, this light's really bugging me on that desktop. Let's get that thing shut down. So
there you go, Ken.
We did get a lot of
that's actually not true. If you have a big ass following, let's say you have I don't know, 200,000 people, and you get your channel deleted, and you make like a channel the same but with a different number, and you have those people on Telegram and Twitter and places where they follow you, and you say, "Oh, go over to channel 2." Most people retain at least 70%. Almost instantly. It doesn't take years to get back to that. 70% is a good number. Back to the backup channel. It only has a warning, so I could have kept it going, but I thought, you know what, let's just see what we do here. Let's get back to where people know where we are, because a lot of people that can't find us since we got in jail. What's up, Snaggy?
They worry, they wonder what happened. Where are you now? I get all kinds of messages, and I'm surprised that people.
It's not far into the video where he mentions me.
Platforms.
Also, we're going to cover tonight. M is being threatened with a lawsuit, a frivolous lawsuit, but still a lawsuit. So we're going to cover that as well.
Telegram is a big one. We got about 175,000 of you that subscribe to that broadcast. Everything goes in there, so I'm still kind of surprised that sometimes.
You got 175,000 people following you on Telegram. 175,000 people following you on Telegram. And you're bragging that you got 70,000 on your channel? Why don't you have 120?
People can't quite figure that out. If you're not on the Patriot Street Fighter Telegram broadcast channel linked up, go in the description. Everything's in the description as always. Once again, I get a ton of gifts that are coming in the mail from you guys.
Ton of gifts. So many gifts.
The weighted blanket came today. I got the massager came today. Stacks.
They gave him a weighted blanket and a massager. Are you a college student struggling with finals? What's going on here? Who sent you a weighted blanket? A weighted blanket and a massager. That's weird. I would look at those people closely.
Of DVDs and what's the other cool thing that came? Oh Jesus, all kinds of cool stuff. But I don't know what to say. I mean, this stuff just keeps coming. And I went up to pick all this stuff up, and of course, I'm coming in there like every other day, armloads of boxes. I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen.
Armloads of boxes.
Relocation plans underway. But by the way, if you do send anything to me, the best place to make sure it actually gets to me now, some changes are being made is, and it'll be in. I'll make sure I get it inside the description here. It's Patriot Street Fighter 4447. That's 4447, and that's North Central Expressway, and it is Suite 110-198. Okay, Suite 110-198. It'll get to me. It's Dallas.
It will get there eventually.
Zip code 75201. I'll say it again. Patriot Street Fighter 4447, North Central Expressway, Suite 110-198, Dallas, Texas 75201. So all the stuff that comes in, and I try to organize things so I got a name so I can give you the shout out. I'd spend 15, 20 minutes of the show, the emails I get, the donations that come in. It's, I can't say it enough, and I won't stop saying it because I see a lot of people over time. Once you forget the foundation of what you're building, once you forget that foundation, it's just a matter of time. The clock is ticking because your relevance starts to recede because you forget why we do this. And, I guess that's probably my advantage, or maybe a trait or a virtue. I'm just incapable of that. It's always been that way with me. And it's just probably because of my appreciation for humanity and people.
He talks about how much he hates how he hates his face being out there, how he hates being the face of this movement, how he hates people like basically worshiping him and thinking that he's giving them privileged information. He hates all that. But man, he sure does push it awful hard, doesn't he? To hate it this much.
And that's why I'm so hell-bent on returning the world back to that particular character trait we all have. Unfortunately, the world's just beat us all down. By design, that's what they have done. And fork them. We're going to change it all. We're bringing it back. I'm not prepared to make an announcement yet, but Patriot Street Fighter Tour is now under discussion and conversation.
What? A nationwide Patriot Street Fighter Tour? Tell me how many stops. I'll tell you how many I can be at, brother. I'll make it a donation goal. I'll live stream from your tour.
Do this if we can make it work. We're going to need to raise the money to do this, but it'll be pretty spectacular.
Okay. So this is a Robert David Steele thing. You're going to raise, a few $100,000 to $3 million to get everybody a bus so you can travel around the nation and say, hey, I'm Patriot Meat Diver. Who wants a blowjob? I got you. I understand.
Quite honestly, pretty impressive. And I'm excited about it, making it happen. One of the things that I have to deal with are security concerns. I'll leave that kind of just noted on a casual basis, but that's something that has to be addressed. And it is actually certainly doable. So there are some things that we'll have to make sure we can attend to or make sure that this is viable. I know you all have been asking about it for a while, but it'll give us a chance around the country to have up close FaceTime, with all of you. And it'll be over a period of months if we make this all work. So I'll get a chance to meet a hell of a lot of you. My goal,
at least months,
make it work, is to raise the Patriot Street Fighter Army to 5 to 10 times bigger than it is now. And remind
5 to 10 times bigger than it is now.
To make sure that we can have the freedom that we see slipping away.
It's wild.
What we are going to do to course correct what these scumbags have done to the nation in their pursuit to take all of humanity over, eliminate a bunch of us. And of course, the politicians going along with it because they only care about themselves right now, their lives, their families, and
I'm gonna make a Meat Hammer shirt and wear it to the nearest show.
Being taken care of in style because, well, it's going to happen anyways. I assure you, it isn't going to happen. I assure you that it's going to take a fight. It's going to take all of us, but I assure you, that's not going to happen. But we are all going to get in the game. So if you're brand new here,
here we go. We're getting close now.
Tipping Point Revolution Radio coming up right after this. So we're going to.
By the way, someone named Jennifer hops in his chat and is like, take your fucking hat off, you fat, bald piece of shit. Show us who you really are. Or some shit like that. Like, full on assault.
Go on that at 8 p.m. Eastern time. We'll jump off of here a little bit early, probably at 7:45. And then we'll go right into revolution.radio online. That's revolution.radio and Studio B, the tipping point. I'm going to go ahead and hit the live stream button. We do that because there are folks that insist on the visual. Don't know why. I like not, because I like to, do things in a private fashion, like scratch whatever area of my body I need to scratch.
He's live on his other show right now, probably with the guy from Canada.
My nose, all that kind of stuff. But it seems to make a better show for you guys. We have a hell of a guest coming on tonight on the tipping point. Most of you know who Chris Sky is. He has taken the war against the cabal in Canada, standing his ground, teaching people their, I think it's their Charter of Rights. And he is, he's taken it on, and it's what he's doing is pretty.
Studio B. He claims that he's part of a radio thing, and he's in Studio B. Studio B is just the like chat room that he broadcasts in. It's not radio, okay? It's a podcast that's just on a website. It's not on YouTube. The Studio A, Studio B, it's a chat room. He's the only person who can speak in it, and he holds his phone up to do interviews. This is not radio, people. This is not radio.
Ballsy. So you're going to get to hear that firsthand starting the first hour of the tipping point. Oh, by the way, the T-shirt of the day is...
Oh, look out.
We're saving the kid.
I swear, it looks like... Is he wearing a back brace or a girdle? Why are all these bulges, like, sticking out the top and shit? I feel like there's straps underneath there. Some type of straps. Maybe he has the general stand on his chest and like secure the Velcro. I don't know. But every time I see him, I think, God damn, is he made of cardboard boxes within a shirt? What is going on there?
Kids, children are not for sale. And on the back of it, here's what it says in the back. I ordered one and then one was sent to me. So here's what's on the back of it. 2.2 million children are sold into the sex trade every year.
A police vest. It does actually look like that. It does look like a slimline Kevlar, like you would wear underneath your like a shirt, like to protect against very small caliber and knife. That's the shape that it looks like.
That's over 4 children a minute.
It's called a Manzier.
4 children every minute, right now.
Okay, so his shirt says 2.2 million are sold into sex trade every year. That's over 4 children per minute. I think those numbers are overinflated, but still, yeah, of course, sex trafficking is an issue that needs to be fixed.
4 children every minute, right now, are taken. And they're sold into sex slavery. They're tortured, brutally sodomized, burned, put in cages, small cages.
I don't know who you're talking to, Maddie, but I sell a $4 sticker, and I've given away more. I've given away more than I've ever sold, but thanks for the tip, I guess. I don't know who you're talking to. It's very blocky. I mean, it could be where he was super muscular and now, but it's like under his armpits, it almost looks like right angles. I don't know. I mean, he did used to be a weightlifter. Maybe that's true. Like it's old muscle. Mine just turned into fat.
I've seen these things, kept in them, and harvested for adrenochrome. This is what the Satanists do. There are some people that have been in these deep underground military bases for
sodomy
years.
There's always an emphasis on sodomy.
Never been above ground, never seen the light of day. All these people, in fact, I mentioned, I often refer to Overwatch, and that is a
Rita got put in jail. Oh no. Yeah, I did see that.
Bloodline group, been around a long time, that do certain protective actions on the planet to try to mitigate what happens to humanity, what we see happening today.
He's talking about the Overwatcher group who have been here for thousands of years, and they make sure that nothing too bad's going on the planet, and they make sure they push it out to the right people. And they like what we do here. They like how we call out these scumbags. They like how we sell tomahawks for some reason, and they like our T-shirts.
Their lives, and like I told you, they reached out to me not that long ago. I guess they've been watching our program here, and they kind of realized that, I tell you, like it is, like for a shill or a troll, you're a forking milk toast pussy that isn't getting laid if you're in here doing your shit. I say, like, the idea, just flat out.
You're a milk toast pussy who isn't getting laid. I'm married. I haven't been laid in years.
Tell it like it is. If things are good, I'll tell you. If things are bad, I will tell you. But we all Scott, you look like a real badass on your Harley. Yeah, we're on the road. Yesterday, Sunday, of course. So
here we go.
Those things for me, camera, all this stuff.
The Guardians of the Galaxy. My favorite one's the raccoon and that little tree person. I like both of those.
This is not my comfort zone at all. So those things I have to talk myself into. Send you a little selfie video while we're out on the road on a bike. I know you guys appreciate that because it's a day where I get to go kind of hide, be private, and, put on road miles and do my prayer time. That's my church. The Harley Davidson is my church, but load up saddlebags and get a great music system. And I can just roll around and see God's countryside. So it's always amusing to me when I jump in there and see the responses when I pull over for gas or grab a coffee or something. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun watching you guys. So yeah, I know everybody.
That was the video I showed you guys the other day. He always takes like videos while he's riding, and he like gives salutes and smiles and then salutes again. I don't know. It's a weird dynamic he throws out there, but it is what it is.
What's that? Harley Davidson, or that's Patriot Street Fighter.
Did you block me?
He's adjusted today.
No.
Daily life, as you can tell. So yeah.
Milk toast is usually used to describe like Tim Pool, like fence sitters. But he's using it to describe people that don't believe that there's baby harvesting farms underneath the White House.
Look, there's actually something underway in terms of the discussions for the potential Patriot Street Fighter Tour, where it would include, some a group of bikers. And again, we're looking at it. Don't know if it's possible. Patriot
Meat Fighter Motorcycle Club.
Hopefully we can make that work. But so the children.
He's a leather daddy.
Again, one of the primary reasons why I launched this war January of 2020. Around with masks on. The whole bio these people, even in tech right now, people. And I don't mean maybe. This is what's coming. I'm going to tell you flat out, anybody getting the shot, I don't even know what to say to you. I don't even know what to say to you. You have a God-given immune system. Now, when they're engineering these,
I can't give you any advice, any medical advice whatsoever. That's not something I can do.
It's been happening since Rockefeller Foundation back in the early 20th century. But I was on in an Uber the other day, and great guy, retired. I forget what he did, but he's retired. He's driving Uber. Nice guy. He was a fork the mask kind of guy. I've only had one Uber person. I was like, good. I wasn't
fork that mask.
Off. So we talked about it. He got his shot, got his first shot. Maybe both of them, the first shot. I didn't know what to tell him. And since we got into a frank discussion because he's on our side, he's leaning in this direction already. I said, if I were you, I wouldn't get that second shot. He's like, don't scare me. I'm like, well, the simple fact is, if you learn what this is about, which you already suspected, I said, it is not a good thing. If I were you, I said, they'd have to the only way to give me a shot is in my corpse. There's no way I would take that shot for what's in there. Gene splicing, genetic altering, the 5G kind of stuff, nanoscience. and if you're going to continue to breathe the asbestos laden masks, same type of fibers in there that cause mesothelioma and all these other things, just get the shot, right? If you're going to wear the fork mask, just go get the fork and shot. I don't know what's
He's just got a patch that says meat rider. Who the fork are you?
Now, again, this is barring anybody who their employment, they're forced to, that kind of stuff. Again, I'm not, people get overly sensitive.
Box on box.
Say, like the digital Purple Heart.
Here we go. Here's the part we've been waiting for. We're going to cover this part right here. And we're going to cover the part where he calls out someone named Jennifer. So he's going to pull up the digital Purple Heart thing that obviously got me enthralled with this, intertwined into his life and him into mine. This is the part. Does he sell masks on his website? Yes, they are mesh, like triple blend mesh something, and they say, I don't know, meat rider or something on them.
Their employment, they're forced to, that kind of stuff. Again, I'm not, people get overly sensitive at times about things that I say, like the digital Purple Heart. I should address this again. I get it from soldiers who have a Purple Heart at times. Other guys just dipshits like this guy. I won't even tell you what his name is. He's an idiot. Attacks me all the time. Scott McKay is a piece of shit or whatever. These people are clowns. They don't do anything useful in the world.
So I get it from people who have Purple Hearts, and I get it from people who don't.
But the digital Purple Heart, these are just kind of some housekeeping things I need to address. Folks, this is where people got to stop this nonsense of being sensitive to every single thing somebody's. Look, for one guy, I had a great letter from a guy who's a veteran, Vietnam, Purple Heart. Everybody knows where I stand on this. These people are held in incredible reverence. I don't do these things out here because I take it lightly. If you don't understand this, this is not dangerous for me. If you haven't figured this out by now.
This is not, okay, now, this is what I wanted to address, and this is the reason I wanted to go. I wasn't even covering Scott tonight at all, but this is the reason I wanted to address it. I get people in my comments all the frickin' time. Messages that are sent to me that fork this and fork that. I always know when I see a fork, it's one of these guys. He's not comparing the two. They're two different things. He is. On the episode with David Nino Rodriguez, he said, I know people have lost eyes or have lost limbs or their lives and get a Purple Heart, but there's people out here who used to have jobs and they went to YouTube and now they've lost their income. Isn't that about the same? Or isn't that just like the same? It was his exact wording. Now he's saying, I don't know if you understand this or not, but this is dangerous. This is not dangerous for me. This is not dangerous for me. No one's coming after you, dumbass. No one. No one is coming after you. Stop trying to put yourself in combat because you sit there and beat off and daydream to wearing a uniform. Stop trying to put yourself in combat. If someone was coming after you, you wouldn't be the type of person who goes to Las Vegas to meet with all the other people that they're coming after and give out the fact that you're staying in the Trump hotel. Hello? We found you.
I do these things out here because I take it lightly. If you don't understand this, this is not dangerous for me. If you have
people who are being hunted down by the cabal and the government and the deep state and assassins don't meet together in Las Vegas. That would be stupid.
I haven't figured this out by now. The people that I go after, you have any idea what that means? So therefore, people that are overly sensitive about shit that I say, that's
you losing a YouTube channel does not mean people are coming after you, okay? Look, I'm not by any means saying I fought in like the deadliest war or the most dangerous. I did my service and got through it. I'm sure Vietnam sucked. I'm sure the Korean War sucked. I couldn't even imagine a fucking world war and like trenches and shit. Like I couldn't even imagine what those people went through. But the fact that you make YouTube videos that violate terms of service and people take down those YouTube channels, that's not on the same fucking planet, much less the same zip code. Are you kidding me? No one is after you. No one.
Figured this out by now. The people that I go after, you have any idea what that means? So therefore, people that are overly sensitive about shit that I say, that's our whole problem. Everybody is offended by something, right? We're adults. We're supposed to be grown-ups in this world. At some point, you got to stop focusing on this shit that does not matter. Sensitive about, digital Purple Heart. How do you know that
Rita went down like a hero. Thank you, Rita, for standing up. I saw in the chat where the woman called you the snowflake. I didn't see it till after the show was over because I was doing something at the time. I was trying to close the show, and you guys are arguing, and she called you a snowflake. I did not see you call her a bitch, but yeah, that's probably what got you. You went down like a fighter, a Patriot Street fighter. Good job.
point, you got to stop focusing on the shit that does not matter. Sensitive about, digital Purple Heart. How do you know that Purple Heart discussion is not an education factor for all the kids that are coming up in this new generation that have no idea what the hell a Purple Heart is?
Fine. If we have children, first of all, we're not going to, because we have a generation of parents now that have young children that served in 2 fucking wars that lasted 20 fucking years. Second of all, we're already back fucking around in the Middle East, man. But if you want to educate people on the Purple Heart, by all means, do a segment. Do a segment on your show and say, the Purple Heart is given for this. Here is our Purple Heart recipient we are covering today. His name is Steve. Steve served here, here, and here. This is how he received his Purple Heart. Steve is now retired or no longer with us or whatever you want to do. Sure. Giving a Purple Heart for loss of YouTube channels does not explain to people what the Purple Heart means. Why can't you figure that out? Why can't you figure that out, dude? That's not what it means. So you're not, the only thing you're teaching them is, oh, well, if they take down my YouTube channel, I deserve an award.
They think it's somebody's heart's purple. Isn't it supposed to be red? Guess what? You think that they're going to be clued in on the sacrifices that people paid on the battlefield of World Wars, Vietnam, Iraq? Do you think they're going to teach them any of this?
World Wars, Vietnam, Iraq. Awesome. YouTube is not on the list. It just missed out. Right behind the Korean War, the forgotten war.
Stuff? Of course not. Us having a digital Purple Heart.
Exactly. He is in the headspace of everybody deserves a trophy. Everybody deserves a trophy. But you're too sensitive because you don't like me talking about Purple Hearts. When you see someone like the fake Navy SEAL who just got arrested for trying to scam the VA, someone called him out in the middle of the VA lobby. That's how that all got kicked off. Would you be like, oh, this guy's too sensitive? Why can't everybody be a Navy SEAL? You think kids know what Navy SEALs are? Kids, I'm a Navy SEAL over here. Look, I've got a Navy SEAL YouTube channel, so I'm a Navy SEAL. Let me educate you on what a real Navy SEAL is. Does that make sense to you? Dumbass.
Paid on the battlefield of World Wars, Vietnam, Iraq. Do you think they're going to teach them any of this stuff? Of course not. Us having a digital Purple Heart for people who got taken out of action on this digital warfare battlefield. If I get a chance, I'm going to ask General Flynn when I meet him in Tulsa, see if he's offended by it. In my opinion.
First of all, General Flynn should be very offended about it. Second of all, you're talking to a fucking general. Third of all, he's already sold out. So I don't know what you expect to get from him. He's already sold out. I used to have the utmost respect for General Flynn. I did 2 shows defending General Flynn and what the FBI was doing to him. Once when his court case first come up. Once when there was talk about it getting thrown out because of the new lawyer. I used to have the most respect for General Flynn. General Flynn sold out for some type of book deal or some type of QAnon respect or some shit.
And it keeps it alive. It keeps the discussion alive. And what is a real purple? What's that? Well, a Purple Heart. Little millennial or person, skull full of mush, is soldiers who've gone into battle for the defense of freedom and they get wounded. They've taken wounds, some devastating, catastrophic. They're awarded a Purple Heart for the sacrifices they made for the nation to the point where they're actually injured in battle. That's a Purple Heart. Wow, really? So what's a digital Purple Heart? It's our version of people who were taken down on the
It's our version of people who did the same thing but on YouTube. Who did the same thing, but their weapon was a keyboard.
this digital battlefield and honor and respect for the soldiers that took live fire and had physical injury. So we want to be like them. When we grow up, when we're no longer kids, we want to grow up and be just like our soldiers.
When we grow up, when we're no longer kids, we want to be just... This is an education campaign. That's what it is. He's going to take this into the local school system.
Who actually fought in battles and earned the real Purple Heart. So again, people just got to stop this nonsense. And again, let me say veterans who actually have a Purple Heart, it's not nonsense. It's not nonsense to you. It's not nonsense to me. I greatly respect, truly. And again, anybody who knows my history for decades, you wouldn't even bring this up to me if you know what I've been doing for decades in defense of the soldiers in this country.
What he's been doing for decades defending these soldiers.
In my reverence for them. Those who don't have a Purple Heart, that's nonsense to me because you don't have one for whatever reason. I just want to, why don't you focus on...
Okay, this is the lowest of the low swings that he's taken. Those people who don't have a Purple Heart, for whatever reason, what are you trying to say? What the fuck are you trying to say, you piece of shit? Like I because I didn't get a Purple Heart, like I fucking my service wasn't up to some sort of level. My deployments, my actions in combat weren't up to your fucking level for whatever you're grading on. Fuck off. I sent enough of them home that I've actually been there sending Purple Hearts back. Well, sending soldiers back in boxes that would get Purple Hearts or pieces or wounded or airlifted out. Get the fuck out of here. You think I don't have any interaction with a Purple Heart because I don't have one? Are you kidding me? I could have pencil whipped a Purple Heart. I was fucking injured. I could have pencil whipped a Purple Heart. But instead, we didn't go down that route because I didn't deserve one. There's a fucking cut on my arm in combat. I could have pencil whipped one. I could be fucking one pinned right now, motherfucker. The difference is I was over there and had a chance. You never even had a chance. You never even had a chance.
What John McCain never did for the VA. Why don't you focus on what the government is doing against the soldiers and not doing for them? Why don't you focus your fire there?
Absolutely. I'm an advocate for veterans. I do a lot of fucking work for veterans. I have 2 friends who have nonprofits that support veterans. Veterans with PTSD, but still veterans. I've volunteered. I've done the honor flight. I've volunteered at my local VA. I've sat and talked with many veterans. I've done my part. So this whole why don't you, motherfucker, why don't you?
Where it really matters. So anyways, that being said, but you know what? I do get people that send me letters, incredibly respectful. I keep them. The people that are just, people I'm not going to pretend that I think is okay. Boom, they're out, deleted. But the people that reach out to disagree with me, they send really nice, polite letters. I like to write. If an email, I can write back if I get to it, ever get around to it, ever discover it. But the other stuff, I just don't pay attention to it. So let's talk for a minute. A couple things I want to make very clear.
What a fucking douchebag.
Information on the operation that's going on in the Suez Canal. And this came from...
now we need to go to the... hold on. Oh, no. Cancel. Don't report his video. Damn. Oh, shit. I was trying to open the transcript, but he doesn't have it on this channel.
This is not hearsay. It's not what I think is happening. And I can tell you, okay?
You don't have a transcript on this? You have it on your other channel. Oh, by the way, while he was talking about this, his live chat, which he doesn't have an option to show... I guess he's got that turned off too. Replay live chat. His live chat was full of his dumbass little fans throwing up Purple Hearts and Qs. Purple Hearts and Qs over and over and over again. Purple Heart Q, Purple Heart Q, Purple Heart Q. The whole fucking live chat was full of them.
I make sure I got the right operation.
Some of you guys were there. I'm sure you saw it.
Just bear with me. I got to pull this stuff up, look at it. I can tell you this. I can tell you that when we talk about the subterranean warfare, we create...
Does it have sprinter legs?
And you need to know, folks, that it's a terrible, is once in a while English, but so it was intentional so they could capture Australia, its agency. That's how they It did this.
All right, so there's this long-ass part about the Suez Canal. We know what's going on in the Suez Canal. We've talked about it. I want to see the part where he has to address Jennifer.
Or any vessel that was and is either has a combined mark. Guys don't always make it easy, but again, like I've been told, eminence grace. I'm not really sure what exactly that means. Again, I'm told that they're not going to fish for me and hand it to me. I got to do some work here, which I'm trying to do. But involved this access point. So now remember, like children, humans expire. Is there a or there that it ruins them? Fests. Find out what they're dead. They show up alive. Again, it's just cargo for these sick, twisted animals.
Q is military. Q is a fucking lie. And it's fucking people are belling like crazy off that boat, except for the ones still trying to make their money.
It is why and how your country was truly usurped by the Rockefellers with Rothschild, Kazarian. Cargoes carried using shipping services. Point A delivered to the source shop, bringing the rest of the world countries to reach. Just like Carter handed over the Panama Canal, we don't pay for from Carter on up. But as every liberal Republicans, he said because the Democrats gave everybody around South America to get to the other side, it was going to come out of the Suez Canal. I sat back and waited for Rockefellers. Didn't even ask for this information. So one of the most important things for me, I'm becoming more inclined to believe about this whole bioweapon attack. Yet there's still on the other side. Run enough of this content, see this. They're going to need to feel it before they're ready to. The awakening isn't just to show them the whole get out of that.
If you don't know, a wounded in combat, there's a lot of different ways. So like if you had let's just say you were somebody who was walking along, an explosion went off, you took a piece of shrapnel, you could get the wounded in combat. You get cut open from a piece of shrapnel, and then you're under fire, like the shrapnel, you can get a Purple Heart easily. There's a lot of guys who just went on about their lives. When you see someone missing their arms and fucking legs, you're not too worried about a grazing wound. You're not too worried about a piece of shrapnel that the medic pulled out of your arm with his tweezers. You're not worried about shit like that. You can pencil whip a lot of awards. You can pencil whip a lot of combat action badges, Purple Hearts and shit like that. It depends on how many people really want it and how far they want to push it. It happens. But most of the decent-ass soldiers, most of the people who know someone who really took a catastrophic injury, they're not going to pencil whip a Purple Heart by no means. The people who get Purple Hearts are typically the people who wake up in a hospital and thank God they made it out alive.
If they're not even in it, oh yeah, that's really too bad. I don't know if I buy into all that. That's really bad. They're just going to wonder about attacks on TV anymore. People aren't going to get it. It's going to be a situation where people are going to stand up or they're going to get exhausted handling the people, overrun. The one that is just a douchebag. We all have one, right? Now, under the bottom, same on these different city councils, same buildings. You know what? They, at the same stature, these massive in films, TV. I need some of them. They show persona. This film, they could be you in there, and we got to get them the hell out. Freedom. That's do that on offense. We do it on defense because that's what happens to Patriot. So restrained and take so much, just keep pushed backwards and backwards, and then finally,
I think it's right here.
Multiple objectives, and obviously they're going to accomplish them. Are they going to come out of the ground Central Park? I don't believe it. Well. And they're not going to be showing this to people. They're now full. That's what my source told me. And this came recently. They said these ships left the ports of LA and New York.
Oh, here we go. I want to hear this right here too. This is the Central Park bullshit.
The Suez Canal is a white hat operation, multi-tiered approach, multiple objectives, and obviously they're going to accomplish them. Are they going to project this out onto the world, not through the mainstream media, likely us? When it comes to let me see kids in cages, let me see that. Ain't going to happen. Children are always protected. That's why people are saying, unless I see kids coming out of the ground Central Park, I don't believe it. Well, my source told me those ships went out full. That's what my source told me. And this came recently. But they said these ships left the ports of LA and New York, and they were filled. What were they filled with? Take a guess. And they're not going to be showing this to people. They're not ready for it, number one, and children, by law, are protected.
Oh, my source says that those boats were sitting a lot lower in the water when they left than when they come in. I could tell at least 6 inches of buoyancy is lost. 6 inches of buoyancy on a ship that size, at least 300,000 kids.
That's why you never see their names in the paper. They're not identified if they're a minor under 18 years old. So anyways, the war continues. Our guys are losing their lives every single day. Every single day. So we need to keep that all in mind. That's the update for today on the Suez Canal. Let me just take a quick look and see if there's anything in here, any questions in here. I know we don't have Jim.
I think this is where he finds Jennifer. Yeah, no, people usually don't accept awards like that. Like they just don't. Yeah, you just that's not something you do. It's kind of like an unwritten rule. No one who we were being shot at and you tripped and sprained your ankle. You're not going to put in paperwork for, a Purple Heart. We got something exploded and you ran into the wall and now you busted your fucking nose and you're bleeding out. Yeah, you're not going to put in paperwork for a Purple Heart. Could you? Technically? Absolutely. Do people do it? Yes. Is it a very small minority? Absolutely.
Come on. My schedule just bounces so much to be able to get his time on the spot. So I don't always have him around easily. Plus he's doing a lot of his own shows with different groups of people. See if there's any questions in here in particular. That's about all I can see. So that is my update. I've got let's see, here's what's coming up. We got the radio show tonight, tomorrow. Okay. And also I'm on Mike Jaco's show. So we'll be on with Mike Jaco. We are going to have, I heard, I didn't see it, but he was on Mike. Oh my goodness.
Here we go.
Sick line. Jennifer, we've got a Jennifer on here. It's too late to get rid of her. And she says, come on, pussy, show all the girls your bald head, you fat, effing, washed up, crippled, lying bitch. See what I did?
Come on, pussy. Show everybody your bald head, you washed up, fat, lazy, crippled, effing bitch, or some shit like that. What'd you say, Jennifer? Jennifer, we've got a Jennifer on here. It's too late to get rid of her. And she says, come on, pussy, show all the girls your bald head, you fat, effing, washed up, crippled, lying bitch. See what I put up with? See what I put up with? See what I put up with?
On here. It's too late to get rid of her. And she says, come on, pussy, show all the girls your bald head, you fat, effing, washed up, crippled.
Guys, I don't know how to break the news to you. But that's not how you spell doofus.
Crippled, lying bitch. See what I put up with? You're going down.
See what he puts up with here? I don't know who Jennifer is, but Jennifer, if you see this show, you're more than welcome to join us over here making fun of Scott McKay every time he's got to mention my name.
To get rid of her. And she says, come on. Oh my goodness. Sick line. Jennifer, we've got a Jennifer on here. It's too late to get rid of her. And she says, come on, pussy, show all the girls your bald head, you fat, effing, washed up, crippled, lying bitch. See what I put up with? You're going down, you lying piece of shit, fat old fag bitch. You are sick, lying mother effing sick bitch. See what I'm talking about? This is the worthless vermin that doesn't even rate on a scale of bacteria.
Anybody that would come in here and use free speech as an argument to say that they're going to try to report a channel and get it shut down is mentally impaired. They have to be. Free speech goes both ways.
This is the stuff that we have to deal with. Anyways, Jennifer, like the other shills, it's obviously you never get laid, and I can now see why.
Jennifer never gets laid because she uses curse words. Who gets laid and uses cuss words? Fornicate me harder. I got it. I understand.
God love you. I mean, I do feel sorry for you on that, but you are one sad. Just the way you talk, I can't possibly imagine what you must look like. 3-day-old roadkill or something. But yeah, good having you here. Go fork yourself.
She looks like 3-day-old roadkill. Go fork yourself. Scott, you literally came out and said the reason that you started using fork is to not offend your fans. You cuss. You wanted to cuss, but you're too afraid that your numbers will go down and you won't collect enough money off donations. You won't get enough viewers. You can't sell enough merch to quit your job and stay out here. And now you're going to say, go fork yourself, which is your substitute for you being a cuck?
Possibly imagine what you must look like. 3-day-old roadkill or something. But yeah, good having you here. Go fork yourself. Where do these people come from? Anyways, yeah, here's some advice for you. Take the vaccine. I'll drive you there. I'll buy a couple extra for you, Jennifer.
Oh, because he's preaching that it's going to kill you. He will take you to kill yourself. That's what he said in that portion.
Oh my goodness gracious. What kind of a life must you really have when you have to go on a channel somebody you don't agree with? I mean, giving up time of your day to listen to me. I mean, if you're somebody you like, it makes sense. But if you hate somebody, I'm going to go on there because I hate them and I'm going to drop.
That would be a good point if you weren't bringing everybody else's channels into your fucking mouth. If you were just doing your thing, you weren't harming anybody, You weren't fucking shilling the Purple Heart. You weren't out here selling hopium. You weren't out here lying to the people who follow you. You weren't out here bragging about your donations and attacking other channels. That would be a good point. But once everybody else is brought into it, once we shine a light on what you're actually doing, once everybody sees your grift, you can't say, people who listen to my channel just because they don't like me. You're a grifter. What, you have no leg to stand on.
Stuff like, yeah. You know what's even funnier? Looking, once I drop one of these shills flat on their ass, the thread's just firing away. Everybody's jumping in there all pumped up, making fun of Jennifer.
Again, with this aggressive lingo, you made it to where someone couldn't comment on your channel. They can still watch, they can still read, but once I put one of these people flat on their ass, you mean once you just make it to where someone can't comment? Flat on their ass. I gotcha.
Because she's probably never getting laid.
I can't believe you'd speak that way, Scott. You must never get laid. I think he's got some built up anger and resentment because his wife left him after he was crippled in a motorcycle crash, which is horrible. But I think that's what he takes out on people who disagree with him.
Oh my goodness. That's funny. Yeah, they're all making fun of you, Jennifer. I believe I hit her and kicked her out.
Oh, they're all making fun of you, Jennifer. I was cheering you on.
You hide somebody on the channel. I don't know if they can actually still see. They just make comments and nobody can see them. I have no idea. But yeah, I'm sure this is a two-headed creature that walks backward and smells like a reptilian.
I want to be clear. I don't agree with his wife leaving him after he got in a horrific crash and become basically crippled. That's horrible. But I think he's still holding on to a lot of that. And it comes out sometimes when people talk poorly about him.
I'm sure of it. But so anyways, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. I'm going to get we got Chris Sky from Canada coming on the radio show tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and hit live stream once the radio show is going. Now, by the way, folks, when you see me with my headset on and you can't hear music or whatever, I'm not talking on a radio show.
When you see me with my headset on and you can't hear music and I'm not talking, look, I'm a radio show. It's above and beyond you peons here in YouTube chat.
Go ahead and hit live stream once the radio show is going. Now, by the way, folks, when you see me with my headset on and you can't hear music or
I need you guys to be hanging around the Scott McKay channels and trying to recruit Jennifer. Sounds like somebody we need.
Whatever. I'm not talking on a radio show. Okay, you're just here listening. So what I need to do once we bring Chris on, I'm going to pull my headset off so we can get a speaker coming through into this because we're going to be live streaming it. I need to get a video of it with Zoom video and also the live stream. I got to bring him in on the Zoom. That's the way it works. So we'll be.
So I don't understand how to work my computer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold a speaker up here so you guys can hear the feedback and the crackling while I'm doing an interview.
Over there, you want to listen to this.
Scott, if you see this video, I know you watch my videos because I've seen your comments on stuff that I made long after the first video you ever found and the only one you watched for a few seconds. Download a program called Voice Meter, VoiceMeeter, like a meeting, Voice Meter, and download that, and that'll help your audio issues. Learn how to work it. Let me finish this right here quick, Ollie. Hold on just a second. It's going off.
He's a badass. He is the Canadian Patriot Street Fighter, believe me. You've seen him. You know, he's this kind of guy. He's very well educated on their Charter of Rights up there. He's showing us what we need to do here, become very educated. And we're working on having our Constitution, the guy who was on, Doug
Let me
Gibbs.
let this guy play out.
And we're working out the details for him to come on every Tuesday show. It's going to be one thing, teaching us the Constitution. So we'll be shocked at like what was stolen from us in his Constitution by these scumbags, what our rights are, and laying it out so we will know what to say and what to defend. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. Folks, as always, I appreciate everything you guys do. Love the badass work you guys do recruiting. More to come on the potential tour as that stuff evolves. I'll let you know, but we're going to see if we can make this thing happen. It'll be awesome to be out there, coming out to meet all of you guys and shake hands, kiss babies or whatever. Maybe sick. Maybe
there we go. The nationwide tour. I'll be there.
Just getting out to see you guys. Be a great time.
I'll let you kiss my baby.
And the general,
my baby meat bat.
Oh, by the way, folks, the paraphernalia, the things that you send for the general, I let him know. You got a nationwide fan base. So when I send him these things that you send for me to give to him, Pop loves it.
Thank you for that subscription.
He's getting his due for being a patriot. Anyways, all good there, Pop? I don't know
the general was on the line. Another subscription. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Patriot Street Fighters just thrown out a high general. I got one has a crush on the general. Oh, really? So how'd you ever see the general? Yeah, he looks just like the one on the shirt. So yeah, somebody's got a crush on him there, Pop. And Robin, my friend Robin up there from Calgary, she's a huge supporter she's made a lot of stuff happen in Patriot Street Fighter. Thank you, Robin, for everything you've done for Patriot Street Fighter. I'm honored by all of that. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and sign off, folks. And the general's got to get ready on his end to get on the show over there. So we'll see you guys about 10, 12 minutes on Revolution Radio. Love you guys. Have a great night.
All right, that's the update from Scott McKay. Let's knock out 99 News. Come on, buddy.
Why can't I do that? Bow, bow.
Look at the new microphone holder.
What the?
What's your name?
I will not know.
What'd you do today, Ollie with 99 News? Did you go to school?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
I tried to wake mommy up, but that didn't happen.
Shut up.
You can't go to school at 3 p.m. when you get out of bed.
Yeah.
Tell him
School's
shut up.
over.
Yeah.
Love you. Talk to him. What'd you do today?
I went with a mail.
You didn't, man.
Yeah, I thought I said I went not new guy.
Yeah, you can say it as many times as you want. It's your show. What do you want to say?
I went not new.
Who's your favorite Sonic?
Pow, 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 and whoa. Pow, and whoa.
Power.
It was a hedgehog, and not a hedgehog. It is not a
It's not the normal one? What
No,
color is
and
he?
Look, Granny
all
said-
color.
All
Granny's
colors.
on there and said I love you.
Yeah, a one more.
Oh, the
and
one that's
one more
lit up like a
color.
star. He flashes all the colors?
No, everything. All color and how on him.
Yeah, he changes all the colors, right?
No,
Okay.
it does this.
Ollie.
Grammy says, I love you, Ollie.
I told all.
Talk to
What?
Grammy right quick. Say, love you, Grammy.
What you getting?
Okay. Now, holy shit, there's a bunch of lemons.
What don't? Oh,
There was a ton of lemons that just come in from Pariah.
what don't call?
Look at all them lemons.
What?
Look at all them chickens.
What?
Okay.
No, show me that. No more frog.
No more frogs. We don't do frogs.
Yeah, cause you the. One time I said no more frog.
One time you said no more frogs.
I know why. Okay.
Oh no, don't look at it. They put a frog in there.
No.
Have you got
All
the
these frogs.
Have you got the hip ups? I hear you with hip ups.
No.
Okay. Now talk to him.
I need come. I said no more frog. Okay.
No more frogs, okay? Why don't you like the frogs?
Stuart sent you a bunch of heads.
Oh, those are brown hedgehogs.
My bad puffer.
Yeah.
So I had to.
Yeah.
I just cry.
Jay's.
Oh no.
Yeah, I bought all a shot and a shot with how with a something it cut out with a shot and fall down on
Ah.
and that and that.
I think I can make stickers for D Live subs and do a song.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, tell everybody you love them.
Hiccups.
No, I'm not done yet.
Okay.
Not done
Well, then do it.
I wait. I am called how a that five thing the boop 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 a bump boom boom boom.
All right. Sing the chicken song.
And one more. And like that.
And like
Okay.
that.
Now
And
chicken
when
song.
and when you cut out and you the when you cut out like this
Uh huh.
it turns back
It turns black
He's talking about the guns.
all around.
Everywhere.
Yeah, and who,
When it turns black everywhere, that's called death, Ollie.
no.
Oh.
And it moves
Gotta
so,
respawn.
and moves so back. And make a shadow out.
Oh, shadow.
The shadow out.
Oh, out. Okay.
Yeah, it comes to a design. Me shadow get out.
Right.
And by shadow, it goes some. A normal shadow.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
A shadow bad now.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, and you got to put it in hot and you. And no. And a bowl of a titty will right back. All back.
It looks like all black.
Ollie, everybody.
Do you,
And a bowl of a wool back.
do you want to sing the chicken song?
And it all falls to back. A whole show to back.
We understand that. It blows up and it turns all black. We know that, but do
Yeah.
you want to sing the chicken song?
Yeah, a feedback now.
Okay.
We get
The
it.
dog did back.
Okay. Look,
I-
someone sent a chicken.
And go like this now, come whole fish on it.
Okay.
And all back away and if it no.
Oh, I got you.
And not a key. Yeah, a child give all that book it half.
And they broke it in half.
Yeah, with so far all.
Okay.
You're so cute.
Yeah, a so far it come back no. And that dog get book, eh?
All right, hey.
Okay, we
Hey,
understand that. Do you
They
want
want you to sing.
you want to sing chicken songs?
You get real parody book,
Oh,
eh?
God. Okay.
We understand that, buddy. Let's move on. Let's go to chicken. Okay.
Chicken song. Sing it loud.
No, everybody freak out.
Everybody freaks out.
Yeah, we.
Freak out chicken songs.
No, it's too bad now.
Okay.
And who will not bad?
Look, they're freaking out. Look at all the chickens. Chicken. Yeah. Chicken wing, chicken wing.
Wing. And you don't. Hey, that foul.
You didn't sing the part about hot dog and bologna.
I don't want it.
Oh.
Sing it.
I need to talk, guys.
Okay.
I foul to get out.
Okay.
It get right there. It too bad, not table. If you pull it down, it get out and get away
Okay. It's okay. Calm
You're
down.
So excited.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, a shadow hedgehog.
Shadow hedgehog.
Yeah, a toe a ball off.
Blowed him up. What?
And every feet all of go feet out a his day.
You are.
Okay.
No, Peter day.
Oh, people did.
Yeah, I come away with a key. Nine time, not give well time, not if it no.
Oh. You're doing a very good job.
I shot a move car down, a shotgun all with a guy for
Shadow went all the way up and.
no Sean.
Oh.
Yeah, a cat, ball.
Oh.
Cracking and cracking and cracking.
That will so bad.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. Well, tell everybody you love them.
What you buy? I win 9 new.
Love you. Bye. All of it. 99 news. That was all Sonic news tonight.
Say bye to Graham.
A ball guy.
Say bye to
Oh,
Grammy.
I love you.
A whole day.
But bye to Grammy.
Bye guy.
Love you.
A all guy t a ball a whole world so bad a ball.
Whole world turns black and blows up.
A a bit and have a top.
Okay, you're still talking, buddy. It's okay. Okay. That was a good one. That was a good news segment. I enjoyed that. That was very good. Good job. Shout out to Ollie. We appreciate the Sonic updates and explosion updates. It's no less believable than all this QAnon bullshit. So might as well cover it, right? Okay. Next in our updates. You guys remember one M, the Seeker of Truth? The Truth Seeker? M? I think his name's actually Emily. That's why he doesn't want to tell anybody. Emily, the Seeker of Truth. We have an update from his good friend, longtime lover, Charlie Ward. Let's see what Charlie had to say about one Mr. M. I'm going to have to refresh this because BitChute sucks as a video player. My days are numbered. I hope not. Well, they probably are, to be honest with you.
Hi guys, just to let you know, we've got a brand new website, drcharlieward.com, where all our videos will be loaded over the next few weeks. And as I said, I'm not qualified to give the advice, our financial advice, but it's just what all
right, so Charlie has on Tiana.
If you order from them,
Tiana,
£250 worth, you get a free 1 ounce silver coin, which is very, very nice. It's a nice little.
Let's see the start of it, then I'll take you to where everything happens at.
And it's up to you. It's your choice. As I said, I'm not qualified to give the advice, our financial advice, but it's just what I have done personally. And I hope you enjoy it. And I hope you enjoy watching all of my videos.
One day Ollie's going to take over the show. Hell, he about took it over tonight.
Because I knew that even if they gave you fines, they couldn't enforce them.
Right.
So what they're doing is completely illegal. But they're just sort of battling on, and it's quite funny.
Oh, Ollie coming for my gig? Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Do you think that is that actually being executed? Do you think?
I know I'd seen you on here before, like commenting. I was like, "What the fuck is that? Some type of weird threat from someone who's been here before?" But yeah, you are right.
People are still traveling?
That I don't know. I do know that this week is a huge week.
Hey, beer man. Oh no. Hey, Robert. I was just thinking about that today. I don't have any rewards for becoming a member, which is what you just did. Thank you for that. I think you're my first member ever. That I haven't really been advertising it. I appreciate it. I'm going to come up with some rewards for that. I don't know what they'll be, but I'll figure out something. Okay, because I don't like people joining like a membership and not getting anything. We'll figure out something for the reward system. But thank you very much for that donation. I appreciate it.
The revaluation of the global financial reset, the quantum financial system, all were passed through the World Court in The Hague last Wednesday.
Right.
It's all been rubber stamped now, so there's no going back. Not that there was anyway, but that's now been dealt with. So we will have the transitioning this week.
And then
I love her lighting, how it chops her body up into tiny squares. That's amazing.
price of oil spiked, didn't it, after the shipwreck, because so many container ships now have to go the whole way around the southern tip of Africa as an alternate route, right? So the efforts that they're making to free the ship, is it free already? I haven't even heard anything today. I haven't.
They say that they've turned it around.
Okay.
So it's long ways, but it's still grounded.
It's interesting, Charlie, because the mainstream narrative of the story is that there's been a windstorm that caused the ship to lose control and get beached somehow, which is pretty unprecedented.
I can, Debbie. I'm on the backup channel. So it's kind of weird. Thank you for the 6-pack. There we go. Someone buy the ticket, take the ride. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I can share it though. I'll share you a direct link to the video. I'm on the backup channel. My regular channel is pretty easy to find. It's called Cold Beer Confessional. And we have like we're coming up on 1,500 viewers, so it's really easy to find. The backup channel is so small, it's hard to find. Like there's only like a little over 100 subs, so it's really, really hard to find and search. But if you just click that link, that'll take you to the video that is currently live on YouTube, and then you'll see the channel. You can hit subscribe underneath the video. We'll be here for another 8-9 days, something like that.
Unprecedented, if you think about it. I mean, considering that a lot of people have actually said that it would take a hurricane force wind to affect a ship of that size. And another interesting thing to note was that the route that,
that's not true.
By now, but the route that the ship took during the windstorm was, it just somehow drew a perfect picture of male genitalia, and that's so strange. And I've heard that the Russian Navy was also.
I'm pretty sure that the when it drew the dick that everybody's talking about, that it was literally on anchor and it was just drifting around from its anchor berth, right? And then the few marks that are even stranger was after it started trying to come around and make its path, like get its path lined up. But whatever.
Positioned on one side, and the
US
canal
on
of
the
the
other.
canal, and the U.S. Navy was positioned on the other side, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's possible that this whole situation was a sting for human trafficking, but it's just, how would a wind-blown ship that is one of the biggest in the world
Must be over the target, the meat hammer target.
One theory I heard about this was that the ship's navigation system was actually hijacked by white hats. Is there any truth to
That's
that?
more to the truth. That's getting very close to the truth.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
Thank you
a
for the ice cream.
there that we'll have to wait and see unfold. But the mainstream media are
Hijacking.
not telling us the truth. I'm having to do my own deep research there with Egyptian connections to find out exactly what's going on, rather
Is
than
the penis on the rabbit? No. The penis is basically going at the rabbit.
messages going out there.
Like if someone shot it from a penis rabbit cannon.
But
I can
Yeah.
imagine people like this really want to make sense of it. So there's loads of theories going around right now.
when ships go through the Suez Canal, they go through on autopilot. They can
Yes, there is a video. We were making fun of it the other day. I was trying to defend her, but she is drunk. Suez Canal ship path. I'll show you again the path it took. X-rated. See, like even Huffington Post is sharing it. I hate Huffington Post, but even they're sharing it because it's kind of funny. But this is what they're saying that it drew this, which would be a dick and an ass, I guess. And they're saying, oh, well, the Space Force made them did that because this is all part of the show. But what it looks like to me is if you look up this area, these are other ships here. There is an anchor berth right here. Okay. There's an anchor berth, which is a spot that you anchor to wait for permission to pass through the canal. Right here where it was at. So it looks like a lot of this time it was probably on anchor, like making these circles, big and small. If you don't know, the anchor's huge and the chain weighs a lot. So if you get a little bit of wind, it won't take you as far as if you get a real heavy wind. And you'll always be in a radius. You'll always be in a radius from your anchor because you're anchored in one spot. Well, technically, you're anchored in multiple spots with a ship that big, but still, it's still a circle to the center of those two spots. So I think all this was on anchor. I think even this might have been an anchor, or maybe this was when they first came in. Maybe they were going up and past their anchor berth, and they thought, oh, they want us to anchor back here at 157, and turned around and come back and through anchor. So they waited here until they were given permission to go through the canal, which would be radioed in and signaled, and then they left from anchor here. They pulled anchor and they come around this way, right, broadside. But they didn't have a good chance at lining up because the Suez Canal actually runs this way, like this. So they didn't have the greatest shot at lining up. So this is all non-anchor zone out here. You cannot anchor past. There's a red line on some of the maps right here. You cannot anchor out here. So you like troll, basically. If you've ever been on a boat, this is like a no-wake zone because everybody's on anchor. You go slow as hell through here, and then when you get to this no-anchor zone, you can pick up the pace a little bit, line up your entrance, get lined up the best you can, and head for the canal. And again, it's just like landing at an airport. They are walking you in. Okay, you have permission. Okay, you're online. Okay, come forward, slow your speed. Watch, you're drifting a little bit towards the port side. You need to bring it back on course, blah, all that shit, right? It's just like landing a plane, taking one of these big-ass ships through a canal that's that important. So I think most of this was when they came in and they went to their anchor berth, okay? They come straight in, they start this, they do this. That would be the shaft. All the balls and stuff, I think they were on anchor at the time. Then I think this is them just lining up, doing their thing. I would like to see some pass of the other ships that were there that day. I might check that out in a minute. But that's what they're claiming that's absolute proof. You can tell. That's absolute proof that this is all a show. The Space Force made them draw a giant dick in the ocean to give us a clue. Really? Why wouldn't they draw Trump or something? Why would they draw a giant dick? How is that a clue to anybody? Maybe all the porn stars got it. Anyways, back to this video.
controlled from the skies. because it is such a narrow piece of water.
Yeah, no problem.
And it's a very busy stretch of water. So the management of it is very important. So what?
Absolutely. That captain will never pilot a ship that large again, ever. Like, I'm not saying they won't be able to pursue a career as a captain, but it'll be like on a fishing vessel or something in the open. Never anything like this. Evergreen is the company. Evergreen is the boat. It says both on the boat. The company's name on one side, the ship's name on the other.
Actually happened. Not only is unprecedented, but is actually physically impossible. So something has been done on purpose by somebody. And of course, it was convenient that it was Evergreen. The media, of course, pumped out rapidly that it was a Taiwanese ship made in Taiwan. Yes, it was. It's absolutely correct. It was made in Taiwan. It's under a Taiwanese flag, but of course, it is actually owned by Walmart and the Clinton Foundation for Child Trafficking. Evergreen has been very well documented on this, and for anybody who's done any research at all, they'll find it out. And so something is going on. I'm just trying to find out exactly what, because the stories that are coming out are nothing like the truth. And it's very interesting that the Egyptian Prime Minister authorized the taking off of the containers onto dry land to refloat the ship. So
are they going to do that? That would be quite telling, wouldn't it?
That would be very, very telling, and that's a very unique thing, because all of those containers are currently in transit. So they would have to fence off that area because you're unloading and reloading on foreign soil. And it'd be very interesting if they accidentally dropped one and it came open. Yeah, let's wait and see.
The call code for the vessel is obviously H3RC, which is so close to the initials for Hillary Rodham Clinton. But the most important thing...
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Like you said, the word that is now being it's painted in bold letters across the ship. And I think what's happening is it's sinking into the consciousness of millions of people right now who are watching this story. And like Q kept saying, the world is watching, right? And it's just so happens to be Hillary's Secret Service code name as well. And then I heard that the call signs for the tugboats that are trying to free the vessel are called Baraka and Mossad or something.
So I think that's right. Yeah.
I mean, it's
all in plain sight.
Exactly.
Oh no! It's a donation inbound.
Thanks for saving me from the cult.
Oh, Solitaire, thank you for the donation. I didn't know you were that big of a believer. I know that you had said that you knew some of the people we were talking about. I didn't know, but yeah, thanks for joining us. Anybody who wants to leave that shit, I understand people get... Oh, actually, I have talked to you about this before. I understand people get sucked in. Don't be embarrassed. Don't whatever. There's never a better time to quit than now, okay? Never a better time to quit than now, for sure. Don't ride it all the way out to the end thinking that you've... what's it called where you have like the sunken cost fallacy? Is that what it's called? Where you have too much invested, you can't quit now? Hell no. Get out. Get out, get out, get out. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it.
I mean, it's not... it wouldn't be... It's safe to assume that all these names have been chosen as comms for the world to understand a possibly deeper narrative of what's really going on. And that, that picture was actually absolutely astounding, Charlie. Well, how did they do that? It was so expertly done. Mm-hmm. The picture that they draw, whatever they're trying to...
Oh, here, I'll show you one. I just picked a random boat. This is also a cargo carrying vessel. I just picked a random boat. Now, see, with this boat, the winds on this day, or currently right now, are just, the winds are just left and right. They're lateral winds. So, see, they're just making a bunch of half moons, right? They're sitting right outside the Suez Canal. I'm at the Suez Canal right here, right? So they're just making a bunch of half moons. Now, they're not driving back and forth. But if the wind was blowing in all kinds of directions, or if the wind was blowing super hard, that would push them on around in a circle. They've already got a half circle here. Look, that's how easily you could make a circle. And then if you blow them the other way, look how easily you could make a circle over here. We can track all these vessels. I didn't know this app existed. This is the first time I've ever opened it. But I'm pretty sure they're going to be on anchor berth when that shit was going on. There's a Port of Egypt. Uh-oh. Should have done that. I'm pretty sure a lot of these boats are going to be on anchor berth. This looks like a tugboat. Let's see what it's been doing. Okay, it's got pretty steady shit. It looks like it was escorting. It just come out from an escort after it passed through. Can we select that one? Let's track that one. Okay, that one come through the canal. But I'm sure it was anchored at the other side. Let's see what it did at the other side. By the way, we do have traffic. It looks like the evergreen's floating, so it looks like we do have traffic through the canal. I wonder what it was doing on the far side. Was it anchored for a while? Yeah, look at its pattern. So it was anchored for a while. Real linear pattern, left and right. Oh, look, a couple circles. Someone could even say they were starting to form their own penis shaft. Come on. Like, that's clearly not some secret signal they were just sending to us so we would know what's secretly going on. That's a little boat there. Oh, there's the boat. Track. They look to, they're either back on anchor or they're adrift right here. There is the that's the Ever Given right there. That's Our Lady. She's out of the canal, or she's in the. Yeah, she's out of where she was stuck at. This is the narrow part of the canal, of course, and that's where it was stuck for days. So that just started. Well, that was weird. We just happened upon that. So the canal has a couple wide spots. It's in one of the wide spots. I don't know what they call that spot. I'm sure it's got a name, this area within the canal. But it looks like it's back on anchor again, probably assessing damage, if I had to guess. There's a port inside the canal. There's another port in the canal. There's a narrow spot with an island in it, in between it. Let's see on the other side in the Mediterranean. Let's see if any of these ships are drifting around. That's a cargo vessel. I don't know that it's letting me track anything on it, though. It's not. That's another cargo ship. Nothing on this side's really tracking. But, well, I guess there's not a whole lot of wind over here. Oh, 2 nautical miles. Is wind data on? Hold on. Wind speed on. Oh, it's a wind speed color map. See what else we got. Track that one. It's a flat top, something. Where'd you go? Yeah, it doesn't seem to be as much wind on this side at all. But I very seriously doubt that anybody took it over to draw a giant penis. What are these ones that look like arrows? What are these ones? Huh. Those ones are kind of different, aren't they? It's a big-ass boat. UASC. Oh, I guess the arrow ones, they're in movement. They are not anchored. They're actually in movement. He might be coming around. He's got permission to enter. Okay. This guy has been approved, so that's what the arrows is they're not anchored. They are in motion. They are moving around. See how most of these are dots and very few of them are arrows, like that's an arrow right there? They are in motion somewhere. They are not anchored. They're cleared to go through the canal. Same as this one. Has this one been cleared? And I'm sure in some type of very specific order, but still. We're learning a lot about boats today, guys. So there we go. So this one's going to swing around and come through the canal eventually. I'll keep that tracker on that and see what happens. We'll check that out. Okay, we'll check that out. Let me go back to the Charlie video. Just don't think that because it's a ship drew 3 circles that they were drawing a dick for me. I think they were on anchor.
It's just a matter of time before the cargo aboard, like you said, of these trap vessels are inspected and possibly made public. We're not sure, right? We're not sure if any of the information.
Oh, welcome, Nick.
We'll have to wait and see. This week is a very, very important week because the official documentation was signed off in The Hague at the World Court for the revaluation, the reset, and the quantum financial system. So that's all been signed off to happen before the 1st of April. So they've been told to push ahead. And
again, it would be awesome if any of what they were saying was true. It's just not. I mean, if I for some miraculous reason end up being wrong about all of this, hell yeah, win-win. Fuck it. I'll come out and tell you I was wrong about everything. It's just not true. what they're pushing. The narrative, the Trump, the quantum financial system, send me $10 and I'll let you draw money for the rest of your life. And we're doing this, and that's a setup, and they're harvesting, and they got baby making farms under the ground. Come on.
There's no defense. You know, I've done my homework, and it's very interesting for the last
I skipped ahead, by the way. Here's where he mentions M in a couple minutes.
5 to 10 years, people's opinions have had the same value as facts. And well, that's bullshit. That's absolutely rubbish. You can have an interpretation of fact. That's fine. No problem with that at all. But just because you have an opinion, it doesn't come on the same level as an interpretation of fact.
Right.
We'll all have an interpretation of the facts. But now, you know, and people, and facts don't care about your feelings. They don't give a shit.
Joe Biden.
Oh, God. Facts don't care about your feelings, of course.
Truth over facts, whatever that means.
Oh, yeah. Well, the guys, yeah. Yeah. As James is being naughty.
This is probably a really silly question, but does my mum still have to fill out the HMRC tax return forms? I mean, will she still have to be paying her taxes on July 31st?
Well, I've noticed a few people have contacted me to say that they've actually paid their taxes, and they've been sent back and told them that the date has been extended.
Oh, wow.
So
almost the whole world has extended their tax deadlines. Don't act like this is somehow part of your plan. Almost the whole world has extended tax deadlines and made wide exceptions for the coronavirus for the last 2 years.
There's something going on there, but the IRS in America has all but shut down. Completely, the offices are shut. The same as the Federal Reserve, they're shut. In the UK, first of all, the collection of taxes in the UK is actually totally illegal right now, because the corporation that Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs, first of all, Her Majesty is no longer.
That makes sense, Jason.
Mm-hmm.
She's just plain Lizzie now. And then you're talking about the government corporation. That's
Right.
bankrupt, so you can't collect money. The only person that can collect money on behalf of a bankrupt organisation is the receiver, the official receiver. That's not the Inland Revenue.
Right.
So
There's definitely something weird going on, Charlie, because I went to the bank the other day and I just wanted to take 5,000 out in cash, and they made such a huge deal about it. They brought the manager out, and they gave me this whole talk on why I need to call the bank before I take out.
By the way, we still got our sound clips, if you're wondering. We've got
High octane, full throttle hammer on all the deep state scumbag criminals all around the world.
And I got one from Brad, too.
Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother.
Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother.
Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother.
Wow. Sounds like a little bit of a Freudian slip there, Brad.
Out this sort of sum of money, because
This year, they didn't automatically do it, but they made it easier than ever if you need to file an extension after April 15th. I think they were in talks of extending it. I don't know if they did, but they've made it easier than ever to do the extensions.
because they need to make sure they have that sort of money ready. £5,000 isn't exactly a large amount.
No,
So it's strange that they'd have to tell me that.
I know. But the banks are in trouble, and the banks haven't got any money. That's the truth.
Exactly.
The banks are bankrupt. If they were a business, they'd be out of business. And 50% of them this year will go bankrupt. They'll go out of business.
And
All right, he's going to slip him in here in just a second.
I think. Okay. It looked like he was trending prior to the. Have you had a chance to see the HBO documentary? Because I tried to.
Oh, May the 15th. Somebody's already saying they already extended it a month because it's supposed to be April.
Watch it, and it was. You just get angry at it when you watch these documentaries because they twist the truth so much.
I don't watch television at all.
Right.
I don't watch television, and
that's for the best. Yeah.
Now I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on Instagram. I'm not on Twitter. I'm hardly on Telegram and Signal for the simple reasons that
here we go.
The team are on my behalf. I'm now completely clear, and all because I'm direct now to the QFS.
Right.
I'm speaking directly to the people that matter there. I don't need to be hunting around anymore.
I'm direct on the QFS. I'm speaking directly to the people who matter there. Why wouldn't you just say I work for them? What the fuck does this? Why are you trying to dance around it?
Hard information right from the top. We've got direct access to a number of different sources behind the walls of power. So I keep myself well clear of anything like that. And I'm sticking totally to what the truth.
Thank you, Becky.
For want of a better word. Because I got a load of messages this morning saying, "Do you know that this truth seeker has been attacking you?" I said,
"Yeah."
What? Truth seeker? Are you talking about Emily, the seeker of truth? Our good friend of the show.
Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother.
Hush, Brad. We're not stealing anything right now, okay? We're not stealing anything right now. We're talking to Charlie Ward.
High octane, full throttle hammer on all the deep state scumbag criminals all around the world.
I know. Deep state scumbag criminals.
So I keep myself well clear of anything like that, and I'm sticking totally to what the truth, for the want of a better word. Because I got a load of messages this morning saying, "Do you know that this truth seeker has been attacking you?" I said,
"Yeah."
To me, it just shows that we're over the target.
How pathetic and sad
over the target.
That he actually
Listen,
videos. That's what he's dedicated his life to now.
I'm going to show you something, because he dedicated himself to a video. Because the woman that I interviewed that claimed that she was trafficked, I don't know if she was trafficked or not, but she reckons that she saw me on a plane 25 years ago. Okay. Can you tell me something? That was me 25.
So he first of all, he acts as if he stumbled upon this, like he was just talking and this come up. No, sir. He planned on speaking about this. He has a picture of himself pulled up from 25 years ago, first of all. Second of all, at the first of this video, he said that we've known each other for, better part of a year, a few months and a year, something like that. He's only known her for a few months. He's done 1 or 2 shows with her, and he's like, "Would you recognize me from 25 years ago?" He was planning this bit. He was planning it out the whole time. It's not like he's just like, "Oh, yeah, and by the way, she was talking about social media. Yeah, I woke up to a bunch of videos or a bunch of messages saying that Emily, the truth seeker, was speaking about me, blah, 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 all that bullshit." He was planning this out. Why else would you have that picture stored on your phone ready to go? Ready to go. This is him validating that it wasn't him.
5 years ago, would you recognize me?
No, absolutely not. Nope.
Exactly. So when you get people like that, you just go.
That's exactly right. When I heard, she said, "I thought I recognized you." Then she said, "But when I heard your voice, I knew I had heard it before."
When they make comments like that, you just go, whatever.
That's right. She looks 25 tops. "Would you recognize me as a newborn?"
They come up
with
with
speculation. Gosh, they want to create some sort of story out of thin air.
But this is one thing that I've learned, that when you have a following, people just want to come on to promote themselves or whatever. And I've been very, very free to let people use my platform, because for me, it's nice to get people to.
Here's the threat.
Let them speak, say what they want to say. It's up to the viewing public to decide what's true and what's not true.
But, okay, let them speak. Let them say what they want to say. But it's up to the viewing public to decide. Sounds awesome, Charlie. Oh. The owner has disabled comments on this video. I thought we were going to go through the I thought the public decides, right? The public decides how. That doesn't make much sense, Charlie.
Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother.
We know, Brad. You're a thief. We got it.
All it is a platform for them to communicate. Now, in that particular case, I've had 3 or 4 videos with women that claim to have been trafficked, and I'm not the Messiah. I'm just Charlie. I don't know if this is their true stories or not. I really, really don't. But I give them the platform to put their case across, and then people can judge. There's
an element of cancel culture, Charlie. The fact that you're guilty by association. People think you're just giving people a platform, and it's up to us to discern whether we try.
This is not guilty by association. Guilty by association would be like, you did an interview with Scott, so you also are out here just as guilty as handing out these fraudulent Purple Hearts. What guilty by association is not is, that's the guy who was on the plane when I was sex trafficked and taken to an island, not in the Caribbean, even though that's what he blurted out, and I was raped violently. That's the guy right there. That's not guilt by association. That's, hey, you were on the plane. I saw you there.
trust them or not. And we should be able to do that by now. If Q has taught us anything, it's discernment.
100%. And I just got my lawyers onto it this morning. I said, fine, this is who it is. This is where he lives. He doesn't even know that we know where he lives. He'll shit himself when he finds out that we know where he lives. But I've got some of the top lawyers in the UK.
He called his lawyers, and we said, okay, this is him. This is where he lives. He doesn't even know we know where he lives. He'll shit himself when he knows. Charlie going to send the boys around.
That we'll pay him a little visit soon.
So like I was saying,
he's going to pay him a visit. He's going to try to use lawyers to take some kind of action against M covering Charlie's own words and own interview. M never said he did this. M never said he did that. He said it's very interesting. You're interviewing a child sex trafficking victim, and they pointed the finger and said, I know you. I think you were on the plane. I could swear to it. Your voice. I've heard it before. That was you. Or M took clips of stuff you had made and played it for a video of 30 reasons I don't trust Charlie Ward. It's stuff that you said. Are you going to sue M by way of suing yourself? Is that what's going on? Come on, Charlie. Don't make me send the boys around.
saying the documentary, Charlie, the HBO documentary, actually, yes. They've got so many things wrong. They said that the storming of the Capitol is what we call the storm, which isn't the case at all. And then the doc included a segment where Ron, I think that's his name, right? The Code Monkey on Twitter. I think his name is Ron.
Code Monkey Z, Ron Watkins.
Due to an IP, the documentary basically suggested that Ron may have been Q due to an IP address of some Q post.
The night of the inauguration, Code Monkey Z gave up. Said it's been a good run, guys. Never forget the friends and memories you made here. Maybe we'll see you at the midterms of 2024. I'm out. He was the last one. He was the last one.
Originating from that location, one of which was Ron's, basically. But no one's ever implied that he's Q. But now news is circulating that Steve Bannon might be Q just because of this documentary, and it's so silly because it's crazy because the US now is we don't even have Trump's Twitter anymore to look back on to cross-reference anything. Right. But now they're saying that the
no sound. I don't know why you don't have any sound. It should be. I don't think anybody else has that problem.
Deleted tweet of one of Ron's deleted tweets means that Q has been acquitted or something, which is very strange to say the least.
I'll tell you exactly where they find these women. These women are exactly hot enough to have a small following. They're not willing to get naked or show their nipples on TikTok or their ass all over Instagram. So the only other way, we have an entire generation, probably multiple generations of people who only want to be famous on the internet. So if you're not willing to shake your ass on Instagram, you're not willing to pinch your nipples for 3.5 minutes and then do a 60-second TikTok, you jump on board with selling hopium. It's exactly where you go. You say, oh, I've got this conviction and I can't stand these child sex traffickers that don't exist, so I'm going to put this here. This is their ticket to fame. A lot of men do it for money. A lot of women do it for clout. I can almost guarantee that. Statistically, you'll see that no matter what social media you're on and whether you're talking about Q or not. Men do it for money. Women do it for notoriety. It all ends in money. It all ends in money too. But men just want a more direct path to the money.
There's so many theories out of thin air that no one in the Q community has ever pushed or promoted.
But the funny thing is my Q is a golden Q, which is to do with the QFS, not to do with the...
Oh, my Q is a golden Q. Well, that's weird, Charlie, because you have several videos where you bounce back and forth talking about Q, the military back channel, and Q, the guy at the QFS. The fuck are you talking about? Because you literally say in some of your videos, I spoke with Q. Is that what you call your boss at the fucking bank where you work. I'm gonna start giving my next time the VA clears me to have a job. I guess if I ever get back into the workforce, I'm not fucking disabled. I'm gonna give my bosses code names. Then I'm gonna put stickers of their code names all over the background behind me.
Not what to do with the Q, right?
The Q organization or the QAnon. I don't get any intel from Q or QAnon, and haven't done for probably 9 months. I looked at it 9 months ago, 10 months ago, just to have a look, and it matched in. Funny enough, it matched in with a lot of the stuff that I was being told factually. Now I've moved more to getting the factual information from the top and then verifying it with the spiritual side.
Right.
And that's been very, very beneficial because it's given me clarity.
And what are your thoughts on the speculation about Diana, Michael Jackson being alive? Do you think there may be any truth to that?
So Charlie's going to send lawyers around to M because he knows where he lives. And I guess either they're just going to show up randomly or they're going to try to file suit or some shit. It's all a bluff. I swear it's a bluff. No man would be so stupid as to show up in court on your own words that someone just put up there and repeated. Come on.
It's not going to change my life if they are or are not. It's a lovely conspiracy theory that I'm hanging on to. It's not so much if they're alive. It'd be fascinating to find out the story between when we thought they died and now. That would be the fascinating bit for me. Yeah. There's a lot of theories out there. The same with Elvis. The same with a number of different things. JFK Jr. Another one. There's a few of them out there that there's different theories, but it won't change my life. But it'd be fascinating to see if anybody that has that we thought had left us was actually a psyop that was in hiding for a specific reason, and then to find.
It's just more vague statements wrapped in lies. Ever been hit with a Q stick? Actually, yes, I have.
Find out from them what it was like living as a dead.
I think it was a bridge. Actually,
the world thought they were dead. What was it like to live? Now, on my journey in my lifetime, I have visited a number of islands. One specific island.
The same islands that poor young girl was sex trafficked on.
It's called Cameline Cay, which is just off the coast of Andros Island in the Bahamas. And the owner of that island is, I think he's Jamaican. Mm-hmm. I think so. He bought it 25, 30 years ago. He paid $250,000 for it then. It's now worth 50 to 100 million, I would think, at least. And it's probably got 10 to 20 beautiful villas on it, beautiful beach bungalows on stilts. It is a cay. It's about 3 kilometers long, and it's about 100 meters wide.
Right.
And it goes wider and thinner. But that, and the owner of it has said that the police and the authorities have never, in 25 years, visited the island. Never.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and we went there for a wedding. Mm-hmm. And there was 3 villas that were occupied. That we were there for a week. We never saw the occupants once.
Wow.
And that's not the only island in the world like that. We know of Epstein.
So you've been there once?
I've been there once, yeah.
Okay.
I went for a wedding.
Wow.
And I thought to myself, if you wanted to hide from the world, that would be the perfect place. And the only Wi-Fi there was in the office, outside the office.
Cameline Cay, he's claiming, is an island off of the Bahamas. Is this even an island? I mean, it is, but it's part of a longer. What? Hold on, I gotta do some more research. Let him keep talking.
No phone signal, no nothing. So nothing, no television. So you're completely detached from the outside world, and it was a beautiful place for a wedding. I mean, absolutely stunning. And we flew into Nassau in Grand Bahama, and then we took a little Air Flamingo, little flat plane that the pilot had. It was so fat he had to climb through the front window of the plane. That's how fat it was. And then we landed in Andros Island. Then we took a.
The pilot was so fat he had to climb through the front window. What? Where are we going here?
A truck across Andros Island, about half an hour to the Cay, and then we took a little boat across to the Cay. And the owner of it just completely controls everything that happens there.
My goodness.
And what happens there stays there. It's that simple. They control it. You take Richard Branson, he's got Necker Island. He has total control of that. Who comes, who leaves.
I think the island's just marked wrong on this map, maybe. Yeah, the island must just be marked wrong here.
What goes on there? You know, we never knew with Epstein that he had one. We know that Biden, he had one. A number of politicians had them. A number of super wealthy have them. There are many islands around the world. And
it's so covert. So easily everything stays covert in those places.
Yeah, and that's why it's been so easy for so long with the child trafficking. Is just that once you have an island and have it all set up, then
it's like automated. You don't even need to.
Yeah, nobody knows anything about it. You're not being watched by anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You're away from everything.
Are we going to have more disclosure on the Epstein case and the fact that they weren't really just because people don't really understand the severity of how young the minors were? They mention, underage girls and all that stuff, but they don't really go into the detail of how young they really were, his victims.
I watched the movie Sound of Freedom, which Tim Ballard, it was his story that Jim Caviezel played. It's not yet released to the public. It will be at the end of this year.
Mm-hmm.
But it was very, very clear. The children range from single figures as in age.
Yeah, he's talking about the Bahamas. The way it's marked on this map, the reason it's so confusing is like here, I'll just show you the damn map. The way it's marked on this map is I've typed in Cameline Cay, so here's like the mainland of the Bahamas, which is broken up into a lot of maps. It looks like that the only thing that makes Cameline Cay an actual island is water about the depth that you could walk through. Because see, this is all mainland, right? And if you zoom in a little bit further, this appears to all be mainland, but it's not. This is all very shallow water and floodplains. This right here is very shallow water, and then it's all the way right here. There's even a road that goes up like right beside it, but it's all got very shallow water to make it a K. But what I was more expecting would be something like where'd that one just go? Hold on. There's one right out here somewhere. Where did I just see that other one? There's one legit like out here in the water called something that started with a C. I can't remember what it's called now. And it won't zoom in. It won't do it unless I'm zoomed in enough. Where are we at? There's one right here somewhere that was just like a speck of land out here in the middle of the ocean. That's what I was expecting to see, not something connected to the mainland. So it is a resort, but if you look at the resort pictures of it, it looks like you could walk through about knee-deep water and go back to the mainland portion of it. But yeah, it's right there. That's what he's talking about. And then there is the resort and the villas. See how shallow that water is? That's what we're talking about. The K is all about that deep. That's near Nygaard Cay. Sure. Yeah, I think I saw that pop up. Nygaard. There's a bunch of them here. What's this? Stannard Rock. Bahama Best Birdwatch Spot. Stannard Rock is something apparently. Anyways, I was expecting to see like out here over the water, right? Not like here, part of the mainland, but it technically is a K, I guess. There's even a perfect square of non-submerged land. I guess all this white is kind of floodplains and continuous water, and then this green is going to be mainland portions. I guess we could pull up the satellite. Hold on. Yeah, see, this is the only thing that makes it an island. You know what I'm saying? Like this right here is the only thing that makes it an island. This little bit of water. I was expecting to see it out in the middle of the ocean, I guess is what confused me. But yeah, I did see Nygaard as well. But it just doesn't seem like... I mean, I can understand that's the all of what they call the Bahamas. I can understand being out like in the middle of nowhere and the police don't mess with you. But this is kind of like, I mean, this isn't out in the middle of nowhere. There's like roads to it and shit. Like you don't even have to take a boat. You can just drive over there. You can literally just drive across a road and a bridge and go to this place. I don't know. I would assume if you called the cops would be there at some point. It gets real skinny up here. There's no road back over, but there is a road onto this place. I don't know. It's a good time to tell you guys that I'm planning what is that? piece of land there. That'd be cool to own an island like that. This is a good time to tell you that I'm planning a Fire Island experience. Tickets are $17,000 a piece. There will be food and entertainment provided. The Fire Island experience, only influencers are going to be given free tickets, so buy your tickets now. It's going to be the concert that all the world's talking about. All right, let's get back into it.
4, 5, 6 years old, all the way up to young women.
Peter Nygaard was recently arrested and considered to be one of the worst human traffickers in history. Yeah, I saw your comment. I need to look it up.
Hold on. My emotions were all over the place. I wanted to kill them. And the first paedophile that was involved, he looked like a paedophile. He was shifty, he was slippery, he was horrible. The next 2 or 3 of them were just like fat businessmen and fat actors, and
So are we gonna?
Oh yeah, I remember this dude, Peter Nygaard, a Finnish-Canadian former fashion executive. He founded Nygaard International, a company that made women's apparel in 1967. He resigned as a chairman in February 2020 after FBI raided company headquarters in its investigation of sex trafficking accusations against him by multiple women. Nygaard was arrested on sex trafficking and racketeering charges in December of the same year. He was rated the 70th richest Canadian by Canadian Business Magazine 2009 and worth $817 million. Jesus, he's got a bunch of lawsuits. On November 24th, 2019, Bahamas police began investigating 6 allegations of rape made. See, the police are investigating these allegations, and his fucking island is more secluded than this island. I don't know. Made against Nygaard. All the alleged victims were under the age of 16. On January 27, 2020, Nygaard faced 2 separate lawsuits after being accused of sexual assault. On February 13, 2020, 10 women filed a class action against Nygaard in New York, alleging that he had raped them at his Bahamas residence. They also alleged he maintained a sex trafficking ring. 8 of the alleged victims were underage. On February 25th, 2020, the New York headquarters of Nygaard International were raided by the FBI and NYPD in connection with sex trafficking claims. The Nygaard stepping down from the company. This led to Nygaard stepping down from the company. On April 20th, 2020, 36 new women joined a sex assault suit that was filed in February 2020. On August 17, 2020, Nygaard was sued by 2 of his sons on accusations of directing a known sex worker said to be his girlfriend to rape them. On December 15, 2020, it was reported that Instagram model Sulian Medeiros and Warren and Baram Management were named as alleged co-conspirators in Nygaard's alleged sex trafficking scheme. That kind of sounds like the Ghislaine Maxwell Epstein thing. She is an Instagram model and a management company were part of his sex trafficking. So these sex traffickers do exist. It's something we need to take care of, especially when they're fucking with underage people, for sure. But did you hear any mention of him hatching babies underground in his secret tunnel? And no, it's happening to real fucking people, and it's right out here in the open. It was reported that blah 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 co-conspirators in Nygaard's alleged sex trafficking scheme in 2 separate lawsuits. On December 15th, 2020, Nygaard was arrested in Winnipeg for extradition to the U.S. to face charges of sex trafficking by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan. On February 5th, 2021, Nygaard was denied bail and now faces extradition to the United States. So he hasn't actually been extradited yet, but it looks like it's coming. He'll be in the U.S. soon to face trial. How close is that island to this island? What was it called? Lame K to Hold on, I'm just checking something right quick. Nygaard K, copy that famous Lyford Cay is where he's at. Lyford Cay. Yeah, it's kind of on the opposite on the opposite side of that water towards another island, another large island. It's called Lyman Cay. Is that what it's called? What did I just call it? Lyford Cay. So if we do this, maps, I'll show you where the two are. And this is where he was sex trafficking from. So Charlie's talking about being right here on this Kemalam Cay, and he said he's been to about all the islands down here, and he said he's been to about all the islands and cays down here in the video, but this is where it was happening right here. Lyford Cay is what people referred to. It's always been Lyford Cay, but people referred to it as Nygaard Cay because his home's on it. And that's basically it. He owned the island, basically. But yeah, probably less than 10 minutes by boat. Well, maybe 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes apart. Damn, that's crazy. Lyford Cay. Out here with Nygaard's home. His basketball court, his tennis court. Look at all this shit. That's where he sex trafficked from. Hell, that might be Charlie going by on a jet ski. What is that? I know it looks huge, like a gigantic boat, but you need a big jet ski to pull Charlie around. What did Tony just say? I did a 3-hour interview with Nygaard's son. Holy shit, his son's suing him too, right, for being raped by a prostitute. Like the dad sent a prostitute over to rape his son.
Disclosure about that, because like you keep saying, I mean, crimes against humanity is what's going to really unite everyone across all parties.
There will definitely be disclosure coming this year. Definitely. It's a question of how much we can take. Because I'll be honest with you, I've seen things I wish I hadn't seen, but I did ask to see them because I wanted to see the truth. And it was
SDNY, Southern District of New York. So he's already in the Southern District of New York. That one hasn't been updated since February 5th. Was the last time he was denied bail in Canada. But he's been sent to the Southern District now. Absolutely disgusting, and you can't unsee it. It's horrific, and I wish I hadn't done, but it's in. Dude, I don't know. I mean, I clearly can't make any accusations, or he's going to send his lawyers over here. But man, he has a tie to a lot of very wealthy people, and is moving and in islands and shaking and transporting funds for a lot of fucking people who seem to be tied to a lot of pedos. Seems weird.
And I'm sure you don't, and I would hope that we only see a fraction of what's actually gone on. And the most important thing is that the people that were perpetrating it are taken out. And there'll be a few of them. They've made it very clear to them that anyone that is cooperative in bringing down more of the paedophiles.
I'm sure it's on his channel. His channel is the Veritas Machine.
Will be allowed to leave a legacy. So they'll be executed because it's crimes against humanity. But they'll be able to leave a legacy so that the public won't know that they've been involved if they cooperate. If they don't cooperate, they will be executed publicly, and they will have a confession, a video confession, etc. And they will be shown for what they really, really are. But I know right at the very start that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were like singing canaries. They were telling everything. And the problem is like once that starts, you start naming royal households and members of the royal families, and then of course they start pointing the finger at everybody, and everybody points the finger at everybody else to try and save their own butt. At the end of the day, if you're facing the death penalty, then you tend to sing like a canary.
So usually a fraction of it will come out. Will it still be enough though, Charlie, for people to actually wake up to the fact to how
for most people it'll be enough, but some people are so stupid at the moment, it's ridiculous.
Sex trafficking is an issue. It'll more than likely always be an issue, but we can do a lot better on it for sure. I don't know anybody that's okay with pedo shit, of course. So when you're calling these people out, it's a thin line to walk. When it's like a tightrope, with calling them out and saying this is bullshit, this is bullshit, this is bullshit, and then people show up in your chat and you're like, oh, you don't want to save kids, oh, you hate kids, oh, you want kids to be tortured. No, all that can be taken care of. But again, when you're out here slinging around these Q bullshit, when you're out here slinging around these baby farms underneath the White House bullshit, when you call everybody a pedo, all you help do is to hide the people who are really doing it. If someone robs a bank and we have an eyewitness and we bring in 100 people and say, okay, who was it that robbed the bank? And you say everybody. The one person who robbed the bank is just standing there like, oh, of course this isn't going to work. Look how crazy she is. She's calling us all bank robbers. Isn't that silly, guys? We're not bank robbers. And everybody else is saying the same thing. You can't call everybody who disagrees with you as fuck. You can't say they're fucking around with kids, because if there are people that are actually messing around with kids, you're helping to hide them. You're giving them cover.
But I've now got to a stage, Gianna, where I'm backing off. I'm just saying I've done what I can. I can't force you to believe what the information, but what I've done is gather together facts. And if your opinion is as valuable as my facts, then we're on a different page. We'll just have to leave it at that.
Right.
Man, Charlie hangs out with some dubious characters as well.
Your study has been BBC One, ITV, CNN.
Are we still hoping for the EBS? Is that still on the table?
I think it's still on the table. When, I don't know.
Where? When's it coming, Charlie? This is the 15th time you've predicted it.
Special Counsel John Durham is still alive, and Durham's obviously been probing the Crossfire hurricane investigation for about 2 years, and he was officially appointed special counsel by Attorney General Barr last October, I think, right? But Trump put out the statement.
That's exactly right. They're not doing a bit of this because they care about kids. They're not doing a bit of this because they care about kids. They're doing this shit because they care about notoriety, they care about fame, and ultimately they get money.
Asking, where is Durham, and is he a living human being? Will there ever be a Durham report? And it just aligns so perfectly with the last Q drop, which is very interesting yet so ambiguous. But why would Trump mention Durham suddenly? I think he puts out these statements to just gauge what the opponent's next move is.
I think so. I think you're absolutely bang on right. We're in a war. We're in a war. And there's smoke screens and false flags and red flags and everything going on all around the place. But it's certainly a fascinating time to be alive, and I'm enjoying it. I think it's absolutely brilliant.
He didn't say the year. He said we went for a wedding. That's all he said.
Would you say March has been as mad as you expected?
I think if you're in the fifth dimension, it's been completely barking mad. And if you're in the third dimension, you've not seen a thing.
Right.
If you're in the fifth dimension, the dimension of light, if you are a light being, it has been barking mad. If you're in the third dimension, well, you haven't seen anything, have you? That's a good way to hide it, Charlie. Just take it to a different dimension. I appreciate that.
I think for those people that are in the fifth dimension and above, they've got it. They've seen everything that's out there. And there's been so many things out there to see, which are very, very exciting. But you can see the third dimension have missed the whole show. They haven't seen anything.
Would it be safe to assume, Charlie, that Trump is definitely documenting everything as it's happening? Because surely there'll be like blockbuster movies and just documentaries in the future about all of this unfolding and how it actually took place.
Yeah. It's very interesting because we're living in a parallel universe where you've got some people who know what's going on and some people who think they know what's going on, and it's fascinating to see.
Oh, okay. So which one are you, Charlie?
They're absolutely convinced that Biden's the president of America. They're absolutely convinced he is.
Of course he is. Inauguration and all, man. Of course he is. Again, if something happens, okay? Let's say something happens. Let's say me and you are standing on the side of the road, okay? And our car comes by in a video game, and a barrel sticks out of the passenger side window. Bam! Drive-by shooting. You get shot in the leg and you're bleeding out. Would you rather me say, oh my God, you've been shot in the leg. I don't want to believe it. I don't want to be here, but I'm going to stop the bleeding. I'm going to patch you up, or I'm going to call 911. Or would you rather me yell and scream about how it's not happening and go home and sit on my fucking couch while you bleed out in the street? This delusion is not helping anybody but the other side.
And I asked them, does it not worry you that there's a fence still around the White House that's keeping people in? And does it not worry that he's never been inside the White House? Does it not worry you that he's not getting
I'll go back to it in just a second. Let me finish this. Oh,
does it worry you that Donald Trump is still using Air Force One and Biden isn't? Does that not worry you? And,
when you ask people these questions, because then they just turn around and say, how do you know all this? Like, where's the source for your information?
Exactly. Well, I do my own research, and then I point out where my research is. But now I've learned that doesn't work. I have to say, well, you go and research it. You go and find out for yourself. Don't ask me. 'Cause if I tell you, you'll go, oh yeah, and you'll come up with another excuse.
And it has the lizards, aliens, underground tunnels, and all this time he's been hiding the conspiracy behind trying to bust it. That would be awesome.
So there's no winning with them. And it's never been more apparent. The quote that says, "The truth is never told; it's always learned."
Yeah.
I've seen this it really makes sense now with the way that things are unfolding. And I heard that Kamala Harris is actually really annoyed that she hasn't been able to move into her official Washington D.C. Home, because apparently her current situation, she's living out of suitcases, and it's been more than 2 months.
I don't know what religion they claim to practice, but it has nothing to do with the religion I grew up on. We've got some of these Q-fluencers, as we should call them from now on. I just made that up. Saying that Trump is the manifestation of Jesus Christ himself. They're talking about alien technology and med beds and ascension into light beings. Uh-oh. There we go. 5 more friends. There we go. Thank you very much, Debbie. Deborah Hart. I appreciate that. Thank you for the donation. That was through Buy Me a Coffee. You can also type in buymeabeer.com. They own that website as well, because I was going to try to buy me a beer. But anyways, they own it. Buymeabeer.com/cold beer. But it's the whole thing, the whole premise of where this is based on. It just it doesn't make sense to me anymore that they're still using religion as the backbone of this. They're way, 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 way too far away from religion to have anything to do with religion. Okay? They're making claims about this ascension and about interdimensional and these beings and this and that. It's not the religion that I grew up with. It's not the Christianity that I knew as a child. And again, I haven't been to church in a while, but if it's changed that much, something happened. Something happened. They are way out there. Not to mention they claim that they're Republicans, conservatives, and patriots, and they're vouching for universal basic income, universal health care, and nobody working because the alien technology is going to take over. Plus, they want Trump to run the entire financial system. Several countries within the world he's going to take over. He's going to run all media and all social media. This sounds a lot like a dictator. The whole thing's fucking weird.
Months after Inauguration Day. I've read this on an actual mainstream article. So, I don't know.
This is the White House taking the piss.
It sounds like it. I mean, that's how really...
She's never been anywhere near Washington, D.C.
Oh, gosh.
She's never been there. She's either at the studios at Castle Rock in Hollywood or the other one's in Atlanta.
Are we going to see it go to the extent where she will become president? Does that need to happen?
I don't know. So I'm just enjoying the pantomime. I know the ending. It's a happy ending, but this is just part of the journey. I'm just watching all the fun now, just sitting back and relaxing. And whether she is or whether she's not, I think this week is so important because of the new quantum system. And the other thing, of course, I pointed out to somebody the other day, all the stimulus checks have got Trump's signature on them.
Have they? Have you actually had people tell you this?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
And I asked
negative.
Sorry?
They have no signature on them at all.
No, it doesn't, because they're post-dated.
Oh, gosh.
This is how stupid they are.
I think, it's really time to give up on those people. People sometimes tell me, Charlie, like that with my rhetoric, the way that I speak, sometimes people say you're causing a lot of division and it's quite divisive the way that you speak. But at this point, I want to be divisive. I want there to be a clear line between these people who they're just honestly, they're lost. I don't think they're salvageable. They're not.
Well, they've all their lives, they've always taught us to divide and conquer. That's what they've taught us. So we're using it against them now. We're dividing between good and evil. They don't like that at all.
That's true. Just like Trump. We're just using everything that they use against them.
Exactly. We're using their tools against them.
And then we saw the rapper singer Lil Nas, who just launched
so the new ones don't have a signature on them. Biden said he didn't want to add his signature because it might slow it down. I don't think it would have, but he didn't want to add his signature. But of course, Trump's signature is not on it. There's no on the third payment. There's no signature.
A controversial pair of Satan's shoes, which actually features a bronze pentagram on it, and there's an inverted cross and a drop of real human blood. So the fact that these sort of things are coming to light is massive, because we've been talking about how satanic Hollywood is for the longest time, right? So this is quite telling.
Yeah,
had my ex's signature on it when she cashed it.
With that Ellen DeGeneres, with the anti-aging stuff that has human stuff, and they've been talking about it on the show. And of course, nobody in the last 2 or 3 years has even pulled her up and said, "Hang on, what do you mean made out of human or out of babies? What do you mean?" And exactly. For people nowadays, they're well aware of it. This is why abortion was pushed so hard in California, because they make so much money out of the aborted fetuses.
Exactly.
I mean, it's a sick world, but it's all coming clear now.
Yeah.
We're nearly there.
And Q said that, there's a reason we need to go mainstream before evidence is disclosed. So that's what I'm seeing with the HBO documentary and things like that. So lastly, Charlie, I just want your opinion. I'm not saying this is, it's just your opinion. I just want your opinion.
Well, it doesn't require a signature. A check from the government doesn't require a signature. The Trump signature thing was, some presidents put their signature on it, some don't. But it doesn't. Here's what it looks like. Here is a blank one or a sample one. It doesn't require a signature. Let me see if I can zoom out some. It doesn't require a signature at all. It's from the U.S. Treasury, blah, blah, blah. It'll have the date, blah, blah, whatever. And then on the back, you sign it and deposit into your bank if it's a paper check. Now, Trump's signature was like from here to over here. Biden said it would slow it down, which it wouldn't have because these checks didn't start coming out until much later. He had days upon days upon days upon days to put his signature into the printer. You know what I mean? It wasn't like he was signing each one.
Opinion on this. Are we still hoping that Trump will be back within this year? Because Juanos haven't said that something around April, and I don't want to get too attached to any sort of timeline, but could you give me your opinion on that, whether you think that is the case?
The answer to your question is yes.
Okay. Just needed some reassurance. Thank you.
And he never stood down.
The left and the right will equal each other out. The further the left goes, the further the right goes into fucking insanity.
He never stood down. And at the moment in America, the military are in control. And just one little point of interest for you. They recognised Donald Trump as their commander-in-chief earlier this month.
Ooh, yay.
What was that? Hold on. 45.
And he never stood down. He never stood down. And at the moment in America, the military are in control. And just one little point of interest for you. They recognised Donald Trump as their commander-in-chief earlier this month.
Ooh, yay. So it must be a lot of, this is just disinformation, isn't it? And that we're hearing that there's a lot of people are actually, there's a lot of division within the military. Is that disinformation? Because I was hoping it was.
Rubbish. The military, anybody who understands anything about the military, anybody, is just they don't commit to the president. They commit to protect the people and uphold the Constitution. End of story. That's what they join the military. They don't join the military to be Donald Trump supporters or Biden supporters or JFK supporters. It's to protect the Constitution and the people. End of story. So there's no division. They want to protect the people and uphold the Constitution.
That goes against your claim as well.
Amazing. So we'll just end it there then. That's such a good note to end it on. It always reassures me when I talk to you, Charlie. Thank you.
Thank you too. Great to see you again.
You too.
Let's back up just a second. I want to hear what he said about the Bahamas too.
It's so silly because, it's crazy because the US now we don't even have Trump's Twitter anymore to look back on, to cross-reference anything. Right. But now they're saying that the deleted tweet of one of Ron's deleted tweets means that Q has been acquitted or something, which is very strange to say the least. They're just making so many theories out of thin air that no one in the Q community has ever pushed or promoted.
Well, the funny thing is my Q is a golden Q, which is to do with the QFS, not to do with the
Q, right?
The Q organization or the QAnon. I don't get any intel from Q or QAnon, and haven't done for probably 9 months. I looked at it 9 months ago, 10 months ago, just to have a look, and it matched in. Funny enough, it matched in with a lot of the stuff that I was being told factually. Now I've moved more to getting the factual information from the top and then verifying it with the spiritual side.
Right.
And that's been very, very beneficial because it's given me clarity.
And what are your thoughts on the speculation about Diana, Michael Jackson being alive? Do you think there may be any truth to that?
That's right. Stay in your own country.
It's not going to change my life if they are or are not. It's a lovely conspiracy theory that I'm hanging on to. It's not so much if they're alive. It'd be fascinating to find out the story between when we thought they died and now. That would be the fascinating bit for me. Yeah. There's a lot of theories out there. The same with Elvis. The same with a number of different things. JFK Jr., another one. There's a few of them out there that, there's different theories, but it won't change my life. But it'd be fascinating to see if anybody that has that we thought had left us was actually a psyop that was in hiding for a specific reason, and then to find out from them what it was like living as the world thought they were dead. What's it like to live? Now, on my journey in my lifetime, I have visited a number of islands. One specific island is called Cameline Cay, which is just off the coast of Andros Island in the Bahamas. And the owner of that island is, I think he's Jamaican. I think so. He bought it 25, 30 years ago. He paid $250,000 for it then. It's now worth 50 to 100 million, I would think, at least. And it's probably got 10 to 20 beautiful villas on it, beautiful beach bungalows on stilts. It is a K. It's about 3 kilometers long, and it's about 100 meters wide.
Right.
And it goes wider and thinner. But the owner of it has said that the police and the authorities have never, in 25 years, visited the island. Never.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and we went there for a wedding, and there was 3 villas that were occupied. That we were there for a week. We never saw the occupants once.
So I heard him say the guy who owns the Chamomile K or whatever is Jamaican, and he bought it, and it's worth a lot more now.
Wow.
And that's not the only island in the world like that. We know of Epstein.
So you've been there once?
I've been there once, yeah.
Okay.
I went for a wedding.
Wow.
And I thought to myself, if you wanted to hide from the world, that would be the perfect place. And the only Wi-Fi there was in the office. Outside the office, you couldn't get Wi-Fi. You couldn't get the internet. No phone signal, no nothing. So nothing, no television. So you're completely detached from the outside world. And it was a beautiful place for a wedding. I mean, absolutely stunning. And we flew into Nassau in Grand Bahama. And then we took a little Air Flamingo, little flat plane that the pilot had. It was so fat, he had to climb through the front window of the plane. That's how fat it was. And then we landed in Andros Island. Then we took a truck across Andros Island, about half an hour to the Caye. And then we took a little boat across to the Caye. And the owner of it just completely controls everything that happens there.
My goodness.
And what happens there stays there. It's that simple. They control it. You take Richard Branson, he's got Necker Island. He has total control of that. Who comes, who leaves, what goes on there. You know, we knew little flat plane that the pilot had. It was so fat, he had to climb through the front window of the plane. That's how fat it was. And then we landed in Andros Island. Then we took a truck across Andros Island, about half an hour to the Caye. And then we took a little boat across to the Caye. And the owner of it just completely controls everything that happens there.
My goodness.
And what happens there stays there. It's that simple. They control it. You take Richard Branson, he's got Necker Island. He has total control of that. Who comes, who leaves, what goes on there. You know, we knew with Epstein that he had one. We know that Biden, he had one. A number of politicians had them. A number of super wealthy have them. But there are many islands around the world. And
it's so covert. So
yeah.
easily everything stays covert in those places.
Yeah, and that's why it's been so easy for so long with the child trafficking. Is just that once you have an island and have it all set up, then
it's like automated. You don't even need to.
Yeah, nobody knows anything about it. You're not being watched by anybody. You're away from everything.
Are we going to have more disclosure on the Epstein case and the fact that they weren't really just because people don't really understand the severity?
I don't know. I had to do some more research on that. I'm sure if he's mentioning it now, he's probably mentioned it before. I'd do some more research on that and see what he's talking about. See who he's talking about. But it'd definitely be, if you've got the interview with the Sun already, I would definitely dive into it, Tony. All right, let's see what else we got tonight. So I had somebody come into my comments on Facebook and tell me that I was an idiot, I was a Satanist, I was probably a pedo, and that I should trust back Brad. Look how many times he's been right.
Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother.
So I thought we would look back on one of Brad's old videos and see if we could figure out how many times he's been right.
Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother.
I found one that didn't age very well. I found one that did not age very well. Let's check it out and see what Brad had to say. He does an interview with Mike Cook. Mike Cook. This was from back on January 15th, 5 days before the inauguration. Let's see how many times he was right.
We're live now.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, how are you today?
Can they see me right now?
Ooh, wait a second. Oh, I'm not going live. We're live on. Yeah, I know it says live, but I just got a note that says failed to post on Facebook. Here's what Facebook said: you're temporarily restricted from doing things like posting.
Temporary ban.
Yep, they got me.
Huh. Actually, that's what you get for hanging out with me.
I'm telling you what. Hey, Chris, grab my phone.
It might be, Tony.
We're live on YouTube, but we're not live on. And I'm also recording this, so I'll fix their little red wagons. I'll post it as a recording.
There you go. There you go.
Go.
There you go. There you go.
On my phone and say that Facebook is restricting my live on the post I made about Brad. And go to the YouTube page, and you should be able to scroll down. She's got to bring me the phone. She can't operate it.
Can they see me right now, Mike?
No, they can't
hear me.
No, they can hear you.
Okay.
They can't see you.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, all that feedback is glorious. I feel like I'm on a Street Fighter stream. Now, let's jump ahead some.
You gonna start over?
Well, it might get you. It's fine. I mean, okay, hold on. I got comments going on. Let's see. So I apologize, everybody. 5. How you like that? Yeah, cheating suckers.
Yep, but
They
that's
don't
all
like-
going to change soon.
They don't like you very much.
No, they hate me.
Where's it at? As we're live, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize about all this. Let me just go back over here, back to Facebook. I don't know if it even commented. Chris, would you make a post on my page? Live from Central Missouri, it's approximately 7:14 at night. A bunch of delaying going on, a bunch of garbage going on. I will post this everywhere because it didn't work out how I wanted it to work out. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you a good friend of mine. I've actually known him for years. I don't know if he remembers me, but we met a long time ago. And he's been rocking this thing as far as the Trump stuff. He's been
Uh-oh.
and I get a lot of good information from him. He's got a lot of sources and information, a good team put together that really puts it out there. Let me introduce you to Brad Barton. And how you doing today, Brad?
Hey, buddy.
That we got all the
Oh, no.
technical issues sort of figured out. They're squashing me on Facebook like they are.
Somebody needs to teach Brad about camera angles and how you don't typically want the camera below you.
That's because you're hanging around me. I'm bad influence.
Woo, I got banned.
Yep.
Mike Cook, Central Miz, that's right.
Welcome to my world, Yost. Like you said, I'll remember the Titans.
That's right. Hey, I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, they're banning everybody, and it's about time that we move around and find someplace else to go. So make sure you check me out on Rumble. There's me on Rumble. There's me on MeWe, although they're kicking conservatives off MeWe now. There's me on YouTube. Go ahead and subscribe, ring the bell. Make sure you Rumble me if you're on Rumble. This got news for them. I bet you I can still get 1,000 people to watch it, even if it's recorded.
There you go.
My lives have been getting 20,000 views every time. So anyways, so Brad, so what's happening? Where are we at right now? I know that you put a video.
This guy has 2,000 subs. His lives have been getting 20,000 views every time. Every time he goes live, 20,000 views.
Out, went all over Facebook. Everybody and their brother was sharing it to me about conversation that you had. Was it with the generals or was it somebody else had?
Well, it wasn't just me. It was a lot of people. I was on one mic about a week or so ago, maybe 10 days.
About a week or so ago, maybe 10 days. So around the time of the shit at the Capitol, he was on a call with a bunch of generals. Turns out all those generals on that call were all fucking trying to promote themselves. They were all retired, okay? They don't have anything to do with it now. They're all retired generals.
General McInerney, General Paul Vallely, I think that's his name. I can't ever get his name right. He's a retired general. These are retired generals. I got a lot of people commenting on there. Well, how are you on there with the generals? They're not going to tell you what. Well, I didn't say they were active, moron. Okay, these are. Sorry,
Yeah, I think he plays dumb, plays like he doesn't know what's going on. I've got some videos showing that he's been in some high places, dealt with some technology before. He's always been selling this his multi-level marketing shit. Like I think he might be playing up the innocence. I don't know how this works kind of deal a little bit as well.
Being myself here.
That's okay. Go ahead.
These people are so.
By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but there is no more scissor arm over here. I can see this monitor now, which is what you guys see. That is brand new mic arm. This thing is amazing. If you're looking for a mic arm, this is the one from Vivo that like mounts to a pole instead of like being a scissor. It's got a gas shock in it that's adjustable. The thing is amazing. It like this rotates, the whole thing rotates. Oh, this is awesome. If you're looking for a mic arm, this is from Vivo. It's cheaper than the PSA 1. It's cheaper than the Yeti or the Blue Compass one. It's cheaper than all of them, and it's badass.
Stupid.
And no big-ass arm in my face.
That are in the know. And no, they don't know everything, but they're not privy to top secret stuff anymore, but they're in the know. And
there he goes. They're in the know. Someone called me out, the stupid idiots. Of course they're retired.
Active moron. Okay, these are. Sorry, I'm being myself here.
That's okay. Go ahead.
They're not going to tell you what. Well, I didn't say they were active, moron.
I didn't say they were active generals. I just led people to believe that I had intel to distribute because I had spoken to generals. I just left out the fact that none of them have been generals in 10 fucking years and have no secret intel, have no contacts, and the military has shunned them.
Okay, these are. Sorry, I'm being myself here.
That's okay. Go ahead.
These people are so stupid. These are retired generals that are in the know.
General Lee, Captain Crunch, Colonel Sanders, you got them.
Anymore, but they're in the know. And so, no, I was on there with a lot of other people. It's not like I had some inside connection.
Every time you hear Brad talk, just think, he's made his fortune off the back of signing people up to a business model where 88% of everyone he signs up makes $0 no profit. There's only a 12% chance of making profit, and Brad signs people up, so he gets profit off signing them up. $2,000 or $2,200 for a lifetime membership.
Connection. I was privy to be on there. And then the one I missed that I didn't know about, they had a couple of days ago, and but they sent me the basically the cliff notes of it, and that's what I was sharing last night on the live.
Well, you want to talk about some of the points, some of the highlights of the cliff notes of what that was, what was going on, what was discussed?
Sure. Well, I mean, basically, they just said basically, and I'll just try to hit some highlights here because there is a lot to it. Okay.
Here we go. Basically.
So,
sorry about that.
That's okay. That guy looks better than me. Okay.
Yeah. Well.
All right. So, but anyway, they were just saying everyone's upset, with the that there's been nobody's, Trump hadn't pulled the trigger on stuff yet, and and basically what.
Look how realistic that brick wall is.
What they said was they just wanted to reassure us that, make no mistake, the president will do whatever is necessary to defend the Constitution. And there's a plan in place. We've got to be patient. Okay. And that's I ran out of patience a long time ago. I used to tell
This some bitch making me dizzy moving everybody around.
Kids when I taught school, God only gives me so much patience a week.
I did too. Until the stuff I showed last night, Lily, where first of all, I'm not real sure about this guy who had cancer that he was raising money for. I've got some evidence tonight to go through, but he was taking donations for this cancer fund through his wife's private Venmo account as well as the GoFundMe. Plus, he's signing people up for his multi-level marketing scheme. Plus, the motherfucker lives in a mansion and telling people that he works 4 hours a day, making 6 figures of income, only works 4 hours a day, has all his free time, all the time with his family, and you can too. He can tell you all about it and sign you up. He's also encouraging his friends, for some reason, to start calling his show his ministry, Brad's ministry. When, like I said, it's venturing way off from traditional Christianity. Maybe it's a new one. I don't know. But he doesn't seem to be I actually laid off Brad until Brad attacked me. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to find out about this dude. Let's see what he's got. And none of it was good, of course.
And I'm out. And that'd be on like Tuesday. Okay. All right. So that's the problem with all of America. We have no patience. So you just got to wait, But as far as, there's 25,000 troops in D.C. right now, maybe even up to 40,000. I'm hearing is what's going to be.
I'm hearing a lot too.
And of course I heard last night, in fact, I saw something on somewhere that, it was basically a recording. It showed the Capitol grounds and it showed they're in kind of a curfew. And it said, you've got to be off the grounds by 1800 hours or you will be arrested. They will open
that video. If I thought about it, I'd have put it on there.
They said we'll open back up at 0600 hours, but 1800 hours, it's all military talk, as you can see, obviously. So there's a lot of stuff going on. And for people to say,
he does this for free. And then I got the video of him. We're going to watch it tonight of him saying, I've gotten so many things in the mail. Some lady had to help me carry it out to my truck. I've been doing nothing but opening packages all day. And one check from Virginia, woo, it's one of the biggest checks I've ever seen. Somebody mailed him a check in the mail.
Say that this is to protect Joe Biden from the crazy Trump supporters. I mean, come on, man. He's had 600 rallies in the last 4 years, and we haven't had any problem whatsoever. If anybody's going to be protected, if we're protecting them from anybody, it's these crazy idiots out here burning towns down and burning buildings down and acting a fool.
Right. They're there to what potentially can happen. And of course, the media spin it as if it's the right-wing hillbilly rednecks with their Keystone Light and their rebel flags going to come up there and cause some problems for Joe Biden. That's the way they're spinning it, but that's not the case because that's not us.
No, that's not us. Now, there's a part of me that like to, but no, that's not us.
We want to do things right, We don't want to run, but you're right. There's sometimes you're like going, oh man, I oughta, but you don't want to do that stuff. Was there any details given? I mean, everyone wants to know. I mean, when's it going to happen? Why don't they pull the trigger? Why don't something be done? It's like, come on, man. It's been driving me nuts for 2 months.
I think, and this is just my personal opinion here, but I'll tell you this. In fact, I'm going to go through this with you a little bit on what we talked about, but the generals are saying also the same thing I said a couple of weeks ago. Now I'm just guesstimating. I mean, they know more, obviously they're in the know, but I told people a week ago that I think this is going down to the wire.
Yeah, that's his name.
Super Bowl, and it's going down to the last play. Okay, the last 30 seconds of the game. This is a barn burner. And
I've got his mansion pulled up on Google Maps.
Last minute, I made the analogy in one of my posts about spades and having the trump cards. and that would be in this particular case the ace. And you don't play that as your first card. You wait till the very end because then you can do the most damage. You can break the most hearts with that card. When you can play a lot of spades, you know what I'm talking about, especially not in the military. Oh, so you was talking about yeah. My wife says, yeah, but you don't have any mercy on me. That's what she just said. So you were talking about that video of what was
the curfew.
Of the curfew. Go ahead and play that, Chris. I had her pull that up real quick.
Okay, wow.
Brad is a fucking grifter. Brad's making money over your back. Brad is a patriot, my ass. Brad's making it pay to play, that's for sure. If that's what patriot means.
Until 600 hours tomorrow, all individuals must leave the U.S. Capitol grounds or be subject to arrest. I repeat, a curfew is in effect at 1800 hours until 600 hours tomorrow. All individuals must leave the U.S. Capitol grounds or be subject to arrest.
No, that is like out of a movie. You don't expect to see that in the United States of America, but here we are. So,
somebody made the comment, said it sounded awful lot like that voice in Nashville saying, "Get away, get away." I don't know about that, but
yeah. I saw a post. I think it was Lynn Wood said on that one that he acted alone, but he did a pretty good impression of a British accent, with female British accent, when he put the microphone up, the loudspeaker up. So I thought that was
don't be dumb. That was one of the computer generated voices that I can go to right now and type in words and it'll repeat it for the stream. Come on now.
It's pretty hilarious. So
yeah. Hey, Mike. Another thing they talked about was the blackouts that have occurred over in the Vatican. I saw that with my own eyes.
I saw that one too. I saw that one too.
And Pakistan and Iran, and they said what that is that's our Space Force taking them out.
That's our Space Force just doing some hacking stuff, some good old fashioned guerrilla internet warfare tactics with their keyboards from outer space, knocking them out. Just to mess with them, just to turn their lights off, see what happens. Who knows?
Space Force, somehow,
probably cyber, not kinetic weapons, but actual typing in the computer, doing some kind of weird.
Yeah, they said basically it's cyber warfare, where we got satellites that knock out communications and data centers. And if you ever wondered why Space Force was instituted by POTUS a while back, it wasn't just about going to Mars. It's about this, and so it's a big deal. Also. Let me scroll here on my notes here. Forgive me here. I don't know them by heart.
While you're scrolling on your notes, one of the things I read today is that Space Force has actually been around as Space Command for a long time, and it did the cyber stuff, and it's all been part of its purvey. They just kind of rolled it into its own thing, and then they placed that right underneath Ezra Cohen Wattrick, the Special Forces stuff, which I thought was interesting.
So he's now gone.
They said the Space Force has been around since Donald Rumsfeld,
right?
With Bush, and they said they were going to announce it, and the day before
Space Force was going to be. Now listen to this. You guys know that the day before 9/11 happened, there was a few $1 trillion that was just suddenly missing. They announced it on September 10th, and on September 11th, they were supposed to announce where that money went, and the part that got hit at the Pentagon was actually where they stored the records of where that money actually went. So Brad's claim here is that those few $1 trillion that went missing were actually used to start the Space Force, and they were going to announce that they had a new. That's what they were going to announce the next day. But man, September 11th just got in the way because the deep state,
or something like that. The day before 9/11 is when it was announced or something, and $2 trillion went missing, and that was what it was about. It was creating this.
I saw that too. It's kind of linking things together. There's been so many things happening that's kind of like scatterbrained. It's like, what is going on this planet right now? But so what were you saying before your notes?
I said, the POTUS will be getting in front of the people to introduce the evidence, so the people know he is the real elected president, which we all know. He may have to use the emergency alert system to do this in 2 to 3 days. Now, they didn't give any dates or anything, but, and as they said, that some of this can be disinformation given to us on purpose because we know that the bad guys are listening into this stuff as well.
Right. I'm sure they're listening to us.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. That's what somebody said. Brad, you can tell them the bad guys. I don't think too many people listening to Brad's little talk show. I don't think worry about that. But
they ain't too many people that listen to Brad's little talk show. But when there are, you're going to make sure you sign them up for their multi-level marketing. Your voice is evil. Okay, your face is disgusting. I guess we can sling smears like that.
The other thing is what Pompeo did the other day on the Voice of America.
He never asked for nothing. We offered support. This is someone who's funding Brad's second pool or his third basketball court. That's why you can't speak with these people. This is someone who's on the hook for the money already. What are you going to talk them into? They're already paid in. They're part of the sunken cost fallacy. They can't quit. They can't quit. They can't quit. They're paying for Brad to exist. They're buying his basketball court. They're buying his new farm mansion. They're paying for this shit. They're paying for this shit. They're not going to see anything else other than, I paid for my savior. My savior's going to save the world. You wait till Brad's right.
Was a test to see if they could get the word out. And I've never heard a voice of America.
He's so pure and full of love.
What his point of all of that was his speech. It was lovely. It was good. But what was the point of it? And now they're saying that he was testing it out, and they've tested it, and it went to like 200 countries and 40 different languages. It was interpreted immediately and spit back out, I guess, is his voice.
Well, that's interesting. So it could be just all over the world.
Yeah, so big tech won't be able to stop it, is what they're saying.
Right. There was one of the last tweets that Trump put out. He said, America has a great voice, and great voice was all capitalized. Yep. And then someone did the research and pulled up a DARPA program called Great Voice.
That's right.
That allows them to just about anything that receives a signal, commandeer that. So, I mean, they have a friend of mine who's in the Marine Corps says that when he was over in Fallujah, I think it was Fallujah, someplace over there playing G.I. Joe, he said that they would drive up in Humvees, and the Humvees would emit a signal, and it would jam all communications in that vicinity.
This guy's so dumb. Okay, what he's talking about, one of the systems is called the Warlock. What he's talking about is it jams radio and cell phone signals. It jams radio and cell phone signals to prevent IEDs from blowing up. Okay, it doesn't typically jam like TV signals or cable or shit. Radio and cell phone signals, but our radios operate at a different frequency than that's why our radios are so protected. I don't know if you guys know this, but radios are a sensitive item. They are on the same level as losing a fucking Humvee or losing a crew serve machine gun or losing a tank. You cannot lose radios. You are to thermite them in place if they cannot be recovered. The reason being is because our radios, not only do they have encoders in them, so we can actually scramble signals so they can't be they're not supposed to be able to be broken, but also they operate at a frequency that really nothing else really operates at. The reason being, we can jam cell phones, we can jam commercial radios, we can jam civilian radios, we can jam that stuff, and when we jam it, they can't set off their IEDs when we drive by. So the reason being that we don't want radios to fall on their ham is they could circumvent our jammers. That's a technology, but that's not the same. That's not the same as shutting down a city block for power. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You help stock his private salmon pond. Oh. You help put another fish in his pond, or maybe put another coat of wax on his basketball court, or his sports complex, as he calls it. That's what you did. So you helped him out. You're helping out Brad. You helped him out. Good job.
Just with a Humvee, they just drive up, boom, and nobody can talk on anything except for them.
Wow.
They put it on their stuff. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if they can do that, what else can they do? You know,
Yeah.
that's just one little old Humvee with whatever they can cram inside of there.
Right.
Idiots.
Also, Mike, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm supposed to be
They
interviewing
just
you.
said, don't believe the media. It's all optics, the general said. And again, you have to understand it's important in a war to draw your enemy out in the open. And that's exactly what the president has been doing, especially if you look at it over the last 2 weeks here. He's been separating the wheat from the chaff,
Yes,
and
he
the
has.
goats from the sheep. And, so.
Actually, what he did was he tried to, after he left, when he still thought he would have a little bit of a bid or maybe a game to play, towards the end, he just assigned a bunch of people into positions right before he left, hoping they would stick in long enough. And if he did have a bid, if he did have a pool, if he did have a legal case before the inauguration, at least he had people around that were on his side. It's not a bad move, not a dumb move at all. But it didn't seem like he had any play to use that in. He just didn't have a play.
Understand also that the election on our country, the election was cyber warfare on our country, just as like if they landed here in boats or whatever and got us with guns. It's the same thing. And so now this is moved.
Got us with guns. That's a technical term if you can't keep up.
And again, they said COVID was a biological attack on our country to shut our economy down, to push the mail-in ballots. All of this was pre-planned. We know that now. And and basically they said the generals in fact, okay, here's a big point. The General Flynn and the generals encouraged us all as patriots to resist all across this country. Take off your mask, go to church, open your business. They can't stop us when we all resist. There's not enough jail cells. They can't.
Of course you can do that. I mean, it's a free country. Of course you can do that.
They can't hold everybody. Okay.
Right.
And those were our orders to get the message out to the people. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And that's what Flynn and the other generals said.
Well, I'll tell you, when they tried to pass the rules here in my little town in sleepy central Missouri, the city rose up. They had a very loud hearing, and they went ahead and passed their.
Exactly. This man is a salesman through and through. I've got a video of him admitting what the most important thing to him is. If you want to see it, it's not Jesus. It's not the truth. It's not his salvation. It's not anything. It's selling memberships. Selling memberships. Hell, we'll watch it now. Fuck it. Here we go. Glorious Brad. See what he's got to say for himself.
Okay, so anyway, Billy Crystal and the Cowboy Curly was going across the plains.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. You better play.
Billy Crystal and the Cowboy Curly was going across the plains or somewhere out west, and they were moving the herd, remember? And Curly had basically scared them half to death. And if you remember, he asked Billy a question. And he said, do you know what the secret to life is?
Do you know what the secret to life is? Do you know what the secret to life is? Now, country just wants to get the truth out, doesn't know how to work a computer. Brad would probably say his salvation, his relationship he has with God, his family, his president, America, patriotism, the American flag. Brad the salesman knows that it's selling memberships. It's convincing people that you are right and having them buy of their own free volition. Not forcing people, not saying, oh, you've got to send donations. Don't donate. You don't feel obligated to buy this membership. Don't feel obligated to donate. But I'm going to convince you why you should.
And Billy said, no, what? And he said, this. And Billy said, you fingered? He said, this one thing. One thing. You stick to that kid, and everything else don't mean jack squat. Friend, I'm here in Houston, Texas today to ask you, do you know the secret to this business?
Do you know the secret to this business? Like the secret to life? Friend, I'm here today. He's even acting like a preacher when he does this. Friend, I'm here today to give you the secret. It's this one thing, this one secret. Now, I know we're all salesmen, and this one secret out here is selling memberships.
Because it's one thing. That's what I'm fixing to share with you. It's the secret to how you do the business. And I dare to say that 95 out of every 100 people in this room sitting here today are salesmen. You are selling memberships because that's how you get paid, right?
You are selling memberships because that's how you get paid, right? You are selling memberships because that's how you get paid, right? Huh. If that's his one secret to life, If that's his one secret to this business, I wonder if this is his one secret to his current ministry. Now, Phil, no obligation to donate, people, but I'm going to tell you about all the people who donated and how much money this person from Virginia sent in, and how much of this is going, and how much this is going, and how much of that's going, and send me these donations, because I work from home for 4 hours a day, making 6 figures a year. So a minimum of 100,000 is what he's saying. 6 figures a year, working from home. Why the fuck would he even accept donations? He lives in a mansion. He drives a Hummer. He supposedly works 4 hours a day, making 6 figures a day. 6 figures or a year. Why the fuck would he even have a donation link? Why? Why would you think if I was sitting here making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and hanging out with you guys online that I would even accept donations? Hell no. Hell no, I wouldn't accept donations. What would I need them for? I could buy the gear. I could buy the microphone. Hell, he streams from his cell phone. He's not even fucking buying anything. He's standing in front of a cell phone for 2 hours a night. What is he using these donations for? To offset his business? No, he does that for 4 hours in the morning. What is he even using donations for? Why does he even accept them? I can't believe he got you all hook, line, and sinker. Let's see where else he was wrong.
We convinced the elected politicians not to enforce it, so nobody wore a mask. So, I mean, so they had a rule, but nobody enforced it, and so nobody wore a mask. Well, a lot of people wear masks because they want to, which I'm fine with. Wear a mask if you want to, but we effectively beat back the ordinance with a fine and everything else. So if you stand up and resist, you can peacefully.
Yeah, well, and this is something that has really divided people, because they'll say, well, you don't know until you have somebody dies from it or whatever. Okay, I understand all that. I've had some. In fact, I knew a girl back home in Louisiana where I grew up. She's a year younger than me, and she died supposedly from it. But most of the people
supposedly
that have been elderly or people with comorbidities or whatever they want to call it. And it is what it is. My family, we've all had it. Okay, on both sides of my family side and my wife's side, and it is what it is. I mean, it's just not. You're not going to make me wear a mask that doesn't work. But if you want to wear one, knock yourself out. But when you start trying to tell me what I'm going to do, that's where it stops.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's it's about liberty. It's about choosing your own choice. I mean,
we got to sell some more people on the ministries. Get them signed up. Don't feel obligated to donate. Trust me, I make more than you. I live in a nicer house than you. I drive nicer cars than you. Don't feel obligated to donate, because I literally sat here with a cell phone and just talk to you and show you other people's videos, other people's slogans, other people's fucking shit. Don't feel obligated to donate.
If your doctor says for you to wear a mask, then you probably ought to wear a mask. But short of that, I'm not going to listen to anybody tell me what to do. And that's because that's why we're both self-employed.
That's the beauty of it.
That's right. I told somebody the other day I'd fire myself, but then I'd have to do all.
He doesn't mention his business, but in the comments, he's recruiting people. When you come online and say, I work from home 4 hours a day. It's the best time I've ever had in my life. I got all my time back with my family. I haven't had to work a job, and I make 6 figures. Of course, people are going to try to sign up. You don't tell them it's multi-level marketing. Instead, you say, oh, well, we're selling memberships to this, and if you give me 5 minutes of your time, if I can sit down to you, I can get your hooks in. They always want to meet in person. They don't want to give out any details before it. They want to sign you on to this shit. They want to get you there in a high-pressure situation and sign you up. They don't think you'll say no. They know you'll sign up for the 2,000 because you'll say, well, I'll just take the 2-year package. And they'll say, oh, yeah, but look how much money you save if you go ahead and sign up for life. Are you going to stop buying groceries? Are you going to stop buying stuff for the kids? Are you going to stop buying stuff at the store? Are you going to stop buying this? Are you going to stop buying that? And of course, you're going to say, no, I'm going to have to buy all those things. Well, then you'll need to save for the rest of your life here. You got to keep saving. You got to keep saving. High pressure sales tactics. The same way he gets you guys to fucking donate. by spreading his bullshit, his hopium.
All the work. So
That's right. That's right. You better
So,
believe it.
I had a question that totally just blew my mind. What I was going to ask, but let me just not to interrupt your train of thought or anything, but I want to run a couple things by you that had come to, just late breaking information, basically, that is kind of blowing my mind right now. Just get what you think about this. So I'm going to throw a couple of shots up on the screen here. This says, now it is time. Italians angry.
Time.
Yeah, now is not the time. Sorry. It's real small on my screen and I'm real blind. Italians angry and perplexed as government teeters. So they got the Italian government.
In his chat, he collects a list of people who want to transform their lives and become their own bosses. What the fuck do you think he's showing them? What the fuck do you think he's showing them? Just because he doesn't say the word business. Yeah, you can just send me a message. Anybody who wants to become their own boss and transform their lives and learn how to make six figures working 4 hours a day from home. He also has some of his team, which means people that he signed up and is making money off of, in his chat every night, looking for people who want to transform their lives. He's the most disgusting person I've seen on Facebook, claiming to represent a religion and a political group while signing people up for his pyramid scheme. Are you shitting me? I've never heard him mention his business. No, he just says, who wants to transform their lives? Who wants to work 4 hours a day and make six figures? Who wants to be free like me and Kristen? Who wants to be part of this? Just shoot me a message. Or the 6 people I have in chat tonight taking down names, just reach out to them. Send them a message. They're on my team. You're so fucking dumb if you don't see that.
Teetering. You've got,
if he wants to represent God and this political party coming, tell him not to sign up another fucking person. Not from that chat. He can go and have business dealings. If he wants to represent God, if he wants to call his show a ministry, tell him to take his fucking business out of his church before Jesus comes up in his goddamn house and starts flipping tables. How about that?
Estonia, I'm not sure where that is. Government collapses over corruption investigation. This is today. These all came out today. Government in Netherlands resigns after benefit scandal. Russian government resigns as Vladimir Putin plans future. These are all what they call that, parliamentary systems. So those are the these. Well, that one right there, I didn't want to put that one up yet. Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte, I guess is his name, and his entire cabinet resigns over child welfare scandal. So that's 5 countries right there, just this evening.
Hey, but this is Anderson Cooper from CNN.
If you went to church and your pastor got up there and in the middle of the message he was delivering to you, his ministry, in the middle of his ministry, he stopped and said, by the way, while we're talking about Jesus and the political situation in this nation, I've got an investment opportunity for you. Okay, I've come up with my own cryptocurrency, and I'm looking for as many backers as I can get. Now, don't turn me down. We need to have a face-to-face meeting. I need your name and your email address, and we'll set up a face-to-face meeting or a Zoom meeting so I can really put the pressure on you. But for right now, I just need to know who wants to transform their lives with my cryptocurrency. We'll get back to the ministry here in a minute. But for now, I need to know this right here.
That's been in the works for a long time.
Okay.
5 countries fall every day. It's no big deal.
Yeah, well, okay.
Yeah.
You're right.
How stupid do they think people are?
So I saw all that hitting as I was preparing for this with you today, hoping to go live on Facebook, but that evidently didn't work out. And I'm going, wow, that's something. So is that in line with what you've been told, that things like that were going to happen?
Well, I don't know. I can't say that I've heard that was going to happen, but I wouldn't doubt it at all because this stuff is being declassified.
I wouldn't doubt it at all.
It starts happening, the truth starts getting out, and crap's hitting the fan. I mean, that's common sense. So
in these countries, it is. So
yes, very much.
So the other one that I had that I wanted to put up there, this is Nancy Pelosi says that members involved in the capital siege may be prosecuted. Now, what do you think about that one?
Yeah, well, I guess she's saying, "Come get me." Hey, I'm guilty. Come get me, because, buddy, if there's anybody involved in it, I can promise you it's her.
Right. I think what she's saying is that they're going to go after the Republicans because we all know that they were Republicans that were involved in that. I don't have that video up anymore, but I had the video of the gentleman who was filming himself in the Capitol doing some of the destructive thing he's done. I played that on earlier today.
And he works with Anderson Cooper at CNN.
Yeah, right. That young lady from CNN was there with him.
CNN bought his footage.
I also have a video of him dressed up in Antifa guard getting instructions on how to be Antifa, Black Bloc.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they've got, and he was saying, "Hey, don't worry, we're going to delete this." Well, didn't get deleted, buddy.
Nope.
And yeah, they got their butt in a cat. I mean, they got them.
And again, the conspiracy theory time. They have the ability, if you're live streaming, to record that live and store that away and use it against you later on. So here we are.
So they're too stupid to even do
it. Yeah. So all the evidence was his own. So, yes. So, any other major details that came out of that meeting that you had?
Yeah. Let me scroll through here. I'm
I got a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Rumors had it coming from me in different directions that there was Chinese forces on our borders. Is that?
Yeah. Well, now that's what they said. They said that there were 75,000.
Yeah, that they set these people up for lunacy. When they tell you, "Oh, there's probably thousands of kids on that ship, and we're going to rescue them," that's because Space Force drove it. And then they come back and say, "Oh, the news said the ship left, and we can see it online. You can track it. It left. It's over with. It's moving again. Where's all the kids?" Well, they're either going to have to lie to you and say, "Oh, they were secretly rescued, and they snuck them out in the middle of the night. That's why the ship didn't leave till they got all the kids off," or "We lost the fucking battle and they took the kids." Either way is a fucking lie. There were no kids. It was a cargo ship.
1,000 Chinese troops on the Canadian border up in Vancouver, Washington on the West Coast. They said that, this is hard to believe, but they said that there was another like 200,000, 250,000 in Mexico.
250,000 in Mexico? I heard like 60,000.
Okay, let me check my notes.
I'm just.
No, I may be wrong. I want to check this. Okay. Let me see here. I'm looking.
So here we are. Here's a giant mega cut of every time Brad's been wrong.
Use it against you later on. So here we are.
Well, they're too stupid to even do
it. Yeah. So all the evidence was his own. So, yes. So, any other major details that came out of that meeting that you had?
Yeah, let me scroll through here. I'm looking
I got a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Rumors had it coming from me in different directions that there was Chinese forces on our borders. Is that?
Yeah. Well,
that was a lie. That was some type of other. Brad should know this well. That was a Chinese multi-level marketing scheme where they dress up in these stupid-ass looking uniforms and they pretend like they're in the military, like they're part of Scott McKay's Meat Fighter Brigade. And they were going for a job. Uh-oh.
Oh, what would we do without the uneducated Facebook trolls? All I can say is, trolls gonna troll, and grifters gonna grift.
That's right. Thank you for that donation. That was awesome donation. Thank you for that, Mason. I appreciate it. I appreciate all donations. I don't make 6 figures a year sitting at home. I put the money back into shit like microphone stands or a camera. I don't make the 6 figures and tell you how you can too. I can sign you up just as easily as Brad can sign you up, but I wouldn't do that because 88% of people that he signs up make $0. But he always makes money on people he signs up. He always makes money on people he signs up. It's weird how that works, huh?
Now, that's what they said. They said that there were 75,000 Chinese troops on the Canadian border up in Vancouver, Washington on the West Coast. They said that
the majority of people in here voted for Trump, you dumb cunt.
This is hard to believe, but
Jesus Christ, talk about pushing something too far.
250,000.
Damn, keep paying Brad. Keep paying Brad to send you hopium. Maybe you can help him on his 7 figures coming in this year.
50,000.
Okay, let me check my notes.
I'm just.
No, I may be wrong. I want to check this. Okay. Let me see here. I'm looking.
Now we're going to get, I love Brad and Jesus and the First Amendment. I'm reporting this channel. Got it. Go ahead. I'm going to sit over here and pretend like I give a fuck.
You're dealing with Brad, not Mike. If you ever watch mine, I'm liable to have.
So there were no forces. There were no forces. What I was saying before the donation come in, that is a female, an all-female multi-level marketing group from China. They rented this hotel space. We've had interviews with the hotel owner. It was a bed and breakfast. He said they were strange. They did these weird trust fall shits in his front yard, and they did all this weird training where they went jogging and they chanted about selling multi-level marketing shit, and they were dressed up in weird uniforms. They were all female. Do you think China deployed to the United States border an all-female troop with no guns? In not a Chinese uniform, but just a generic Amazon costume? You think that happened? Doesn't seem like it, but if you do, you're an idiot. There were no forces in Mexico. There's no forces on our border. It's not happening. It's not happening. We've seen the interviews. We went through the people. We've seen all this come down. It didn't happen, and nothing came of it because it didn't happen.
Have a camera accident here.
See, when I have something going on like this, I can just pop up a little screen and
By the way, if you check into that multi-level, it is a crazy multi-level marketing. They believe that if they train like a military, then they can do sales like the military and like force people to buy kind of deal. They are super crazy about it. They're actually under investigation because on one of their retreats, on one of their trust building retreats, they had 2 women get killed. They had 2 women get killed on 2 of their retreats. That's how crazy they are. That's how into the shit they are. They had 2 women get killed.
All right.
Covered up. See that?
Here's what it says. Okay, I'm gonna read it to you. There are now 250,000 Chinese troops surrounding us. 75,000 in Canada, and the rest in Mexico.
Bye.
The general said if they set foot in this country, they will be wiped out swiftly, as we are ready. I know this sounds scary, but hang on, everything will be fine. POTUS was at the wall in Texas yesterday, so this was a few days ago, was a signal to let China know he means business and as a sign that he is in charge. He will be getting in front of the people to produce the evidence so the people know he is the real elected president, as I was saying a while ago.
Oh, there you go. That happened, didn't it? You guys remember when that happened?
Hang on, everything will be fine. The general said if they set up, I'm going to read it to you. There are now 250,000 Chinese troops surrounding us. 75,000 in Canada, and the rest in Mexico. The general said if they set foot in this country, they will be wiped out swiftly, as we are ready. I know this sounds scary, but hang on, everything will be fine. POTUS was at the wall in Texas yesterday, so this was a few days ago, was a signal to let China know he means business and as a sign that he is in charge. He will be getting in front of the people to produce the evidence so the people know he is the real elected president, as I was saying a while ago.
I'm drinking RC Cola tonight. You guys don't want to see me on Pepsi. I have one of those Brad meltdowns in his car where he cries.
So again, they're saying that's what, and basically what I've been told is basically the only way these troops would come in is if Biden was inaugurated and elected, whatever. And
right.
But that's not happening. So it's nothing.
Oh, okay. The only way these Chinese troops are allowed in is if Biden gets inaugurated and becomes president. But that's not happening. Well, it did happen. Did anybody see all the Chinese troops marching across the border without their guns? All of them female and wearing uniforms they purchased off Amazon. Did you guys remember that on the news? Or no? I mean, on the alternative media.
To worry about. No.
On that subject right there, just playing devil's advocate with you. There was a Gateway Pundit story just as I was getting ready to come on here that said that Donald Trump plans to not attend inauguration and leave town before it's over. So they're saying he's bugging out.
He's going to Florida. I mean, they got there's articles showing them packing up, I guess, or something, unloading stuff. And then other people said, man, that was from months ago or whatever.
Right.
But even if it is them, again, you don't show your card.
Is this a Trump supporters who are completely crazy channel only? If you found the channel, I don't know. I don't think you found the channel.
Cards. You've got to.
I'm sitting here calling out the crazy Trump supporters. If you want to be the typical left-wing liberal who, you voted for a different person, clearly you're crazy, I don't think I can trust myself here. Fine. But there's people who voted all different ways. I said the majority of people here voted for Trump. If you want to leave, no one's holding you here.
Play along with
I'm doing my part to fix the Republican Party so there's not crazy people here.
the act. I mean, do you really think Donald? I mean, is there anybody? Let me go back to this. Forget me and you. Is there anybody in this country, left or right, that would believe that Donald J. Trump, would provide 25,000 troops to secure Joe Biden's inauguration? I want you to think.
Yes, absolutely. That's what happened. That's actually what happened. That's what happened. He provided. Oh God. I love how none of these people who served in the military, none of these people who still speak to people they served with in the military are going to come tell me that their sources tell them the military's in charge. Bitch, I know more people that are involved in the special forces community than you know people in real life. Like, don't tell me who's in charge.
Think about that.
There's going to be more troops there than there are people, and it's supposed to be online or not online. Was it
live?
No, they're not. They're going to do it.
Virtual.
Virtual. That's the word I was looking for. Man, that was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, they're going to do a virtual inauguration. They're going to be like 6 people.
Exactly. Both sides have gotten out of hand. But both sides offset each other too. We have to stand both sides down at the same time, or it's not going to work.
In circles or in their cars or something. They're going to have some brand new cars from the Dodge dealership parked in a parking lot somewhere, and it's going to be virtual. And
actually, only part of it was pre-recorded. The rest of it was live. It was live streamed. We saw the fucking weather happening that day. I had friends in the National Guard who had gotten out of the regular military and joined the National Guard. I had friends that got out of here. But I think that they were there in person. I don't think they lied to me. I have a friend who called me and live streamed me through Facebook, like a video chat through Facebook of him at the inauguration, watching it happen, on guard duty, taking a break to drink some hot chocolate, and you could see some senators behind him. But, oh, yeah, that didn't happen. This is not going to happen. It's all virtual. It's pre-recorded. It was on a green screen.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we need all this for? The guy could bring out a crowd if he tried.
I mean, think, people. For crying in the night, can you use your common sense God gave you? This doesn't make any sense.
Ain't very common anymore.
No, it's not.
People. And I'm on YouTube. I've got almost 200 views, which is, I do not promote YouTube because I didn't think I'd be on there very long. So that is really good because I really don't get but 30, 40 views on.
Thank you for joining the cult.
It's all you.
I'll tell you what, man, it's tough. When they kicked us off Facebook for 30 days and we went to YouTube, we lost at least half of our viewers. Now we're just getting it. We were just getting it back to, I think the last 2 YouTubes we had were like 11,000 people.
So this is just a video full of Brad's wrong predictions.
Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother.
Everything he's ever gotten, he stole from other people, brother. Oh, that's a soundbite from Brad. That's weird.
And then they cut that off. Cut us off, demonetized us. They did everything. So now I went back to Facebook Live.
Right.
So I hadn't checked my Facebook tonight, but I'm probably like you. I'm probably kicked off of that too by now.
Probably.
So we'll try to find another one.
They think they're hurting our feelings because they're demonetizing us. Well, the first thing they have to do with me is monetize me for me to feel it.
Yeah.
So I ain't making a dime. This is all on my dime anyway. I ain't making nothing. So
right.
Hurt my feelings.
Well, these people getting on there saying all kind of stuff, saying, "Oh, he's just doing this for clicks and all this stuff and make money." And I'm like, first of all,
hey, beer man, Patsy bought some 6-packs, 3 6-packs. What a night! Secretly, Patricia, no, we are right. Oh yeah, she knows. She'll admit it one day. Well, she'll be forced to. You can't go the next 4 years still claiming that. Oh, Brad led us the right way. I sure am glad I helped pay a team come in and redo his basketball court floor.
We're not monetized. Secondly, you don't make money on Facebook. So if I'm doing this for money, brother, I'm in trouble.
Right. Yeah, there's other ways to make money. This ain't the way to do it. We ain't nearly that big and or that pretty for that matter. So
That's right. That's right.
So I got the face for radio. But
you took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, I was gonna say it about.
You will answer to God for misleading people. I just told you, if you know more than if you know more than 150 people, probably 90 of them you could get on a phone call within 30 minutes that work within the Special Forces community as far as support, logistics, operators, and intel. And you could get that many people on the phone, then you win the conversation if all of them are telling you that the military is in charge in Washington, D.C. You win. I'll take back saying, bitch, you don't even know. I'll take all that back.
Not me, not you.
Let's get it.
Either way, it's good.
Explain this sound clip.
Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother. Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother. Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother. Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother.
A little bit of a Freudian slip.
So, well, any other enlightening thoughts that we can have? Motivational. I know you're a coach, or used to be a coach, still a coach. Not a coach. You're a coach because you want to be now, not because you have to be. Yeah, that's it. So,
yeah.
Well, tell people out there. I'm going to share this thing all over Facebook, all over Rumble. It's going to be in 5 or 6 different places once I get it uploaded from being stored on my computer because it's recorded right now.
Hey, beer man. Right.
Hey, beer man.
I want to make.
Put the RC Cola down. We have a reputation up. I love RC Cola. That's my favorite drink. I drink weird sodas when I drink sodas. I like RC Cola and Sundrop. Those are my two.
So before I go there, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything that's huge off of this mic. I want to give the folks here.
Brad's starting his own YouTube. That's what the donations are for. BradTube.
There was here's something that was interesting. A couple of days ago,
him and Jeffrey Tubin are starting one. They are completely opposite sides. One of them's for masturbatory purposes, and the other one is for ministries and making money.
We saw executive orders for disaster relief in Louisiana, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Utah. Most of these things happened 6 months ago with a hurricane or whatever. Why are they doing it now? I can tell you why. It's to move troops into place. It is. I mean, and anybody with half of a brain can understand that. Okay.
The executive orders where he limited or about the securities with the anything connected to the Chinese military.
Right.
Interested.
Right. That's exactly right.
And while you're looking for your things, let me give you a thought on that real quick, what just went through my mind. How did Zuckerberg, how did Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, how did they become billion-dollar companies overnight? You ever thought about that?
Yeah. I think
the same way, in the same kind of scheme that Hunter Biden got paid from the Chinese. Mm-hmm. They set up a shell company and they bought the stock. All them stocks shot up because to billions of dollars, because Chinese companies are buying them. So,
and it was produced by
that makes perfect sense.
Well, I've heard that, but I have absolutely no proof of that.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm just saying
I usually don't run with that one because
even this guy won't sign off on Brad's bullshit.
The same way, in the same kind of scheme that Hunter Biden got paid from the Chinese. Mm-hmm. They set up a shell company and they bought the stock. All them stocks shot up because to billions of dollars, because Chinese companies are buying them. So, and
it was produced by the CIA, in my opinion.
Well, I've heard that, but I have absolutely no proof of that.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm just saying
I usually don't run with that one because I have no idea. I would be surprised. And now, guess what? Here's my face and all the things I like and what I like to do. Look, here's my guns. You just tell them everything you got.
Exactly.
Anyway,
exactly.
But my point of that is their stock is tied up with the Chinese. They wanted to enter that market, and they sold their souls to the Chinese. And now if you're in that market in China, you're part of the Communist Chinese military because that's the way it works. You don't get to go over there unless you are.
That's right.
So when
they're in charge of everything,
and so these security, which are stocks and bonds, executive orders are going to affect them in a big way. Sorry to interrupt you. It's just something that I've been.
No, that's exactly right. And so that makes them an accomplice at the least. And I think they're a lot more than accomplices. They are tied in with the Chinese government, and they're all going down. He's bringing the whole thing down, Mike. I'm telling you, people think I'm crazy. And you know me, you've heard me.
I can only wish. A lot of that's true with the globalist policies and different people tied in. Not just some of the people that they want to name because they disagreed with Trump, but a lot of the people.
Talked before in business and other things. I really don't care what other people think. They don't pay my bills, so they don't really have enough.
Well, they are paying your bills now, Brad, huh? One of the biggest donations you ever got was a check from Virginia. One of the biggest checks you've had was a donation from Virginia. Let me correct myself.
Their opinion doesn't really count now, does it?
That's right.
So they're all going down. POTUS is bringing the whole disease corrupt system down. And we're fixing to see some big things happen over the next few days here. I'm telling you right now, all the lies are going to be revealed, just like Lynn Wood says. That's what the Word of God says. The lies will be revealed, and the outcome is going to be glorious. And we're just beginning to see things right now, but it's going to get real hot around in about 3 or 4 days. And what I'd like to see happen, I don't know, but I would love to see all of these folks in DC inside that fence, and then
camp
with Biden holding his hand up, and about that time Trump walks up there like a boss and slaps it on him. The hand.
That I remember when that happened.
Because man, I'd pay $1,000.
I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen that way. I'm just saying, I'm probably going to want to be separated from this. Let the guys, the military guys and the police guys do their job. He probably wants to not be involved.
That's true, but it would make a good movie.
Man. Like Columbo come walking. Well, one more question.
That's right. The 19th is National Popcorn Day.
Yeah, I actually have that.
Popcorn. It's popcorn day. It's popcorn day, guys. Get your popcorn ready. Oh, you guys messed it up because you guys were saying popcorn day too much.
Take it down. Oh, I took it off. I actually had that. I put it up in one of my videos. I took your screenshot, video, put it up.
Yeah, everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother.
Well, absolutely.
Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother. There's the Freudian slip.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the way I do it. So.
So I just tell the people, if I've got any encouraging words, it's to hold the line. You've got to be patient. There's a plan in place. POTUS knows what he's doing. He didn't get this far, and he's not walking away either. Okay? Do you really think someone that knows they will hunt him down, he will be dead or stringed up within a week, within an hour? Okay? He's not walking away. He did this for us, first of all. Okay? And second of all, he's got kids and grandkids and great-grandkids. I promise you, he's got it under control. He's never failed us yet, and I don't think he's going to fail us now. So we've got to have the confidence and the faith in that, and we also have to have.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd be able to produce the number of people I know within the Special Forces community. But how do you know who I know? How do I know who that don't know? Why'd you say the word bitch? Kick rocks, bitch.
The faith that God has put him in a place. I've always said this from a Christian perspective as a person of faith. There's no one that could have put up, I don't know anyone that could have ever put up with what he's had to put up with for the last 5 years.
Who finances me? The VA Disability Board. I'm a disabled veteran. Wounded in combat. Thank you.
And do what he's done. It's impossible. No man's that tough.
That's who finances me.
God has given him the strength and put him in that position. I don't care what anybody.
Come on, take a shot. Take a shot at the wounded vet using his First Amendment. Come on, you got it in you.
Not to believe that, and God's got us. It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
Who funds you? What do you think I was going to say, George Soros? While I was fighting for your right to fucking say this in the chat, I ended up getting fucked up. You got something to say about it?
Exercise some discipline and some faith and some patience.
Well, it's hard to be patient though, man, because we're coming down the wires, getting real close. It's like, whoo.
I know it.
We're down to the nubs here.
Yeah, but you know what? Isn't that the way God always works, Mike?
Yes, this is true.
If you look in the Word, the same thing happened to the Israelites at the Red Sea. They were coming down upon them. They were breathing down their necks, and God didn't do it until the last second. That way, it's no other way that He can't get the glory. And
right.
And the thing I'd tell people say, "Well, Brad, do you really?" My own dad keeps asking me, "Do you really believe this is going to happen?"
Yeah, there is no more claim for Brad that he was hooked. That's legitimately why I laid off of him. I did not do this. I did not I didn't tear into Brad. The few times we watched Brad, I even said I liked him. I've reached out to Brad in a personal message, and one time when he posted his cell phone, sent a text message saying that I would help him with his audio and video to help get it straightened out because he was having so much trouble having his show work and look good and sound good. I left him alone until he started signing people up for a multi-level marketing scheme, Team National, making money off their backs and their original investment while they have no chance of making any investment.
I said, yes, Dad, I really believe it. Now, none of us are God. We don't know what's going to happen. I don't know for sure that the plan's going to work. I mean, only God knows that. Okay. But if you're asking me what I believe to be the truth of what's going to happen, yes, I believe it 100%. But I do know this, and I'll leave your viewers with this. Unless you want to ask more questions, I'll answer them.
Okay.
The Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
I'll agree. If you don't like what the president and what Congress and stuff are doing, again, you can refer back to my analogy of someone got shot in the leg. If you believe the country right now is bleeding out, you can't pretend that it's not real. You can't pretend that Trump is coming back on a riding F-16 bareback, no saddle, and going to take over the White House. You can't do that. You've got to be ready to stand up and resist, to call your congressman, to vote differently, to secure the elections in your local state. All that stuff happens locally, within your county, within your district, within your state. You've got to be ready to make that change. If you don't like the current president, the same thing the left had we told the left when they were crying and shit. We won. It's over with. Drop the Russia bullshit. You guys can try again at this date.
Said to the king Nebuchadnezzar, you can throw us in there if you want to in the fire, but we're not going to deny our God. We're not going to kneel to your idol. They said,
dude, someone else told me the same thing. Thank you for joining the cult. Someone else told me the same thing about watch Brad's eyes. He can't lie without his eyes. And then they sent me a screenshot, a screen grab where his eyes literally go in a circle. Like his eyes just drift around. His eyes just drift around. He's signing people up in his chat for Team National. Just because you didn't see it, we've done, literally, a team of people have done research on this. Reach out to me if you want to change your life. If you want to work 4 hours a day and make 6 figures. He didn't sign you up. Cool. That doesn't mean he's never signed anyone up for anything. He is one of the top representatives at Team National. What the fuck don't you understand? Did you not see him on that stage? Did you miss that portion when I showed you the stage where he's acting like he's preaching, but he's talking about selling memberships? What do you think he's selling memberships to? Strange. Oh, wait. Here's some people he didn't sign up. Hold on. I got it. Here's some people he didn't sign up. There's 1, 2, 3. 4. Sorry, I'm counting my screenshots to make sure I grab them all because there's a bunch of them in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Holy shit, there's a lot of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then let's grab 5. Then 6. 7. All right, here's some people he did not sign up. So this post is from Team National, the multi-level marketing scheme that Brad is part of. I don't just come here to yell at you. Here we are. Let's see who he signed up. This is a post from 9 years ago. 9 years ago. Team National. Brad Barton is the speaker on the Wednesday call. He is excited. Brad said the mind is where the battle begins. Brad said that Don Garrison told him, instead of thinking, what will I gain? Instead, think of, what will I lose if I don't do something? Powerful nuggets. Listen on. Bingin.com if you missed it. Okay, that post is from 9 years ago. That post has not been active in 9 years until here's showing that the post was not active. Here are some comments from it. 9 years ago, 9 years ago, 9 years ago. Sweet. 9 years ago, 9 years ago, 9 years ago. Non-active post. Here's some more. 9 years ago, 9 years ago, 9 years ago. And there's Team National saying, great call. Glad all enjoyed it. All from 9 years ago. Then let's look at this one. 9 weeks ago when Brad was signing people up in his chat. Brad Barton, I bought your crap, hook, line, and sinker. Hi, Brad. I want to be a friend on Facebook. Send me a friend request. For some crazy reason, I can't find your main page. I was blessed to find you on Facebook tonight. It is the 25, and you recorded this 24 of February, 2021. Triumph News Network. Continued. Couldn't find you on YouTube. Now I know why. Here's my email. Also, I want info on Team National. Thanks, Brad. There's a woman he didn't sign up. Hi, Brad. This is from 3 weeks ago. Hi, Brad. I'm a long-time listener on your little talk show and really enjoy your work and effort that you put forth to bring them to see his shows and the information. So I want to say thank you. Also wanted to get some more information on your Team National. Thank you. Weird. There's a bunch of people he didn't sign up. Brad, thank you for all of the good information. What is your P.O. box so I can mail you a donation? Thank you. Also would like to sign up. Look at all these people he didn't sign up. Damn. What? Where are all these people coming from that he didn't sign up, claiming that they want to be signed up by Brad, and Brad's reaching back out to him through personal message to put them in the high-pressure sales call? Weird as fuck, huh? Weird as fuck. If only you would have came with some evidence. That would have probably made a difference.
And our God is sufficient to rescue us. But even if he doesn't, we will not kneel to your statue or whatever.
Even if he doesn't.
Even if he doesn't. And so,
oh. Not 9 years ago, you stupid cunt. 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. Now you want to do name calling? Do I read too slow for you? Did you not read 3 and 4 weeks ago? I want information on Team National. 4W. 4W. Hold on. I got you. 4W. 4W. 4W of 4W. You're so fucking dumb. I love the dumbest people we meet on Facebook. We need to start a collage. Just keep like super clips to make like a mega cut of all the stupidest people we've met on Facebook. The stupidest people we've met on Facebook.
And of course, you know what happened. You know the rest of the story.
Right.
There was 4 people walking around in there, and one was shiny like.
I've already figured it out. He signed you up. I've already figured it out. You're already regretting the $2,200 you sent him.
The Son of God, it said. And so, even if this is not God's will for some reason, and I don't believe that. But
I'm done. Clearly you've been swept off your feet and signed up to Team National. I hope you enjoy your benefits and your 12% chance of making money.
And start resting in their faith in Jesus.
Absolutely. That's where it is, you know. And
but we're kicking Biden's butt.
Yeah, go back.
Oh, there's another thing that didn't happen.
Go back to your analogy of Egypt. And one of the things I always point out to people, because there may be some folks on here now on YouTube that watch you and not me. So I'll just give you a different perspective, a different thought. If you go back a little further to Joseph, it was Joseph and the multicolored. Yeah. Right. I get all the J guys mixed up. And
yeah.
I call them the house boys, my shack, your shack, and a bungalow. But
yeah, there you go. But yeah, look at what happened to Joseph.
Yeah, you go back to Joseph, right? So he goes over there. I'm not gonna tell the whole story, but he ends up becoming second in charge because he was able to interpret the Pharaoh's dreams. Right. He brought his whole family down. That's how the Israelites got there. 400 years later, a Pharaoh arose that didn't know Joseph and didn't know Joseph's God, and they were really bad to them. But you got to understand that under Joseph, when the famine was there, the people came from all over. It wasn't just there. It wasn't just Egypt, but the famine was everywhere. It was a whole known
Lindsay, when you were here yesterday, did you report somebody in chat?
World at the time, and they came from everywhere, and they came to Joseph to buy food. And first they gave him their money, then they gave him their livestock, then they gave him their land. And Joseph was for the Pharaoh. He was a slave still. He just was second in charge. So everything they gave was to Pharaoh. Then they gave them themselves.
Okay.
Pharaoh owned the whole known world, lock, stock, and barrel down to the people. So when the new Pharaoh arose, he owned the people.
Right.
He owned everything. The world order at the time was everybody was subject to Pharaoh.
That's right.
And then when Israel saved, or God saved Israel with Moses, and part of
Not today, Satan lady. I already told you I'm done. I can't get your $2,000 back. I wish I could.
the Red Sea, he didn't just save Israel, he saved the world. He destroyed the world order of things.
The person at my show for over an hour.
Across on dry land. And what did the Pharaoh do? We got him now, and he charged on ahead.
That's right.
Familiar. Right on into the water. The water fell on top of, killed them all. Killed not just the Pharaoh, but all of his princes, all of his generals, all of his armies. And now the boot of Pharaoh was off of the world.
That's right.
And that's
I believe you're. Yeah, you know, God could have rescued them. I mean, they stood at the shore out there for a long time. But he didn't.
It's always got to be tied back to the Bible. That's the only thing that gives them their credibility. Look, we all worship God, so listen to me. Oh, look, God wants you to sign up for my marketing scheme. God wants you to be part of my pyramid. Oh, God wants you to think this about Trump. God wants you to think this about Biden. God wants you to know that he would never let Biden be president. God wants you to know that Trump's coming back. We all worship the same God. Okay.
Waited until they would be baited to come into the sea. And that's when he, boom. And
you have to admit, I may not, you might not like when people cuss, but I've made it an art form at this point. It rolls off beautifully.
You know, praise God. I hope that's what he's got for this. Taking them to bring them in there, bring them into DC right there with the big encampment, and then hey, we got you all in one spot now.
And bam, let's hope. Let's hope. You know, all the prophets were saying that God's going to do something. So I know you listen to some Kim Clement, impeach, impeachment, nay, and he says it twice, and here we are. So,
hey, brother, I'm sticking with God. They can stick with whoever they want to. I'm sticking with the word.
That's right. That's right. That's where we're at. So I'm pretty fired up about it, just being excited about what's going to happen because we're watching world events that haven't happened. You can't hear me?
I can't hear you, Mike.
Oh, no. I can still hear you. Doggone it. Well, we're about done anyways. I don't know why you can't hear me. Everything's still on. I hope everybody else can hear me.
Maybe you can type a message and I can type it back. I can't hear a word you're saying.
Is yours plugged in? Are you?
You can hear me, right?
Are you plugged in? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can't. It's like it was before we went live with the when you're talking. All I hear is that.
How about now? How about now?
That's on your end, Brad. All the audio's working, but yours. That's on your end, brother.
Okay, it says the host has unmuted my mic.
Yeah, I was playing around with it, trying to make it go. So let's sign off. We'll just call it good. I appreciate you jumping on. I really do appreciate it. You guys, we're going to call this quits. He doesn't know what I'm saying, so I'm.
He don't speak Chinese.
He doesn't know what I'm saying. So
oh God, just cut his mic. Oh God.
So I'm just gonna flip this around and pull this up and come back to here, and we'll just.
He don't speak Chinese.
He says he don't speak Chinese.
Me no understand. If you say it real loud.
Wow. We're really going after the Chinese there, are we?
Real slow. It helps them to understand, Mike.
I'm going to mute him. Anyways, you guys have a great day. I'm going to jump off here. Please share this video. Facebook has muted me. I can't post. I've made it. I've made the big time. You guys have a good one. Hey, check me out on Rumble because at least
I will not send money.
I'll talk to y'all later.
You need to write, I will not send $2,000 or $2,200 to Brad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's who I guess Rita was arguing with, and Rita got a ban out of it. I mean, I can't say that she reported her, but I have no idea. The algorithm might have picked it up. The algorithm's picked me up before for using words I shouldn't have in text. I don't know. Strange. All right, back into what we're covering. So I kind of spoiled some screenshots before I was going to because somebody needed to see them in chat. But I've got more. So we talk about Brad. Those are the people. All the screenshots I just opened are the people who are begging Brad to sign him up, right? And he has videos to where he was telling people, "Oh, I work 4 hours a day. I make a 6-figure income. Blah 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 blah." All that stupid shit, right? Over and over and over again. And then a post that has been inactive for 9 years, just because it mentions Brad's name, suddenly becomes active again with hundreds of more comments of people saying, "Oh, I need more information. I need your inbox. I need you to add me as a friend. I need, what's your P.O. box? I want to mail you this," which was very strange. That I proved to you that post had not been active for 9 years. Then all of a sudden, 9 weeks ago, someone tags him and says, "Brad Barton, I bought your crap hook, line, and sinker." Someone who is no longer following Brad. Then we get these people who are like, "Oh, I love you. I love Trump. I love Jesus. Can you tell me how to sign up?" We get a couple of those people. And then we get this one. I didn't actually see this, but I think this is someone who is not convinced with Brad. We get this comment that says, "I appeal to you, brothers, to watch out for those who cause divisions and create obstacles contrary to the doctrine that you have been taught. Avoid them, for such persons do not serve our Lord Christ, but their own appetites. And by smooth talk and flattery, they deceive the hearts of the naive." So this is someone who did not buy into Brad's stuff that got to the point of calling Brad out. That was one of the last. Well, not the last. It's still active, but that was one towards the end. It was only from an hour ago. And to me, that reads like they're calling Brad out. So that was the post that is now reactive of people who want to sign up. Now I've got kind of a weird one, okay? So Brad did this video. Let's see if I can find it. Brad did this video, and the title of it is even today is what he calls it. So he tells this whole story about this black preacher and he loves this black guy, and he's an awesome black preacher who comes around, and this black preacher is trying to say today's the day. Today's the day. Today's the day. But the black preacher ends up saying today. So Brad's made that a slogan, and I'm pretty sure some of his merch is even coming with today, okay? Today on it, okay? But he tells this story like it's his own. Let's listen to this story right quick, or a portion of it.
You know, I told this story from stage in front of about 5,000 people at a business convention. And I told it here a couple months ago. Okay, so I'm going to try to give it again.
It's the second time he's told it on his own channel.
And I'm not going to tell the whole story, okay, because it's probably not good to tell the whole thing. But I'm going to give you the main parts, okay. And there was a man named Pastor Johnny. We'll just call him Pastor Johnny. He was more of an evangelist, and he was a black man, and I say he was. I'm sure he's still alive. Okay, unless the V word got him. Okay, but anyway, Pastor Johnny was. Let's just say this: Pastor Johnny was passionate about Jesus Christ. Pastor Johnny loved to see people come to the Lord, and Pastor Johnny was an evangelist basically, and he would go around and preach at different churches. And he came to one of the churches that I attended years ago, and Johnny was, let's just say Johnny gets excited, okay? And Johnny...
Easy, guys. There's a super Christian in the chat.
He, and I don't know, listen, I don't know. See, here's what's wrong with America. Here's one of the things that's wrong with America.
Okay, tell us about it. What's wrong?
Where I grew up, and it's still this way to a large degree. Now, some it's not, but at a large degree it is. We got the white church and we got the black church. Now, last time I checked, my Bible, it didn't say nothing about a black heaven and a white heaven and a yellow heaven and a red heaven. No, it don't.
Last time I checked the Bible, it didn't say that God's the person who's going to win.
Say that. Okay? We're supposed to be one church, one body of Christ, right? And so, but here's the one thing I know, and I'm just gonna say it. I don't care. I don't care about PC. I don't care what people say. I know the truth, and that's all I go with. So I don't care if they're gonna say, "Are you racist for saying that?" or "You're whatever." Yeah, shut up. Okay, I'm telling the truth. But
I think you're saying I'm Chinese. I don't speak Chinese. Me no speak Chinese over and over again. It's probably a worse narrative than this one, Brad.
know how to worship better than
Not
white
that I'm calling you racist.
Okay. Now,
You're trying to make a joke, but
White
still.
folks, I'm sorry, but that's the truth. Okay. I mean, where I grew up, the black folks went to church for like I'd go to church that morning and I'd pass a black church and I'd come home and they was already there. And then when I come home, they were still there. Okay. And sometimes when I'd go back.
Here's the video.
Today, we take America back. Today. Today.
This is Brad at the insurrection.
Sorry, I'm telling you. Yeah, he is. Come on, y'all.
So as much as you say God always wins, and as much as that may be true, no one said God is a Trump supporter.
Free at last! Free at last! Thank God!
Today.
Today by day. We the people. Today.
This is Brad getting people pumped up to storm the Capitol.
I said today is the day. I said today.
I didn't say today is the day. I said today.
Today. It's our day. We take America back today. Today. Amen.
He doesn't look like he's got a couple $1 million worth of property, does he? Or he doesn't act like it for sure.
See, don't these things come here? Because I'm trying to get a bunch of people that's supposed to meet over here. Look at them. Today. Today, we take America back.
I'm trying to get a bunch of people that's supposed to... Oh, shit, the page crashed. I'm trying to get a bunch of people that is supposed to meet you today. Hold on. I heard.
See, don't these things come here? Because I'm trying to get a bunch of people that's supposed to meet over here. Look at them. Today. Today, we take America back. Today. I didn't say today is.
All right, back to his storytelling.
Up the road 2 hours later to go play golf or something that afternoon, they were still there. Okay, I mean them people go a long time. Okay, all right, and that's good. And Pastor Johnny, again, he was really an evangelist. I call him pastor. We just but Pastor Johnny was in that mold, and he would preach and preach and preach. I'm talking like you'd be sitting there going, Lord, please tell him to stop. Let the Spirit move. Johnny, shut up and let us have the invitation. It's time to go.
As president, he was an unwavering champion for our nation's heroes in uniform. Was. Strange words to use for a man who's coming back in a few days.
Go to supper or whatever, And but Johnny was so excited, and he would go around. It's no lie. He would get up there. He preached a revival, and he gets up there, and he first of all he would say, he would just march back and forth. He didn't stand behind the podium like a stoic person. I mean, he marched back and forth, up and down, out in the aisle, come back up behind the podium, behind the, and he would say, He'd be like, man, is this guy got
God, you look psychotic.
constipation or something? Sorry. He'd say, and he'd stomp his foot, and he'd say, today. And I'm trying to do it here. I'm not doing a very good job, but let me see if I can pick this up.
Well, you ain't gonna be able to see it. That ain't gonna work. I'm trying to show you, but I'll have to do it when I get my new website. I'll do a presentation. But it was, he would stamp his or stomp his foot, and he'd just yell, today, somebody gonna meet the Lord up in here. He'd say, somebody, I'm telling you, somebody's gonna meet the Lord up in here. And I mean, people would be like, yeah, praise the Lord.
Today.
Johnny said, I want to tell you something. You know, I want to tell you something. You know, like preachers do. And he'd say, I ain't selling no fire insurance. He said, what'd he say? He said, I ain't selling no fire insurance. I don't work for State Farm. Allstate, Geico. Okay, Farm Bureau. Okay, whatever. He said, I ain't selling fire insurance up in here. I'm selling the Lord. You need to meet the Lord. And oh, he loved to see people come to Jesus.
Ooh. So that was all strange. This seizure he had at some point. The whole thing's strange. We've got the video of him doing the same thing in D.C. in the middle of the streets. By the way, he's selling that one thing. It's a membership. That's what he's selling. But what seems weird is either this is not his story, or Team National stole this story from him. Because if you go to Team National did a live that they were doing. This was from back in early November of last year. So before both of his shows where he started screaming today, and his merch. And if you check out this show right here.
That's right. Yes, a brand.
Hi, Team National, and now Impact Family, right?
That's right. Yes, a brand new.
Today's the day.
Brand new family members now coming on board that were Team National members, now subscribers to Impact Health Sharing. Everyone, the enrollment process is going good and ongoing, so it's
today's the day is the way they started this. That's strange.
And yes,
you can't argue with someone who comes in and says, "Oh, this person doesn't have proof," but the person that I defend shows memes.
Today is the day.
Yes, it is.
Today is the day. They've even got merch. Today is the day. So yes, they spelled it out completely. They said it properly. So you might think, well, that has nothing to do with today, or whatever's going on over there. But if you just scroll down into some of the comments from this very video, you can see people that came up with the brand new slogan, today. That's strange. So who come up with this story first? I'm not saying that Brad didn't come up with this story. He very, very well may have. And the company stole it from him. But someone's sharing someone else's story. And I would like to, and this was a live comment left on November 1st. I would like to know who's stealing whose story. Did Team National steal Brad's story? And they're making merch on it. They're making a slogan on it. And even in their comments, people are commenting, today, like a lunatic. Or did Brad steal Team National's story? Or from someone he met at Team National, and that's where they decided to make the merch, and he's selling it as his own. One of the two happened. I don't know. I make no claim to know which is one. And they already have T-shirts with this slogan and this slogan on it, and that's also going to be Brad's merch. Brad's merch is going to be today. And Brad uses it as a slogan, or Team National, which Brad is a representative of. Brad's one of the highest, or at one of the highest levels within Team National. They use it as a slogan that is, today for you might be to open your own business and become an entrepreneur with us. Today for you might mean, today for you might be to open your own business and become an entrepreneur for us. So it's even one of Team National's slogans that now he's making his merch that he also spreads. I found that very weird. Like, why do they both have the same slogan? Why do they both have the same merch? And one's a ministry and one's a pyramid scheme. Seems weird, no? I mean, like, maybe they stole it from Brad. I'm not saying they didn't, but either way, it's weird. The ministry and the multi-level marketing mixing again. That seems very, very strange. All right, let's see what else we got. Hold on. Can I open this? I don't think I can open that link. Damn it. That would have been a good one too. So then we move on to Brad's friend. He claims that he was a very good friend with him, and then says that he's only met him once. Now, last night I said that was in two separate videos. Like, at one video he says he's good friends with him, and then in the other video he says that he's only met him once. I lied. Actually, that was incorrect. He says it in the same video. In the same video where he starts grifting for donations for his friend with cancer. He says in the same video later on, I don't know, I've only met him once. So are we close friends? And you're so close that donations for cancer can be filtered through your wife's personal Venmo account? Or have you only met him once and you don't know if you're pushing a scam or if you're pushing a real GoFundMe? You have no idea. I would like to know the difference between those two if somebody's going to answer it. But I have Burt Lynch here. So Burt Lynch, on the $80,000 that Brad's community raised for him, Brad's community raising $80,000 for him, Burt Lynch was able to get a very nice hotel suite in Las Vegas. It doesn't seem like he's being very frugal, okay? True story, except the end. This is from Burt Lynch. This is the guy they raised money for who had cancer last year. He's fully recovered from the cancer. It seems like Brad said cancer, but he's struggling more with just coronavirus and being behind on his bills and maybe some of his cancer bills. But it says, true story, except the end. I was checking in my hotel room tonight, and the young lady said, I'm sorry, but we are out of king rooms, so you will have to take a room with 2 queens. I replied, but I'm not even gay. She looked at me like I had lost my mind. I said, oh, I'm sorry. You're under 30. I forgot you don't have a sense of humor. It's 3 a.m. and I'm now looking for another hotel to check into. Apparently, I'm not welcome there anymore. Kidding about the very last part. Laugh out loud. But really, she was not pleased with me. Oh, and don't even get me started about the dang mass police. So, let me ask you a question. If let's say this guy says that the day before Brad helped him, he was on the verge of having to live in his car, okay? And then Brad helped him. He was almost living in his car. He claims that where he's staying now, his apartment he's staying now, he got so far behind on rent, they will not take a lump sum payment. They will not take payment in advance. They will not re-sign his lease. Okay, so he's going to have to find a new place. But he was on the verge, one day away from having to live in his car. And now he's staying in a hotel suite. He's hired a full moving company, and he has a real estate manager that is looking for him a place to stay while he stays in a hotel suite. I just don't... The problem with me is that's not being very frugal. Okay, let's say that me and my family were one day away from living in our car and somebody come along and said, here's $80,000. I think I would probably stay in the cheapest possible room I can find way outside of Vegas for low rates. I think I would stay in the cheapest hotel I could possibly find. I think I would search for my own hotel. I think I would try to move everything I possibly could myself, rather than paying a moving company to move everything. It bothers me, but maybe some people are like that. I'll ask you, chat, if you were one day away from living in your car, would you spend it on a real estate agent Would you spend money on a real estate agent, a moving company to move everything in your apartment, and a hotel suite? Or would you stay somewhere cheap, away from Vegas, like at least a suburb of Vegas, and look for your own apartment and try to save a little bit of money? I don't know. That just seems very strange to me. But he does no longer have cancer. He had the surgery back in September. And it seems like at one time this guy had money and was doing fine. One medical procedure kind of knocked him off, but it doesn't seem like he's been very frugal either. He was talking about on his Facebook page where he had to pawn his guitar, and he doesn't say because of surgery, he says because of coronavirus. But he doesn't specifically name the cancer, right? He just doesn't. He names coronavirus and this and that and not being able to work. He's a singer, and he used to sing all the time in Vegas, and it seems like he made a decent amount of money doing that. There's one comment I'm looking for right quick. Give me just a second. But I just think he's not being very frugal to be one day from living in your car to, I've got $70,000 in the bank, so now I'm going to hire someone to find me an apartment. I'm going to hire a moving company, and I'm going to stay in a suite in a hotel in the city. Maybe I could be wrong. It's not something that I would typically do. I don't think that would ever be in my thought pattern of just let's do this, this, and this, and waste this money. But hold on, I'm looking for a comment right quick. Let's see. Can't remember where I put it. I got a screenshot of a comment, but I lost it somewhere. It's here somewhere. Boop, 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 boop. Oh God, man, this guy shares a bunch of Anon stuff as well, of course. This guy's out there. He's also kind of like he's kind of like a smooth talker. He has a song that's like about the flag and America or something. And on that song, he was trying to get it to Sean Hannity by pressuring this guy who works at Fox, apparently, that he gave it to, that you bailed on me. I don't know. It's very strange. It's very strange. Nick, looking good, buddy. I'm trying to find a comment right quick. Hang in there. I gotta weed through all the people who Brad sent over here. Damn it, did it get deleted? Don't forget, I'm doing good. We get there, Survivor. So there was somebody claiming on one of his updates, I found it too, that they felt like this was a scam and that he was kind of blowing it out of proportion. He does have pictures of surgery where he had like a lump removed from his neck, on the side of his neck over here. He says it's throat cancer. It looks more like lymphoma or something, but he says it's throat cancer. I'm not going to question him. But there was someone calling it out as a scam because he was blowing it up more than what it was. Let me see if I can find it right quick. Damn it, I lost the screenshot and I went through all the trouble to go get it too. Doctors were afraid of the surgery. He's been pimping the song out to Sean Hannity. I've got that. I don't know where I put that screenshot. We'll just skip the screenshot. But there was someone who was calling it out that said, I feel like it was blown out of proportion, blah, 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 but I can't prove it right now until I can find that screenshot again. But the guy just doesn't seem very frugal. I've got his Facebook page open. I'll show it to you. Here's his Facebook page. This is for the guy who wrote the song or whatever. I can't get over the suite and going to the suite and shit like that. Like that really, really bothers me. Like, save your money. You just came from almost living in your car. I don't know. I'm excited to make an edited version of this video where I can condense a lot of it and get it up on the main YouTube channel. We'll see how long that takes. But let's check out some of the stuff on his Facebook page. Let's see what we got. Here's some of the stuff I was just going through. Well, fuck, it's loading again. Democrats. It happened back in September of last year. So what? Longer than that. 6, 7 months ago is when he had surgery. But he's got a lot of all this stuff on there about. Well, right now we're before election, but post-election, he's got a lot of the conspiracy stuff on there, a lot of the Anon stuff, a lot of the coming back stuff, a lot of the military will never let this happen stuff. But yeah, he's a performer out in Vegas. You think if he would have managed his money a little bit better, he might have done a little bit better. I know a medical bill can take about anybody out. We've had some shitty medical bills, especially with Ollie. We've had some crazy medical bills, but it seems like he had money at one time. But just because you get $70,000 in a night, I probably wouldn't go bank on getting a suite and a moving company and paying a representative to find you. There he is. So he had surgery, he had that removed. That's a nasty looking scar too, ain't it? Let's see what these comments are. I don't know if I ever opened these. Virtual hug. You got this. Stay strong. Thinking of you. Try to stay positive. Here's another one. Moved out of ICU into a normal room. That's the same picture. View 27 more comments. Medicated. Hope you get well soon. You got this. Healing vibes. Update. Really struggling. I know you. No, you do have a real friends. Okay. Wondering about you. Posting an update. So he's got to go find me. And it literally didn't have a whole lot of money in it till Brad sent everybody over there. Because he was claiming that he was getting ready to be homeless. I don't know. It seems weird to me. Like that's not the first thing I would pay for is a suite and a moving company. You? Maybe I'm just being too negative on it. I just think that's wasted expenses. I would have stayed in a slum ass hotel, and I would have stayed in a very, very the cheapest hotel I felt safe with myself, or if I had my family there and felt safe, and then I would have found an apartment on my own within the next couple days, so I'm not spending on that hotel room. God bless. You got this. Stay strong. God blessings for healings. Your body will listen to your brain because the brain, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Looks so painful. Got that mess out of you. So this was all back 26 weeks ago is when he had surgery. Also, I don't know if you know this, but if you've got a medical bill that's going to cause you to lose your place to live, don't pay the medical bill. Secure your ability to live and then pay your medical bill. Secure your ability to live and then pay your medical bill. Please. Yeah, but he didn't do chemo. He had it was a lump on his neck he had removed. I know rounds of chemo are super expensive if you don't have any insurance. He didn't actually do chemo. I think he took some medicine while he was waiting for the lump to be removed, like some oral medicine, and what's it called? Interferon? Is that what it's called, or did I just make that up? I might have just made that up. But he took some oral medication and had it removed. So he owes for a surgery and a hospital stay. There it was when it was on the side of his throat. I thought I didn't know throat cancer actually came out in giant lumps like that. I had no idea. But that's what he's saying is it's throat cancer. That's the picture he posted. This is all back when he had 14-hour surgery starting at 8 a.m. today. I will be MIA on Facebook, but as soon as I can, I'll repost the updates. There's the picture. Thank you, everybody. There's the picture. As an update on GoFundMe, he also posted it. And I guess, I don't know, some female in his life, Mandy Cruz, is posting update in the bottom of his comment on his GoFundMe account. And that's how they're distributing updates through there. Here's his GoFundMe. I think it's still up. It's sitting at $100,000 almost, $92,000 to get him a place to live. There was a $5,000 donation, I think. Oh no, I guess $1,000 is top donation. First donation is $400. It had about, damn, I can't remember how much it had. It had less than $1,000 in it, or was it less than $5,000? Until Brad sent over. So it says he found a lump on his neck, assumed we go to be a cyst, to be removed, shut down, took a lot longer, diagnosed with oropharyngeal cancer with cervical lymph node involvement, and he had it removed. Here's the updates from the surgery and stuff, and thank you doesn't do it justice. My gratitude. Oh, this is from the donations, from the $5 donation to the $1,000 donation and the hundreds of beautiful comments. Y'all saved my life, even more than that. Here it is. Last August, laying on the operating table, being put to sleep and not knowing if I was going to wake up was scary. 72 hours ago, laying in bed, staring at the ceiling, grappling with the reality of being homeless in a week was terrifying. What does a man say to those who take away the anxiety and make all his dreams come true overnight? Thank you doesn't do it justice, blah, blah, blah. I've been burnt so many times by GoFundMe. I always look at GoFundMe's like really weird. There are a lot of scams on GoFundMe. There's even fake, racially motivated attacks on GoFundMe where people like draw swastikas on their own car to get donations. Like a lot of those have been busted, but there's probably 10 times the amount that haven't been busted. Whatever I did deserve God's amazing grace, blah, blah, blah. Rise up, old glory. That's the name of his song. Rise up, old glory, or raise up, old glory. Blah, blah, blah. So there's all the donations that came in. All of them recently from Brad, except for the first few. What else do we have? Here's all his posts from when the surgery was going on. There's quite a few of them. They're separated by a lot of stuff, but there's quite a few. Here's one. That's where he first posted his GoFundMe. My fight continues, and I want to say thank you to everyone that has helped in the prayers. There's a lot going on right now. My niece posted an update on the GoFundMe page. Oh, that must be his niece that she started. I'm including it here. Anyone that wants to check it out. After a setback, I'm on track again for surgery this month. So there you go. He was ready for surgery. But if we go to his most recent stuff, so if we go all the way up to the new post, thank you for accepting my rose. Beware of 777. Okay, so he's hired two moving companies. Hospital will write off bills, especially when you're in a bad spot. Beware Las Vegas of 777 movers. The most unprofessional scam I've ever seen. The old bait and switch, but old Bert ain't biting. Hit the road, Jack. So the move will wait till I can find some real men with integrity. The saga continues. With faith and gratitude, I will start anew tomorrow. This is Griff Jenkins from Fox News. This is where he's shilling his records from 11 years ago, his song. This is Griff Jenkins from Fox News. He covered an event I attended 11 years ago, and I gave him a copy of Raise Up Old Glory and asked him to pass it on to Sean Hannity. I never heard back. Me with Griff Jenkins from Fox News. He said he would take Raise Up Old Glory to Sean Hannity. Let's all hope he does. So that's him calling out the guy. Here's the post I was talking about where he's talking about his hotel room and his moving companies. That's something about liberals. Yeah, Here's a quick update. All my friends, both of them knew. I'm packing my apartment right now as the movers are on their way. Current landlords, corporate owned, would not extend my lease no matter what I did or said, so everything will go into storage for a time. I'm checking into a hotel for a couple of weeks until I find a new home to rent. For now, I won't have easy access to Facebook as my PC will be in storage. I will check in from time to time on my phone when I can. I can't express enough appreciation. Even putting your stuff in storage, it's time to find a place quickly as possible. I would check in from time to time, even if it's just a place you rent from month to month. When you're spending money on storage and spending money on a hotel suite, you're wasting money. Unless he thinks he's going to get enough money to buy a house. And in Vegas, that's probably not happening. I can't express my appreciation to all the love and support and prayers that I've received. I will be bringing you special Facebook Live updates that will include some live performances when I get my gear set up in my new place. So stay tuned. God bless. I feel bad for the guy. I wish he would use the money he just received more responsibly. But I'm not dead. So this happened on Brad's page. A bunch of people were saying that he was dead and that it was a fake donation site. Apparently he's not dead. But there was someone else with the same name who died. I think this is it. Amanda for all she's done to organize my page. And a special shout out to Brad Barton and the Little Talk Show. My friend, you are the best. I'm so humbled by outpouring love and generosity by so many. That's the same update we just saw. $1,000, blah, blah, blah. And a headshot. I'm not dead. There's a Burt Lynch that died, and we were friends on Facebook. No relation. God bless. Overwhelmed by the kindness and love. I'm trying to respond to you all, but if I don't, please forgive me. My mind is blown. All the PMs are so sweet. Number one question so far is, are you single? Yes. Okay. I will sing again. Oh my God, what a miracle. God is great. Then he shares Brad's Little Talk Show because Brad sent him all the money. I just got off a PM with Brad Barton. He's going to play my song Raise Up Old Glory on the show tonight, 10:45 Eastern. Please watch and share. God bless. And that's when Brad said you need to go donate to this guy. He's getting ready to be kicked out of his home or whatever. Well, actually, he just said he's got cancer and bills, but I don't know. Maybe this guy is on the up and up and just dumb. Like I wouldn't waste the money like that. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't put anything in storage. I would get a place as quickly as I could. I don't know. That's me though. Nah, and he's not me. He can do whatever the hell he wants to. But I definitely wouldn't send donations to a GoFundMe through someone's private Venmo account. That doesn't seem like a good idea at any point whatsoever. What time is it? We're going to get started on Brad's house. No, we're going to get started on another grifter. Okay, we probably won't finish it, but we'll carry this on into tomorrow, and we'll see what we can do with it all. Oh, see you, Travis, and we'll see what we can do with it from tomorrow. But I want to introduce you first to this grifter. So we're going to go watch one of his recent shows over on DLive. This guy's name is Phil Godlewski. I don't know. Maybe he'll say his name.
I go do my will. Tell that long tongue liar. Until that midnight.
I can't play that. We're gonna have to get up to. I can't play that. I can't play that intro song. Let me slow it down as well.
2 minutes and 30 seconds. Obviously, we know that's wrong because there was a 5-minute timer themselves. So I'm only showing that up. So I have good latency. I have good kind of SpaceX, Starlink. What happened was I was connected. I'm back. Here I am. YouTube is not down. DLive is not down. What happened was I was connected to the wrong internet. I'm in between switching from Comcast to my voice. Comcast to
C. Mason. Thanks for joining us.
SpaceX.
I'm going to piss right quick, guys, but
whatever.
Check this guy out.
I was connected to the wrong one, and it was messing up. So I have good latency. I have good connectivity now. What happened was it restarted itself. The
I saw that. They're now saying August.
So I'm only showing that I've been live for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Obviously, we know that's wrong because there was a 5-minute timer. So if you're on DLive, refresh your browser if you're on YouTube. Click out of it and then go back to my channel, and you should see me there. I look like I'm a freaking wreck. Look at this. God, everything is. It's all right. So here's what happened. I have a couple announcements. I'm gonna get to those. But here's what happened. I'm in my backyard. I was here the whole time. Today was supposed to be not question and answer, but I'm not prepared. I'm in my backyard, and I have a landscaper coming to seed and stuff in like next month. So I just so happen to have a
I'm back.
It's like a skidster, and I'm leveling out the yard and everything. And I have my phone in there, but it's like in the compartment because I don't want it to get damaged. So this backhoe has a digital board panel type thing where it shows the gas and everything.
All he's doing right here basically is telling people why he's late, but I want to get into his show.
And on there is a clock. I just need to take a breath and know that, or if they're waiting. But congratulations, Joe and Rachel. Thank you for asking me to do that shout out. That was it's kind of the big news that I was wanting to tell you guys that I referenced yesterday in Telegram.
Well, the crazy thing is, Jason, Pillow Guy had a small percentage of the market that bought pillows from him. There were all these other competing companies and people that made this almost the same product as him. He had his wacky videos, but now that he went full on Anon, he's got people that will never buy a pillow from anyone else. I don't give a damn if they've got to buy one of your bed pillows and cut it in half to put it on their couch. They'll never buy another pillow in the world. I think he might have increased his sales, honestly.
There's this loud plane, way louder than a normal plane. Now I do live really close to an airport.
He tells this bullshit story right here.
A mile or two away from me, so it's not uncommon to hear loud aircraft in the area, but this one had a particular sound to it. So my neighbor and I, she was outside at the time too.
He claims a giant military plane flew over.
Look up and we see this big ass plane. I mean, the thing was, it was clearly not a commercial airliner. You could tell that just by looking at the color of the plane. It was a very dark colored plane. Reminded me of a C-130, but I don't think it was a C-130. But it was loud, man, really loud. And I see some people here saying that YouTube is down. If YouTube is down, just hop over to DLive. No, my family is not back home, unfortunately. I don't know what's wrong with YouTube. I'm sorry if you're on YouTube.
This is the night he got banned on YouTube, I think.
What happened with YouTube? DLive looks fine, so I'm gonna have to continue. I mean, I'm not gonna be able to troubleshoot this on the fly. So just get this out the screen. I don't know what happened with.
Oh, I'm glad you got a place, Dino. And it may take a while. I just got my place. Oh, I'm glad you got a place, man.
YouTube.
It's rough. We've been really close at times. We've really struggled in the past. Thankfully, we're getting by now.
Yeah, I don't know.
I used to try to do a bunch of odd jobs. Now I'm basically really crazy, and it's not working out no more. Plus the coronavirus kind of took the opportunity anyways.
I would just say get to DLive if you could hear me. That's why I have two platforms in case things like this happen. Anyway, big plane, large plane. I don't think it was a C-130. I mean, I've seen C-130s before, so it's overhead. And the first time that it came around, it was circling, by the way. Now, again, there is an airport near me, but it wasn't circling anywhere near the airport. In fact, if you could picture this, the airport was kind of here, right? Me and my neighbor are here, and it was circling this way.
Oh, see, Becky?
And one could say, well, it's waiting to land at the airport. Okay, gotcha. Could be. But it was really low. I mean...
See, Rita?
Lord, 50 feet, 75 feet above our houses? Really, really, really low. So obviously it got both of our attention. Even so much that my neighbor's son said, Mom, like he was afraid of what he was seeing. It was a very low plane. Definitely military. No doubt about that. And it circled, and the weirder thing was, as it was circling, what it's for and whatever else, but it gets way better of a story than that.
Okay, now listen. He saw this super low plane fly over, so low it scared the neighbor children. Okay, but it gets better. It wasn't just the plane. It wasn't just the plane.
Plane goes away.
Yeah, Mariah's arguing with me in the chat.
I didn't see where it
We're
went.
still struggling.
I have to assume that it didn't land at the airport because we were looking and it just suddenly it was gone. I'm not saying it was UFO, so don't get all puffy on me with God and aliens and everything. I don't want to hear it. I forgot I put that box there. I'm looking at it and what the hell is that? Anyway, several minutes later, I'd say maybe 10, 15 minutes later, my neighbor says, she texts me, there is a military truck on our street. Now my heart starts palpitating, right?
Now there's a military truck on their street.
I didn't believe her. She sent me a screenshot of her net. She has Nest.
Yeah, it's called it's graduation for Green Berets.
So I actually went back and looked at mine too, and there it was. Big truck, the kind with the tarp over the back. Don't know what they're called. Camouflage, the green and brown and black camouflage. Going quickly. It was trucking. I live on a.
It's called Robin Sage. The current Green Berets Special Forces Command that's there out of Fort Bragg, and some infantry soldiers, some of the Ranger Regiment, they come out and play the bad guys, and the people who are the bad guys and the non-combatants, and the people who are graduating. This is one of the last things they do is Robin Sage.
On a bend, my street.
They actually do it several times a year.
Right where my house is, it bends around pretty quickly. It's not a turn; it's all one street. Best way I could describe it is similar to a cul-de-sac. For that vehicle to be traveling down our road at that rate of speed around the bend just really got me curious. So, what would you do? I followed.
See what you did, Mariah?
I got in the car and I followed it.
So if you see a military plane fly over your house super low, so low it scares the neighbor children, and then your neighbor calls and says, hey, I saw a military truck too. You grab your keys, hop in your car, and chase it down, and then this happens.
And he's I can't tell you his name, although I know his name because he had it on his thing. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the pilot for JFK in a second too. So I follow him, and he ends up stopping at a traffic light. The traffic light, I followed him for probably about 2 miles, and we get into this 2-lane. It's actually 1 lane, but there's a right-hand turn only lane. So and that goes to like restaurants or whatever. So he's in the straight lane, first at the red light, the very first. I'm lucky I even got him because he could have just got the green light and I maybe would have missed him. So he's there, and me with the Tesla, right up alongside of them. I get in that right lane as if I'm turning, but I didn't turn. So I put the window down and I'm honking. So I didn't get to see the driver, but the gentleman in the passenger side of the truck actually put his window down. And I think he thought that something was wrong. Because the way that he looked, it was like shocked, not shocked, but maybe like nervous, as if were ready to help or something. I don't know. I'm just trying to describe it so you get it.
Right. So he chased him down. He chased him down in his Tesla, right up on top of him so quickly, he shocked them. He shocked them.
A really good visual of what happened.
All the grifters are balling.
I yell out the window. I said, hey, you guys just flew down my street. Is everything okay? He said, oh, yeah, everything's fine. I said, is something going on?
Well, Mariah tells the story she ended up in ICU. She also bankrupted us first. You gotta tell it all. Then she ended up in ICU.
And when I said, is something going on, I made like a kind of like a face, like, is something going on?
There's something going on. There's something going on. And the only thing he said back to me was,
everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother.
It was a very, very weird interaction. There's something going on.
Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother.
And then I turned to the driver and I said, surely you guys are what, like full throttle meat hammers?
High octane, full throttle hammer on all the deep state scumbag criminals all around the world.
He corrected me pretty quick. He's an high octane full throttle meat hammer. I thought he was just a full throttle meat hammer.
kind of like that. And I just gave him that stare with the squinted eyes. I wanted him to know that I knew something was going on, but I didn't want to say I know what's going on. So I kind of just said, "Is something going on?" Is something going on? Like a half smirk. I'm trying to do it now. Kind of like that. Something going on. So he turns to his. You guys are gonna love this. He turns to his the driver, his partner, or whatever you want to call it, and I didn't hear what he said because at this point I can't even see the driver. I'm in this little Tesla and they're in this big gigantic military truck. So he turns and I can see that they're speaking, and I see his head going, and it's kind of like that, kind of like one of those things, like almost as if they're discussing if they should say anything back or what they should say back or whatever. And he turns to me after. This is all in the course of a red light, so I don't know what a red light is. 60 seconds, no idea. But he turns to me after that, and I still have my face on, right? And he goes, you guys are going to love this. He goes, "Not everything is as it seems."
What? He said, "Not everything is how it seems." Now imagine this. Just imagine, if you will. Road convoys are usually the lowest ranked people. If anybody else is traveling somewhere, they go POV, a personal vehicle, personally owned vehicle. Someone driving a deuce and a half down the road is going to be a lower level in the military. Okay, you're not going to find like a full bird colonel driving a deuce and a half down the road. Okay, you're not going to find a captain probably driving a deuce and a half down the road. You're going to find like a couple specialists, and they're probably lost. That's why they're in your neighborhood, and they're driving down the road. So either you're lying or they're fucking with you. One of the two. But you did not chase down a deuce and a half after seeing an airplane fly over your head, and you got to the driver, you asked him, "Is something going on?" And then he conferred with whoever the driver was. The passenger conferred with whoever the driver was, and then come back and said, "Not everything is as it seems." You're a liar. You, sir, are lying. You, sir, are lying. You gotta be. You're a liar.
What did you just say? Not everything is as it seems? What the hell does that mean? My head almost freaking exploded. I couldn't believe. I can't see. I couldn't believe he said that. I couldn't believe it.
So what he's saying is that's one of the QAnon slogans. So what he's saying is he saw an airplane. It scared the neighbor's children. His other neighbor called him and said there's a military truck. He chased it down in his Tesla. He got there, and by the grace of God, this military man and this deuce and a half felt like, oh, this guy's definitely a QAnon guy. I'm going to spill the fucking beans. Not everything is as it seems. And just slams the door and fucking takes off like, I was going to say a rocket, but we all know a deuce and a half is slow as hell.
And he didn't say it like, he didn't say it as, man, I wish you guys should have friggin' recorded it. He didn't say it as if he saw my smirk and he knew I was, like this. He didn't reply in such a way that he went, "Not everything is what it seems." No, it wasn't like that. He turned to me after talking to the driver. He turned to me and he goes, and I'm going to try to do his facial expression, because the facial expression is important, just more important than the words. Because if he turned to me with a smile and says, "Not everything is as," that's a different thing. I think you guys would all agree, right? So he turns to me and he's talking. So I'm going to do it. Ready? He's talking. And he goes, "Not everything is as it seems." And then, of course, the light turned green. And here's me.
Oh, and then instantly the light turned green. Wait, are you all living in fucking movies? What are y'all doing? Some type of every grifter is in some type of spy thriller. Like fucking Meat Fighter has assassins chasing him, assassins and ninjas chasing him down all the time. Brad's over here. He's the story with what's the story? What's the movie with Will Smith in it where he's selling the heart machines, and he finally gets rich or whatever? Brad's over here living the pursuit of happiness, and this son of a bitch is like 007. What is wrong with you guys?
in my car, now at a green light.
No, it wasn't. No, the hell it wasn't. Just because you don't know what ancient medical technology looked like, he was not selling printers. That was a machine that did a scan of your body or your heart or some shit. I'll Google it right now, and I will black your fucking eye with a printer. Sorry, I had to take care of some family business.
I didn't even know. No, I wasn't wearing a Q hoodie. I just so happened to look over there and saw my name, Phil Seld, and I was not wearing my Q hoodie. I had nothing Trump at all. I don't have any stickers on the car. I wasn't.
It is if he's a ministry. It is if he's a ministry, Travis. By the way, Travis, before you leave again, did the sticker work in your back glass?
Wearing a Trump shirt, which I usually do, and not everything is as it seems. Now, keep in mind, the question that I asked him, to which he responded, was, you guys just flew down my street and I got nervous. Is everything okay? And then he said, yeah, everything is fine. There's something going on. Not everything is as it seems.
He's selling bone density scanners, which he demonstrates to doctors and pitches as a handy quantum leap over standard x-rays. Bone density scanners, Mariah. I'm about to check how dense your fucking bone is. Your skull, your eye socket. Come in here and tell me I'm wrong.
What the fuck? So, take it as you may. Draw your own conclusion as to what the hell that means.
I didn't say it was a computer printer. I said it was a medical device, something for the heart. But at least it was a medical device. You said it was a printer, a computer printer.
But
if we're playing horseshoes, I am in the sand pit close to the pin. You were on the beach with a volleyball.
I'm still stunned. I don't even know if I could tell that story without like 50 thoughts going through my head all at the same time. Just friggin' wow. Anyway, that was my big news. I guess it wasn't as big as maybe some of you guys thought, but I thought it was pretty cool nonetheless. So let's talk about something that
Yeah, I was just asking if they fit, Travis.
We referenced, which was ours plane crash and the mystery surrounding the plane crash.
Okay. So after he tells this bullshit story about an airplane, a military truck, him chasing them down, and not everything is as it seems. After we go through all of the... Actually, I probably have a voice changer. Hold on. I don't know why I don't use this more. I need to put it on a hotkey. Not everything is as it seems. Is something going on? Not everything is as it seems. Gotcha. Is something going on?
Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother.
Damn, you're in the military and you're admitting you steal from other people? Anyways, so he told that whole bullshit story, and now we move on to the next story. So the next story is a challenge he issued to his chat. He said, Telegram chat, we all know that JFK Jr. did not die in a plane crash. And we know that he was not on the plane. He was a stunt pilot. And we know that his sister-in-law and whoever else were not on the plane. They were not on the plane. We know that. So, chat, I know, but do you know who was flying the plane? Do you know, Telegram chat? And I will give you one clue, Telegram chat. Everything is not how it seems. So that was an ultimatum he issued to his Telegram chat. And from that, we get this story.
And we actually did a bunch of hints on the private DLive Telegram channel. So everybody was asking, who's the pilot? Who's the pilot?
I've literally run into people and they're like, what's going on? Why are all the Humvees and the military vehicles here? And I'll be like, ma'am, we can't tell you about the quarantine zone we're fixing to set up. Why don't you just, you live around here? And then they'll always be like, what's going on? And I'll be like, we got a hot one over here, just to fuck with people out in public. It did not go over well with command.
Pilot, who's the pilot? So I decided, well, let's play a game. Let's see who's good at researching. Alexis actually got it before I even decided to go to Telegram and run a research-based hint type thing on
A research-based hint type thing.
Telegram. She got it before anybody else. Without even me giving any hints, she got it. So I was really impressed with that. That's really good research, really good thinking, really good. That's what it amounts to. That's you get hints and you got to go figure stuff out. So after 5 hints, a couple people guessed who one of the 2 people that were on the plane. It wasn't just the pilot and nobody else. You need a certain type of pilot to not only fly the plane, but also eject oneself and survive. Those are many different skills all wrapped into one bundle. And to have those skills and be able to fake a death, be involved in this type of plot, and be able to stay silent about it all these years.
Okay. You have to be a good pilot. You have to be able to get away from this plane, parachute out, whatever. You have to fake a death, and you have to be silent about it for years and years and years. Those are our prerequisites. But no one man fits that. So we got to use 2 men. So who were the 2 people on the plane? Research-based type contest hint thing.
That's a very, very difficult person to find. Now, if you open the field up to more than one person, maybe one that could fly the plane, very good at aeronautics, Air Force background, Navy background, and then have another person who is an expert at ejecting from an aircraft, finding your way to either land or getting out of the sea.
Yeah, I don't have any beer tonight.
Safe way so that both people survived. There were 2 people on that airplane that day, that night.
Still need to find out why my legs are swelling up when I drink. Bad, like more than they should.
None of those 2 people were his fiance's sister. But there were 2 people. Now, a little bit of confusing information based on the...
Juan B. Grifton? Nope.
During,
good guess, though. I will give you 1 hint. I'll give you 2 hints, I guess. One of them is batshit fucking crazy. And the other one is going to be at the Griff Fest 2021.
JFK Jr.
Diabetes. What, you Wilfred Brimley?
The lady that was referencing this mentioned the pilot being a Navy pilot. That's actually inaccurate. He was not in the Navy. He was an Air Force big guy. And you all know him. Maybe I shouldn't tell you. That'd piss a lot of people off, wouldn't it? You guys would be friggin' throwing lemons at my head instead of donating lemons. Pilot of the aircraft was General Thomas McInerney.
What? The pilot of the aircraft was the crazy-ass general that claims that Special Forces soldiers went in during the Capitol insurrection, or whatever you want to call it, and lifted Nancy Pelosi's computer. But then they accidentally gave it to some loudmouth-ass woman who lives in New York State, and she tried to sell it to someone in Ukraine. So they really messed that one up.
McInerney, at the time of the alleged plane crash, was close to 60 years old. I think he might have been 61 years old. McInerney had extensive Air Force credentials at the time. He was the best of the best at the time. Again, as I said, it's not just about finding somebody that could fly a small aircraft. Any pilot could do that. It's about finding a patriot that is in on the plan and that could keep a secret that has ties to the movement. And that person to fly the aircraft was Thomas McInerney.
Thomas McInerney, the batshit crazy general that everybody tries to tie to all. He was the pilot. General
McInerney's he's getting up there in age now. Some of the things that he says nowadays, keep in mind, I think he's in his 80s now. He's getting a little off the charts, but back in the day, this guy was not a guy to mess with. He was the best of the best that our military offered, and he is very well aware of the plan that's been in place for over 60 years now.
Okay.
Now, a 60-year-old man, even with the credentials that McInerney had at that time, flying the aircraft is easy. You could probably fly it blindfolded. Getting out of the aircraft before it exploded, before it crashed, is a whole different ballgame altogether.
Okay, so flying the airplane is one thing. Well, this was 60 years ago, but yes, the feeble old man now. But General McInerney used to be quite the looker, if I do say so myself. Hold on. 60 years ago, he's probably a different dude. He's like 600 years old now. So let's just say back when he was 540, he was probably quite the looker. Hold on, I got an image of him here. I pulled it up just for this, if I can find him. Here we go. Here is McInerney in the cockpit of something. A Tomcat? Oh, that's not the image I just opened. Open image in a new tab, you idiot. God, I'm as bad as Brad. There he is. There is General McInerney. He is flight trained. He was an airman. He can fly, I'm sure. But the fact that he was oh, see you, Patsy. Thank you for joining us tonight. The fact that he was flying JFK's plane, come on. He did say the military is currently negotiating which way they want to go.
You need extensive skills.
I'd have a beer at the outpost with him.
Training that the military offers.
Oh, see ya. We're going to cover this guy again, so you're not missing anything.
Paratrooping is I think you guys know what paratroopers are.
All right, so paratrooping is true. But for somebody like this, you couldn't be a paratrooper. A paratrooper jumps out on a static line, which means that you have a parachute on your back, you stand up, you hook up to a static line, a cable that runs through the plane, and you shuffle to the door. Okay? Because you got your bag, your rucksack and shit hanging between your legs. So you shuffle, you waddle over to the door. When you jump out, it pulls your parachute for you. Okay? Now, you are also trained for a reserve. So you got a reserve on your chest, but your main parachute, you're not doing any of these like crazy like professional or recreational parachuting things. You just jump out and it automatically pulls your parachute. And you wait 3 seconds, it catches you, and boom, there you go. Like you just float wherever the wind goes. You're in a round parachute. It's non-directional. The reason it's non-directional is because they don't. Well, there's some spin you can adjust, but the reason it's non-directional is they don't want all the troops scattered all over the battlefield. They want them as close to possible as being on top of each other as they can. So all the parachutes just go wherever they go. There's not a whole lot of movement you can do, right? There is some gig lines and shit you can pull on if you get like tangled or shit like that. And you do have a reserve in case you got to cut your first one away, which rarely happens. It would be a bad packing or something like that. Or sometimes it comes out and it gets tangled. You can't get it loose. You've got to cut that one away, because it won't slow you down enough to survive. So static line is like nothing compared to like Halo and Hey-Ho. So Halo is high altitude, low opening. Hey-Ho is high altitude, high opening. But you're usually in directional. Like your instead of your parachute being round like this, it's like a rectangle. So you can steer, you can guide, you can decide where you're going to go. It's almost like an airplane. Your parachute's like an airplane wing. And you can pull and you can turn and you can pick up speed, you can slow down, you got pitch and yaw, and you got left and right. And you can do about anything. You're still going to the ground, but you can steer on your way down, okay? There's no evidence that the person that he's going to name has any type of directional training back then through the military. He was airborne qualified because his first duty post was the 82nd Airborne as a lieutenant. With the 82nd Airborne, he was leading a platoon. So he was airborne, but that doesn't mean that he can get up, time a jump, put on a directional parachute, strap up someone who has no idea about parachuting, strap him up, get them both out of the plane, and got them both safely to the ground before the plane explodes from a device that was planted there by the deep state. And not only do you have to get to the ground safely, but you're over water. And a wet landing is no fun in a parachute. You're trying to drift all the way back to land. So you're going to have a decent flight that you're going to have to try to make. But let's see who he names here.
But the big parachutes, jump from aircraft, land safely. Oftentimes, they use it in World War II. Quite often, they to invade different areas where they were attacking the Nazis. And to parachute from an aircraft about to crash over the ocean and hopefully land on shore, for a 60-year-old man with no experience in parachuting, it's not very easy to do. That's why someone else had to be in the plane to secure.
Someone else had to be in the plane to get this 60-year-old man out of there and teach him how to parachute.
That end of the plan to fake R's death. And that man, I don't know. My D-libers know, and my YouTube is frozen, so I guess I'll just say it. General Michael Flynn.
General Flynn. General McInerney flew JFK's plane knowing that it could explode at any moment to the precise location of where they wanted it to explode. Then General Flynn steps up, straps in General McInerney, maybe they're in a tandem rig, leaps from the plane, clears the plane, even though he's only been on a static line jump at this point in his life. Leaps from the plane, gets to the proper altitude, clears the plane, because this is a little bitty plane. Not only do you have to jump out the door, but there is a tail section and there are wings on that tail section that are coming at you as you jump. So not only do you have to jump, you have to clear the plane. You have to get out past that. There's no parachutist plane where they open a fucking garage door in the side of the plane. You're jumping out of the door you literally get into a plane, a Cessna in. You had to clear all that. You had to clear all of that and get a 60-year-old man and yourself both to the ground, over the ocean, drifting all the way to shore. All the way to shore. And this guy knows it.
General Michael Flynn has extensive paratrooping training.
Extensive paratrooping training. He went to airborne school, and then he had a post position as a platoon leader with the 82nd Airborne. He has no more extensive paratrooping training than I do.
He has a badge for it, or whatever.
Yeah, God damn it. Everybody that goes to airborne gets a fucking badge for it.
Award they give, or whatever accolade they give in the military.
You took a regular guy who is in the 82nd Airborne and tried to make him into a 007 type character. Like that's not what it. Oh God, that's not what it's for. That's not how that works.
He was one of
you get a basic parachutist badge. I think is the proper name for the badge.
the best in the world at it. Hundreds of different.
It's a parachute with wings.
And McInerney was there strictly to ensure the safety. I'm sorry, Flynn was there strictly to ensure the safety of General McInerney, and obviously both survived.
You can also get a senior parachutist, and that's for 30 jumps, and like half of them have to be with combat equipment, and either graduated from the jump master course through the infantry school, or the jump master school of a separate airborne battalion or larger airborne unit, basically. And you have to have served You have to serve jump ready status with a unit for like 2 years or something. So you'd have to be jump ready in the 82nd Airborne for like 2 years or 3 years or some shit like that. And then there's a master parachutist, but that's like that's getting up there. That's like 70 jumps, and like half of those have to be with equipment. You have to go to the jump master course again, or jump master school if it's different air battalion, and you have to serve as jump master. On a combat jump, I think, which those don't happen very often in today's battlefield. Combat jumps don't. Or a jump master on like 40 non-combat jumps. And you have to be a jump ready status in an airborne unit for like 3 or 4 years or some shit. Like the requirements just keep going up. Same requirements, but they just keep going up.
So there you go. The long-awaited Who Flew the Plane. Little confusing that the narrator in the film, that was actually
There's a bunch of shit. Cav Scout. That's right.
my first.
I was a Cav Scout.
In the D-Live.
Scouts out.
Not conversation, but the D-Live contest. I can't think today. My mind is just not there. I don't know.
I was a jump master on Apex. Does that count? Basically. Might as well.
I'm not A+ shape. But anyway,
that was my MOS, 19 Delta. Scouts out.
That's what I was getting at. The very first hint was that it's not necessarily a Navy pilot. And it wasn't. So that's that. Let's talk quick before we get into some.
Okay. So I just wanted you to see that. Clearly this guy has the intel. Okay? So let's see how trustworthy he was. I ran just a little bitty. Now, I didn't use DuckDuckGo. So these search results may be manipulated by the Alphabet Corporation. Google, if you will. But I can't guarantee that. I just pulled this off Google. So let's see if this guy's trustworthy. Run his name on Google. First news story that pops up. Oh no. The Duria man accused of bouncing a $22,000 check. A Duria man faces charges of paying for almost $22,000 in home improvement materials. Oh yeah, if you want to know this guy's background, if you want to know how badass this dude is, this is a bad mother effer, a mother forker within the Forkin Digital Army, who's also a real estate agent. With a check he knew, he paid for $22,000 in home improvement materials with a check he knew would bounce. Then he provided the seller of those goods a doctored bank account statement in an attempt to cover up the deception. Records show that Philip Godlewski's Wells Fargo bank account had an actual balance of just $267.95 when he issued a check for $21,789.84 to Marietta Building Products on November 13th, investigators said. Godlewski's 36 of 115 Huckleberry Lane surrendered Thursday at the Lackawanna County Courthouse, where he was arraigned by a magisterial district judge, Alice Farrell, on theft by deception, forgery, and other charges. County investigators accused him of paying Marietta with a check, even though he knew his account had insufficient funds to cover the amount, and after the check bounced, stalling and attempting to shift blame to Wells Fargo Bank by giving Old Forge Company a fraudulent bank statement. Godlewski's issued the check November 13th to the Marietta driver, who delivered more than $23,000 worth of kitchen cabinets, granite countertops, and other supplies to the Huckleberry Lane home to cover the balance still owed on the materials. County Detective Lisa Bauer wrote in the arrest affidavit. 2 days later, Godlewski's advised a Marietta representative by email that the check posted twice to his bank account. And while one posting was honored, the other was not, as the account had sufficient funds to cover the $21,000, but not twice, the affidavit said. In a series of email exchanges with Marietta officials in the weeks that followed, Golowiecki sent the company screenshots of a bank statement showing the balance of more than $35,000 in the checking account. On November 13th, along with the entities indicating the $21,789.84 check was deducted twice, the affidavit said. It is important to note, for me anyway, that the $21,000 plus has left my account. I'm not withholding it from you. If you don't have it, it's somewhere other than my own account, he said in one email. So he was trying to blame them for doing it. After Marietta official asked about the payment status in early January, Golowiecki replied that Wells Fargo's position was that Marietta had been paid, even though Golowiecki said he insisted that was not the case, the affidavit said. They opened a full investigation into the account, and their decision remained that one of the checks was cleared and the other returned for insufficient funds. As part of the investigation, Bauer received a court order to obtain Golowiecki's bank account records from Wells Fargo, which she compared to the statement he provided to Marietta. In addition to showing an account balance of nearly only $267.95 on November 13th, the bank record indicate the check to Marietta was never deducted from the account, the affidavit said. The records also show the account was charged an overdraft fee for the bounce check, something that does not appear on the statement Golowiecki gave to Marietta. Michael Pisarkick, a Wells Fargo brokerage associate who examined the statement provided to Marietta, told Bauer, "It is very clear the document was somehow doctored to show much more money than was actually in the account November 13th, and to make it appear the bank was in error," the affidavit said. Golowiecki was released on $5,000 unsecured bail, pending a preliminary hearing 10:30 on March the 4th. So, not only is he a lying piece of shit already out in the real world, but he went back to his community when he got busted. He went back to his community once he got busted. And from him getting busted, the next thing we have is that his community raised $20,000 for him a lawyer on his Telegram account. And now he's on Telegram bragging about, in his regular community and some in Telegram. And now he's on Telegram bragging about all the gold and silver he bought. Bragging about the gold and silver he's buying for the reevaluation. Are any of these people honest at all? That's him. I mean, you can tell from the picture he had more hair at one time, or looks better there. But he raised $20,000 for a lawyer and then bought gold. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh. This guy. Oh, these people, I don't know what they think is going to happen, but they're literally failing at this if they're trying to be smooth about it. Brad and his mansion, his farm mansion, with his personalized basketball court and him signing people up for his multi-level marketing scheme. This guy out here bouncing $20,000 and $30,000 or $22,000 checks, and then having people pay for his lawyer so he can buy gold. Hell no, they don't buy. They sell the Zimbabwe dollars to other people so they can buy gold. Oh, I bet you Brad's record's pretty clean. Plus, you'd have to know his real name, which is not Brad. But yeah, I bet you his record's clean. So there we go. Oh, this guy. They are all something special. I don't know why people believe them. I don't know why people follow them. clearly, I saw messages in his Telegram saying, "Oh, come on. This is the devil. This is the deep state trying to punish you. We know you had money in your bank account. We know the bank did this to you. The central banking system's all part of the cabal. All part of the cabal." Yeah, I know his real name, but I'm not running a background check on him.
All part of the cabal. They did this to you.
They did this to you, Greg. Or Philip. I'm sorry. I don't know why I call him Brad. They did this to you, Philip. You know they did this to you. We'll have our day. We'll have our day in court, and we'll pay for your lawyer. We'll see this to the through. Hopefully Trump comes back in time to pardon you. Oh, maybe not. We just have to wait and see. These people are fucking despicable, dude. Despicable. Oh. They have a shit ton of followers, dude. It is so easy. It is so easy to sell hopium. It is so. He thought Nassara. Yeah, he was banking on Nassara kicking in. Turns out it didn't happen. Turns out it didn't. He actually kept it for a while. I mean, man, he was arraigned on March 13th. Or on March 4th, but he passed this check back in November of last year, the 13th of November. And I don't know what he thought was going to happen. At first, I thought, oh, he bounced a check, and maybe the funds might not have been on the 13th, but maybe they come after the weekend or something. No, he was trying to tell the company, hey, you guys done got paid. I can't do it. It's between you and the bank now. Fuck it. I can't do nothing. And it's not like a $5 fee that they're going to write off. It was $22,000. What did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen? And then you give him $20,000, and instead of paying the fee he owes, he bought gold and silver.
If this motherfucker would have paid the money, if he'd have took that $20,000 that he got from his people, and he would have paid this off, he would have still had to went to court, and he probably still would have got on some probation or something. But if they find out that he was donated $20,000 and he went out and invested it in gold and silver and stacked it in his safe, they are going to throw this motherfucker under the jail, rightfully so, and probably seize assets to pay this company back. This is crazy. What an idiot, dude. What an idiot. Anyways, we're going to start checking in with this guy. He seems to have some good updates. I've got somebody on the inside of his Telegram account.
Doesn't matter if you're right. If you have family members or friends that you keep constantly trying to red pill,
we're going to stay with him.
It's not going to work. You know why? And this gets back to the shoe.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with his family. I'm trying to get to the bottom of that. That's why I didn't mention it. But I think his family, he doesn't say it like his family left him. He says it more like his family's out of town and maybe they're stuck. Maybe some of his family's overseas and they can't get back because coronavirus stuff, maybe. I don't know. But he's like, nah, family's not back home yet. He doesn't say it like, I don't know. I got to get to the bottom of that. That was a good catch, though. That is what he said. Yeah, I got to get to the bottom of that. These grifters, man, they got something going on. Always. Either they're selling you for the multi-level marketing, they're taking you for $20,000 for a lawyer. By a lawyer, I'm hiring lawyer Goldstein, minus the Steen. Oh, but we'll get it taken care of. We'll figure it out. I'm sure Scotty will have something to say. He watches all my videos. Hey, Scott McKay, make sure you download Voice Meter so your audio doesn't sound like absolute fucking trash.
High octane, full throttle hammer on all the deep state scumbag criminals all around the world.
There you go, Scotty. Thanks for checking in with us, Brad.
Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother.
Brad, you just stole it from other people, brother. You just stole it from other people, brother. But and his kids were there with him. I don't know. Maybe they did. I'm gonna look into it. The thing that sucks about DLive is, you can only keep a few replays up. And his YouTube channel just got nuked like a week or a week and a half ago. Well, when this video went up, I guess it's been about 2 weeks. This is from the 17th. This day when he's talking at the first of the video, he's like, I don't know why my YouTube's not working. They nuked his channel. He was gone. So now he's got another channel that's called Phil Gawinski's 2021. Instead of just his name, he added 2021 to it. But there's none of the old videos. I got to do a search to see why his family's missing. But we'll figure it out. Other than that, guys, I think that's probably a wrap for the show tonight. It's about 1:15 here locally. Thank you for the subscriptions, the donations. We got a 25 and a 15 that come in. We had a bunch of the buymeabeer.com/cold beer donations. I'll read those out. But yeah, thank you for joining me tonight. That's about it. I do have it in the works. I ran it by Mariah. I think we are going to do like the marathon stream to try to buy a camera or a soundboard or whatever we're going to try to do. But we had Travis Hudgens, Patsy, Deborah, someone, and Robert joined as my first member, actually. So on buymeabeer.com/cold beer, you can join as a member. And I'm trying to put in, and Travis Hudgens. I'm trying to put in like benefits for someone that can, that if you join as a membership, because it comes out every month. I'm trying to put some benefits in there. I don't know what we'll do, but maybe one show a month that's just you guys or something. But we'll figure that out. It's better than any subscription anywhere, because I might lose a platform. I'm not going to lose the buymeabeer.com. So thank you guys. I appreciate you hanging out with us. We will see you on the next one. And everybody have a good night. We'll keep covering the grifters as long as they keep showing up. We're going to hit them with that meat hammer. See you on the next one, guys.
I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously.
If you want to start doing some research, Philip Golowinski is our next project.
Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They be working copy on Cox that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, sending runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go.
Busting the grifts.
Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place.
Here you go, Brad. Here's your moment to shine.
Everything I've ever gotten, I stole from other people, brother.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement. And I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic.
It's the Cold Beer Confessional, motherfucker. Have a good night, chat.
But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't.
Oh, we actually got some lemons too, and an ice cream from Rusky and 8 lemons from Pariah. I forgot to mention that. Thank you guys, and new followers. 3 new followers. Thank you.
You don't have balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well listen bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers, cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpower.
I'll check into it as I can. Like I said, a bunch of his old videos are gone. Maybe I can find Rumble links, or maybe somebody mirrored them and he'll tell us where his family went. I don't know.
I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This is arms and alcohol. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking. He was doing so well. It's all over. Hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on cocks that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, sending runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience. It's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time?
See you guys. Good night. See you on the next one.
All their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking